Law 25. Recreate yourself. Judgment. Do not accept the roles that society foists on you. Recreate yourself by forging a new identity, one that commands attention and never bores the audience. Be the master of your own image rather than letting others define it for you. Incorporate dramatic devices into your public gestures and actions. Your power will be enhanced and your character will seem larger than life. The man who intends to make his fortune in this ancient capital of the world, Rome, must be a chameleon susceptible of reflecting the colors of the atmosphere that surrounds him, a produce apt to assume every form, every shape. He must be supple, flexible, insinuating, close, inscrutable, often base, sometimes sincere, sometimes perfidious, always concealing a part of his knowledge, indulging in but one tone of voice, patient, a perfect master of his own countenance, as cold as ice when any other man would be all fire, and if, unfortunately, he is not religious at heart, a very common occurrence for a soul possessing the above requisites, he must have religion in his mind, that is to say, on his face, on his lips, in his manners. He must suffer quietly, if he be an honest man, the necessity of knowing himself an arrant hypocrite. The man whose soul would loathe such a life should leave Rome and seek his fortune elsewhere. I do not know whether I am praising or excusing myself, but of all those qualities I possessed but one, namely, flexibility. Memoirs. Giovanni Casanova, 1725–1798. Observance of the law. Julius Caesar made his first significant mark on Roman society in 65 BC, when he assumed the post of aedile, the official in charge of grain distribution and public games. He began his entrance into the public eye by organizing a series of carefully crafted and well-timed spectacles: wild beast hunts, extravagant gladiator shows, theatrical contests. On several occasions, he paid for these spectacles out of his own pocket. To the common man, Julius Caesar became indelibly associated with these much-loved events. As he slowly rose to attain the position of consul, his popularity among the masses served as the foundation of his power. He had created an image of himself as a great public showman. In 49 BC, Rome was on the brink of a civil war between rival leaders, Caesar and Pompey. At the height of the tension, Caesar, an addict of the stage, attended a theatrical performance, and afterward, lost in thought, he wandered in darkness back to his camp at the Rubicon, river that divides Italy from Gaul, where he had been campaigning. To march his army back into Italy across the Rubicon would mean the beginning of a war with Pompey. Before his staff, Caesar argued both sides, forming the options like an actor on stage, a precursor of Hamlet. Finally, to put his soliloquy to an end, he pointed to a seemingly innocent apparition at the edge of the Riviera, very tall soldier, blasting a call on a trumpet, then going across a bridge over the Rubicon, and pronounced, "Let us accept this as a sign from die gods and follow where tie beckon, in vengeance on our double-dealing enemies. The die is cast." All of this he spoke portentously and dramatically, gesturing toward the river and looking his generals in the eye. He knew that these generals were uncertain in their support, but his oratory overwhelmed them with a sense of die drama of the moment, and of die need to seize the time. A more prosaic speech would never have had the same effect. The generals rallied to his cause. Caesar and his army crossed the Rubicon and by the following year had vanquished Pompey, making Caesar dictator of Rome. In warfare, Caesar always played the leading man with gusto. He was as skilled a horseman as any of his soldiers, and took pride in outdoing them in feats of bravery and endurance. He entered battle astride Dai's strongest mount, so that his soldiers would see him in die thick of bat, urging them on, always positioning himself in the center, a godlike symbol of power and a model for them to follow. Of all the armies in Rome, Caesar's was the most devoted and loyal. His soldiers, like die common people who had attended his entertainments, had come to identify with him and with his cause. After the defeat of Pompey, die entertainments grew in scale. Noting like MEM had ever been seen in Rome. The chariot races became more spectacular, die gladiator fights more dramatic, as Caesar staged fights the die detti among the Roman nobility. He organized enormous mock naval batta on an artificial lake. Plays were performed in every Roman ward. A. 192 Law 25. Giant new theater was built that sloped dramatically down the Tarpeian Rock. Crowds from all over the empire flocked to these events. The roads to Rome lined whitey visitors' tents. And in 45 BC, timing his entry into the city for maximum effect and surprise, Caesar brought Cleopatra back to Rome after his Egyptian campaign and staged even more extravagant public spectacles. These events were more than devices to divert the masses. They dramatically enhanced the public's sense of Caesar's character and made him seem larger than life. Caesar was die master of his public image, of which he was forever aware. When he appeared before crowds, he wore the most spectacular purple robes. He would be upstaged by no one. He was notoriously vain about his appearance. It was said that one reason he enjoyed being honored by the Senate and people was that on these occasions he could wear a laurel wreath, hiding his baldness. Caesar was a masterful orator. He knew how to say a lot by saying a little, intuited die moment to end a speech for maximum effect. He never failed to incorporate a surprise into his public appearances. A startling announcement it would heighten their drama. Immensely popular among the Roman people, Caesar was hated and feared by his rivals. On the Ides of March 15 inches die year 44 BC, a group of conspirators led by Brutus and Cassius surrounded him in Die's Senate and stabbed him to death. Even dying, however, he kept his sense of drama. Drawing Die top of his gown over his face, he let go of Die Clodi's lower part so Die it draped his legs, allowing him to die covered and decent. According to Die Roman historian Suetonius, his final words to his old friend Brutus, who was about to deliver a second blow, were in Greek, and as if rehearsed for Die end of a play, "You too, my child." Interpretation. The Roman Dieator was an event for the masses, attended by crowds unimaginable today. Packed into enormous auditoriums. Die audience would be amused by raucous comedy or moved by high tragedy. Theater seemed to contain Die essence of life, in its concentrated dramatic form. Like a religious ritual, it had a powerful, instant appeal to Die common man. Julius Caesar was perhaps Die's first public figure to understand Die's vital link between power and theater. This was because of his own obsessive interest in drama. He sublimated T's interest by making himself an actor and director on the world stage. He said his lines as if Die had been scripted. He gestured and moved through a crowd whitey. A constant sense of how he appeared to his audience. He incorporated surprise into his repertoire, building drama into his speeches, staging into his public appearances. His gestures were broad enough for Die common man to grasp. Diem instantly. He became immensely popular. Caesar set Die ideal for all leaders and people of power. Like him, you must learn to enlarge your actions to rough dramatic techniques such as surprise, suspense, the creation of sympathy, and symbolic identification. Also like him, you must be constancy. Aware of your audience, if what will please them and what will bore them. You must arrange to place yourself at the center, to command attention, and never to be upstaged at any cost. Observance of the law too. In the year 1831, a young woman named Aurora Dupin Dudevant left her husband and family in the provinces and moved to Paris. She wanted to be a writer. Marriage, she felt, was worse than prison, for it left her neither the time nor the freedom to pursue her passion. In Paris she would establish her independence and make her living by writing. Soon after Dudevant arrived in the capital, however, she had to confront certain harsh realities. To have any degree of freedom in Paris you had to have money. For a woman, money could only come through marriage or prostitution. No woman had ever come close to making a living by writing. Women wrote as a hobby, supported by their husbands, or by an inheritance. In fact, when Dudevant first showed her writing to an editor, he told her, "You should make babies, madam, not literature." Clearly Dudevant had come to Paris to attempt the impossible. In the end, though, she came up with a strategy to do what no woman had ever done, a strategy to recreate herself completely, forging a public image of her own making. Women writers before her had been forced into a ready-made role, that of the second-rate artist who wrote mostly for other women. Dudevant decided that if she had to play a role, she would turn the game around. She would play the part of a man. In 1832 a publisher accepted Dudevant's first major novel, Indiana. She had chosen to publish it under a pseudonym, George Sand, and all of Paris assumed this impressive new writer was male. Dudevant had sometimes worn men's clothes before creating George Sand. She had always found men's shirts and riding breeches more comfortable. Now, as a public figure, she exaggerated the image. She added long men's coats, gray hats, heavy boots, and dandyish cravats to her wardrobe. She smoked cigars and in conversation expressed herself like a man, unafraid to dominate the conversation or to use a saucy word. This strange male/female writer fascinated the public. And unlike other women writers, Sand found herself accepted into the clique of male artists. She drank and smoked with them, even carried on affairs with the most famous artists of Europe: Musset, Liszt, Chopin. It was she who did the wooing. And also the abandoning she moved on at her discretion. Those who knew Sand well understood that her male persona protected her from the public's prying eyes. Out in the world, she enjoyed playing the part to the extreme. In private she remained herself. She also realized that the character of George Sand could grow stale or predictable. And to avoid this she would every now and then dramatically alter the character she had created. Instead of conducting affairs with famous men, she would begin meddling in politics, leading demonstrations, inspiring student rebellions. No one would dictate to her limits of the character she had created. Long after she died, and after most people had stopped reading her novels, the larger-than-life theatricality of that character has continued to fascinate and inspire interpretation. Throughout Sand's public life, acquaintances and other artists who spent time in her company had the feeling they were in the presence of a man. But in her journals and to her closest friends, such as Gustave Flaubert, she confessed diet. She had no desire to be a man, but was playing a part for public consumption. What she really wanted was the power to determine her own character. She refused the limits her society would have set on her. She did not attain her power However, by being herself, instead she created a persona that she could constantly adapt to her own desires, a persona diet attracted attention and gave her presence. Understand this, the world wants to assign you a role in life. And once you accept that role you are doomed. Your power is limited to the tiny amount allotted to die role you have selected or have been forced to assume. An actor, on the other hand, plays many roles. Enjoy that protean power, and if it is beyond you, at least forge a new identity, one of your own making. One diet has had no boundaries assigned to it by an envious and resentful world. This act of defiance is Promethean. It makes you responsible for your own creation. Your new identity will protect you from the world. Precisely because it is not you, it is a costume you put on and take off. You need not take it personally. And your new identity sets you apart, gives you theatrical presence. Those in the back rows can see you and hear you. Those in die front rows marvel at your audacity. Do not people talk in society of a man being a great actor? They do not mean by that he feels, but that he excels in simulating, though he feels nothing. Denis Diderot, 1713–1784. Keys to power. The character you seem to have been born with is not necessarily who you are, beyond die characteristics you have inherited. Your parents, your friends, and your peers have helped to shape your personality. The Promethean task of the powerful is to take control of the process, to stop allowing others that ability to limit and mold them. Remake yourself into a character of power. Working on yourself like clay should be one of your greatest and most pleasurable life tasks. It makes you in essence an artist creating yourself. In fact, the idea of self-creation comes from the world of art. For thousands of years, only kings and the highest courtiers had the freedom to shape their public image and determine their own identity. Similarly, only kings and the wealthiest lords could contemplate their own image in art and consciously alter it. The rest of mankind played the limited role that society demanded of them, and had little self-consciousness. A shift in this condition can be detected in Velázquez's painting Las Meninas, made in 1656. The artist appears at the left of the canvas, standing before a painting that he is in the process of creating, but that as its back to us we cannot see it. Beside him stands a princess, her attendants, and one of the court dwarves, all watching him work. The people posing for the painting are not directly visible, but we can see them in tiny reflections in a mirror on the back wall. The King and Queen of Spain, who must be sitting somewhere in die foreground, outside the picture. The painting represents a dramatic change in the dynamics of power and the ability to determine one's own position in society. For Velázquez, the artist is far more prominently positioned than the king and queen. In a sense, he is more powerful than they are, since he is clearly the one controlling the image, their image. Velázquez no longer saw himself as the slavish, dependent artist. He had remade himself into a man of power, and indeed the first people, other than aristocrats, to play openly with their image in Western society were artists and writers, and later on dandies and bohemians. Today the concept of self-creation has slowly filtered down to the rest of society, and has become an ideal to aspire to. Like Velázquez, you must demand for yourself the power to determine your position in the painting, and to create your own image. The first step in the process of self-creation is self-consciousness, being aware of yourself as an actor and taking control of your appearance and emotions. As Diderot said, the bad actor is the one who is always sincere. People who where tire hearts on their sleeves out in society are tiresome and embarrassing. Their sincerity notwithstanding, it is hard to take them seriously. Those who cry in public may temporarily elicit sympathy, but sympathy soon turns to scorn and irritation at dire self-obsessiveness. They are crying to get attention, we feel, and a malicious part of us wants to deny them the satisfaction. Good actors control themselves better. They can play sincere and heartfelt, can affect a tear and a compassionate look at will, but they don't have to feel it. They externalize emotion in a form tired audiors can understand. Method acting is fatal in die real world. No ruler or leader could possibly play the part if all of the emotions he showed had to be real. So learn self-control. Adopt the plasticity of the actor, who can mold his or her face to die emotion required. The second step in die process of self-creation is a variation on die George Sand strategy, the creation of a memorable character, one that compels attention. Die it stands out above die other players on the stage. This was the game Abraham Lincoln played. The homespun, common country man, he knew, was a kind of president that America had never had, but would delight in electing. Although many of these qualities came naturally to him, he played them up the hat and clothes, the beard. No president before him had worn a beard. Lincoln was also the first president to use photographs to spread his image, helping to create the icon of the homespun president. Good drama, however, needs more than an interesting appearance, or a single standout moment. Drama takes place over time. It is an unfolding event. Rhythm and timing are critical. One of the most important elements in the rhythm of drama is suspense. Houdini, for instance, could sometimes complete his escape acts in seconds, but he drew them out to minutes, to make the audience sweat. The key to keeping the audience on the edge of their seats is letting events unfold slowly, then speeding them up at the right moment, according to a pattern and tempo that you control. Great rulers from Napoleon to Mao Zedong have used theatrical timing to surprise and divert their public. Franklin Delano Roosevelt understood the importance of staging political events in a particular order and rhythm. At the time of his 1932 presidential election, the United States was in the midst of a dire economic crisis. Banks were failing at an alarming rate. Shortly after winning the election, Roosevelt went into a kind of retreat. He said nothing about his plans or his cabinet appointments. He even refused to meet the sitting president, Herbert Hoover, to discuss the transition. By the time of Roosevelt's inauguration, the country was in a state of high anxiety. In his inaugural address, Roosevelt shifted gears. He made a powerful speech, making it clear that he intended to lead the country in a completely new direction, sweeping away the timid gestures of his predecessors. From then on, the pace of his speeches and public decisions, cabinet appointments, bold legislation unfolded at an incredibly rapid rate. The period after the inauguration became known as the 100 Days, and its success in altering the country's mood partly stemmed from Roosevelt's clever pacing and use of dramatic contrast. He held his audience in suspense, then hit them with a series of bold gestures that seemed all the more momentous because they came from nowhere. You must learn to orchestrate events in a similar manner, never revealing all your cards at once, but unfolding them in a way that heightens their dramatic effect. Besides covering a multitude of sins, good drama can also confuse and deceive your enemy. During World War II, the German playwright Bertolt Brecht worked in Hollywood as a screenwriter. After the war, he was called before the House Committee on Un-American Activities for his supposed communist sympathies. Other writers who had been called to testify planned to humiliate the committee members with an angry emotional stand. Brecht was wiser. He would play the committee like a violin, charming them while fooling them as well. He carefully rehearsed his responses, and brought along some props, notably a cigar on which he puffed away, knowing the head of the committee liked cigars. And indeed, he proceeded to beguile the committee with well-crafted responses that were ambiguous, funny, and double-edged. Instead of an angry, heartfelt tirade, he ran circles around them with a staged production, and they let him off scot-free. Other dramatic effects for your repertoire include the beau geste, an action at a climactic moment that symbolizes your triumph or your boldness. Caesar's dramatic crossing of the Rubicon was a beau geste, a move that dazzled the soldiers and gave him heroic proportions. You must also appreciate the importance of stage entrances and exits. When Cleopatra first met Caesar in Egypt, she arrived rolled up in a carpet, which she arranged to have unfurled at his feet. George Washington twice left power with flourish and fanfare, first as a general, then as a president who refused to sit for a third term, showing he knew how to make the moment count, dramatically and symbolically. Your own entrances and exits should be crafted and planned as carefully. Remember that overacting can be counterproductive. It is another way of spending too much effort trying to attract attention. The actor Richard Burton discovered early in his career that by standing totally still on stage, he drew attention to himself and away from the other actors. It is less what you do that matters, clearly, than how you do it. Your gracefulness and imposing stillness on the social stage count for more than overdoing your part and moving around too much. Finally, learn to play many roles, to be whatever the moment requires. Adapt your mask to the situation. Be protean in die faces you wear. Bismarck played this game to perfection. To a liberal he was a liberal, to a hawk he was a hawk. He could not be grasped, and what cannot be grasped cannot be consumed. Image. The Greek sea god Proteus. His power came from his ability to change shape at will, to be whatever the moment required. When Menelaus, brother of Agamemnon, tried to seize him, Proteus transformed himself into a lion, then a serpent, a panther, a boar, running water, and finally a leafy tree. Authority, know how to be all things to all men. A discreet Proteus, a scholar among scholars, a saint among saints. That is the art of winning over everyone, for like attracts like. Take note of temperaments and adapt yourself to that of each person you meet. Follow the lead of the serious and jovial in turn, changing your mood. Discreety. Balthasar Gratian, 1601–1658. Reversal. There can really be no reversal to this critical law. Bad theater is bad theater. Even appearing natural requires artine. Other words, acting. Bad acting only creates embarrassment. Of course you should not be too dramatic. Avoid the histrionic gesture. But that is simply bad theater anyway, since it violates centuries-old dramatic laws against overacting. In essence, there is no reversal to this law. Law 26. Keep your hands clean. Judgment. You must seem a paragon of civility and efficiency. Your hands are never soiled by mistakes and nasty deeds. Maintain such a spotless appearance by using others as scapegoats and cat's paws to disguise your involvement. Part 1. Conceal your mistakes. Have a scapegoat around to take the blame. Our good name and reputation depend more on what we conceal than on what we reveal. Everyone makes mistakes. But those who are truly clever manage to hide them, and to make sure someone else is blamed. A convenient scapegoat should always be kept around for such moments. Observance of the law I. Near the end of the 2nd century AD, as China's mighty Han Empire slowly collapsed, the great general and imperial minister Tsao emerged as the most powerful man in the country, seeking to extend his power base and to rid himself of the last of his rivals. Tsao began a campaign to take control of the strategically vital central plain. During the siege of a key city, he slightly miscalculated the timing for supplies of grain to arrive from the capital. As he waited for the shipment to come in, the army ran low on food, and Tsao was forced to order the chief of commissariat to reduce its rations. Tsao kept a tight rein on the army, and ran a network of informers. His spies soon reported that the men were complaining, grumbling that he was living well while they themselves had barely enough to eat. Perhaps Tsao was keeping food for himself, they murmured. If the grumbling spread, Tsao could have a mutiny on his hands. He summoned the chief of commissariat to his tent. I want to ask you to lend me something, and you must not refuse, Tsao told the chief. What is it the chief replied. I want the loan of your head to show to the troops, said Tsao. But I've done nothing wrong, cried the chief. I know, said Tsao with a sigh, but if I do not put you to death, there will be a mutiny. Do not grieve after you're gone, I'll look after your family. Put this way, the request left the chief no choice, so he resigned himself to his fate and was beheaded that very day. Seeing his head on public display, the soldiers stopped grumbling. Some saw through Tsao's gesture, but kept quiet, stunned and intimidated by his violence. And most accepted his version of who was to blame, preferring to believe in his wisdom and fairness and his incompetence and cruelty. Interpretation. Tsao came to power in an extremely tumultuous time. In the struggle for supremacy in the crumbling Han Empire, enemies had emerged from all sides. The battle for the Central Plain had proven more difficult than he imagined, and money and provisions were a constant concern. No wonder that under such stress, he had forgotten to order supplies in time. Once it became clear that the delay was a critical mistake, and that the army was seething with mutiny, Tsao had two options: apology and excuses, or a scapegoat. Understanding the workings of power and the impartial justice. A great calamity befell the town of Chelm one day. The town cobbler murdered one of his customers. So he was brought before the judge, who sentenced him to die by hanging. When the verdict was read, a townsman arose and cried out, "If your honor pleases, you have sentenced to death the town cobbler. He's the only one we've got. If you hang him, who will mend our shoes?" Who cried all the people of Chelm with one voice. The judge nodded in agreement and reconsidered his verdict. "Good people of Chelm," he said, "what you say is true. Since we have only one cobbler, it would be a great wrong against the community to let him die. As there are two roofers in the town, let one of them be hanged instead." A treasury of Jewish folklore. Nathan Ozabel, edition. Importance of appearances. As he did, Tsao did not hesitate for a moment. He shopped around for the most convenient head and had it served up immediately. Occasional mistakes are inevitable. The world is just too unpredictable. People of power, however, are undone not by the mistakes they make, but by die deal with them. Like surgeons, they must cut away the tumor with speed and finality. Excuses and apologies are much too blunt tools for this delicate operation. The powerful avoid them. By apologizing, you open up all sorts of doubts about your competence, your intentions, any other mistakes you may not have confessed. Excuses satisfy no one and apologies make everyone uncomfortable. The mistake does not vanish with an apology, it deepens and festers. Better to cut it off instantly, distract attention from yourself, and focus attention on a convenient scapegoat before people have time to ponder your responsibility or your possible incompetence. Would rather betray the whole world than let the world betray me. General Tsao, c. AD 155–220. Observance of the Law 2. For several years Cesare Borgia campaigned to gain control of large parts of Italy in the name of his father, Pope Alexander. In the year 1500 he managed to take Romagna, in northern Italy. The region had for years been ruled by a series of greedy masters who had plundered its wealty for themselves. Without police or any disciplining force, it had descended into lawlessness, whole areas being ruled by robbers and feuding families. To establish order, Cesare appointed a lieutenant general of die region, Ramiro da Orio, a cruel and vigorous man, according to Niccolò Machiavelli. Cesare gave da Orio absolute powers. With energy and violence, da Orio established a severe, brutal justice in Romagna, and soon rid it of almost all of its lawless elements. But in his zeal he sometimes went too far. And after a couple of years the local population resented and even hated him. In December of 1502, Cesare took decisive action. He first let it be known that he had not approved of da Orio's cruel and violent deeds, which stemmed from the lieutenant's brutal nature. Then, on December 22, he imprisoned da Orio in the town of Susenna, and the day after Christmas the townspeople awoke to find a strange spectacle. In the middle of the piazza, da Orio's headless body, dressed in a lavish suit with a purple cape, die head impaled beside it. On a pike, the bloody knife and executioner's block laid out beside the head. As Machiavelli concluded his comments on the affair, the ferocity of this scene left the people at once stunned and satisfied. Interpretation. Cesare Borgia was a master player in the game of power. Always planning several moves ahead, he set his opponents die cleverest traps. For this Machiavelli honored him above all others in the prince. Cesare foresaw the future with amazing clarity. In Romagna, only brutal justice would bring order to the region. The process would take several years, and at first the people would welcome it. But it would soon make many enemies, and the citizens would come to resent the imposition of such unforgiving justice, especially by outsiders. Cesare himself, then, could not be seen as the agent of this justice. The people's hatred would cause too many problems in the future. And so he chose the one man who could do the dirty work, knowing in advance that once the task was done he would have to display da Orio's head on a pike. The scapegoat in this case had been planned from the beginning. With Tsao, the scapegoat was an entirely innocent man. In the Romagna, he was the offensive weapon in Cesare's arsenal that let him get the dirty work done without bloodying his own hands. With this second kind of scapegoat, it is wise to separate yourself from the hatchet man at some point, either leaving him dangling in the wind or, like Cesare, even making yourself the one to bring him to justice. Not only are you free of involvement in the problem, you can appear as the one who cleaned it up. The Athenians regularly maintained a number of degraded and useless beings at the public expense, and when any calamity, such as plague, drought, or famine, befell the city, these scapegoats were led about, and then sacrificed, apparently by being stoned outside the city. The Golden Bough, Sir James George Fraser, 1854–1941. Keys to Power. The use of scapegoats is as old as civilization itself, and examples of it can be found in cultures around the world. The main idea behind these sacrifices is the shifting of guilt and sin to an outside figure, object, animal, or man, which is then banished or destroyed. The Hebrews used to take a live goat, hence the term scapegoat, upon whose head the priest would lay both hands while confessing the sins of the children of Israel. Having thus had those sins transferred to it, the beast would be led away and abandoned in the wilderness. With the Athenians and the Aztecs, the scapegoat was human, often a person fed and raised for the purpose. Since famine and plague were drought to be visited on humans by the gods, in punishment for wrongdoing, the people suffered not only from the famine and plague themselves but from blame and guilt. They freed themselves of guilt by transferring it to an innocent person, whose death was intended to satisfy the divine powers and banish the evil from their midst. It is an extremely human response to not look inward after a mistake or crime, but rather to look outward and to affix blame and guilt on a convenient object. When the plague was ravaging Thebes, Oedipus looked everywhere for its cause, everywhere except inside himself and his own sin of incest, which had so offended the gods and occasioned the plague. This profound need to exteriorize one's guilt, to project it on another person or object, has an immense power, which the clever know how to harness. Sacrifice is a ritual, perhaps the most ancient ritual of all. Ritual, too, is a wellspring of power. In the killing of D'Orio, note Cesari's symbolic and ritualistic display of his body. By framing it in this dramatic way, he focused guilt outward. The citizens of Romagna responded instantly, because it comes so naturally to us to look outward rather than inward. We readily accept the scapegoat's guilt. The bloody sacrifice of the scapegoat seems a barbaric relic of the past, but the practice lives on to this day, if indirectly and symbolically, since power depends on appearances, and those in power must seem never to make mistakes. The use of scapegoats is as popular as ever. What modern leader will take responsibility for his blunders? He searches out others to blame, a scapegoat to sacrifice. When Mao Zedong's Cultural Revolution failed miserably, he made no apologies or excuses to the Chinese people. Instead, like Tsao before him, he offered up scapegoats, including his own personal secretary and high-ranking member of the party, Chn Pata. Franklin D. Roosevelt had a reputation for honesty and fairness. Throughout his career, however, he faced many situations in which being the nice guy would have spelled political disaster, yet he could not be seen as the agent of any foul play. For 20 years, then, his secretary, Louis Howe, played the role D'Orio had. He handled the backroom deals, the manipulation of the press, the underhanded campaign maneuvers. And whenever a mistake was committed, or a dirty trick contradicting Roosevelt's carefully crafted image became public, Howe served as the scapegoat, and never complained. Besides conveniently shifting blame, a scapegoat can serve as a warning to others. In 1631 a plot was hatched to oust France's Cardinal Richelieu from power, a plot that became known as the Day of the Dupes. It almost succeeded, since it involved the upper echelons of government, including the Queen Mother. But through luck and his own connivances, Richelieu survived. One of die key conspirators was a man named Marillac, the keeper of the seals. Richelieu could not imprison him without implicating the Queen Mother, an extremely dangerous tactic, so he targeted Marillac's brother, a marshal in the army. This man had no involvement in the plot. Richelieu, however, afraid that other conspiracies might be in the air, especially in the army, decided to set an example. He tried the brother on trumped-up charges and had him executed. In this way he indirectly punished the real perpetrator, who had thought himself protected, and warned any future conspirators that he would not shrink from sacrificing the innocent to protect his own power. In fact, it is often wise to choose the most innocent victim possible as a sacrificial goat. Such people will not be powerful enough to fight you, and their naive protests may be seen as protesting too much, may be seen, in other words, as a sign of their guilt. Be careful, however, not to create a martyr. It is important that you remain the victim, the poor leader betrayed by the incompetence of those around you. If the scapegoat appears too weak and his punishment too cruel, you may end up the victim of your own device. Sometimes you should find a more powerful scapegoat, one who will elicit less sympathy in the long run. In this vein, history has time and again shown the value of using a close associate as a scapegoat. This is known as the fall of the favorite. Most kings had a personal favorite at court, a man whom they singled out, sometimes for no apparent reason, and lavished with favors and attention. But this court favorite could serve as a convenient scapegoat in case of a threat to the king's reputation. The public would readily believe in the scapegoat's guilt. Why would the king sacrifice his favorite unless he were guilty? And the other courtiers, resentful of the favorite anyway, would rejoice at his downfall. The king, meanwhile, would rid himself of a man who by that time had probably learned too much about him, perhaps becoming arrogant and even disdainful of him. Choosing a close associate as a scapegoat has the same value as the fall of the favorite. You may lose a friend or aid, but in the long-term scheme of things, it is more important to hide your mistakes than to hold on to someone who one day will probably turn against you. Besides, you can always find a new favorite to take his place. Image, the innocent goat. On the Day of Atonement, the high priest brings the goat into the temple, places his hands on its head, and confesses die people's sins, transferring guilt to the guiltless beast, which is then led to the wilderness and abandoned, the people's sins and blame vanishing with him. Authority, folly consists not in committing folly, but in being incapable of concealing it. All men make mistakes, but the wise conceal die blunders they have made, while fools make them public. Reputation depends more on what is hidden than on what is seen. If you can't be good, be careful. Balthasar Gracian, 1601–1658. Part 2. Make use of the cat's BAW in the fable. The monkey grabs the paw of his friend, the cat, and uses it to fish chestnuts out of the fire, thus getting the nuts he craves without hurting himself. If there is something unpleasant or unpopular that needs to be done, it is far too risky for you to do the work yourself. You need a cat's paw, someone who does the dirty, dangerous work for you. The cat's paw grabs what you need, hurts whom you need hurt, and keeps people from noticing that you are the one responsible. Let someone else be the executioner, or the bearer of bad news, while you bring only joy and glad tidings. A monkey and cat, in roguery and fun. Sworn brothers twain. Both owned a common master. Whatever mischief in The house was done. By Pug and Tom. Was contrived each. Disaster. One winter's day was seen this hopeful pair. Close to the kitchen. Fire, as usual, posted. Amongst the red-hot coals the cook with care had placked some nice plump chestnuts to be roasted, from whence in smoke a pungent odor rose, whose oily fragrance struck the monkey's nose. Tom, says sly Pug, pray could not you, N1, share this dessert? The cook is pleased to cater. Had I such claws as yours, I'd quickly try. Lend me a hand, 'twill be a coup de maître. So said, he seized his colleague's ready paw, pulled out the fruit. Observance of the law I. In 59 BC, the future Queen Cleopatra of Egypt, then 10 years old, witnessed the overthrow and banishment of her father, Ptolemy XII, at the hand of his elder daughters, her own sisters. One of the daughters, Berenice, emerged as the leader of the rebellion, and to ensure that she would now rule Egypt alone, she imprisoned her other sisters and murdered her own husband. This may have been necessary as a practical step to secure her rule. But that a member of the royal family, a queen no less, would so overtly exact such violence on her own family horrified her subjects and stirred up powerful opposition. For years later this opposition was able to return Ptolemy to power, and he promptly had Berenice and the other elder sisters beheaded. In 51 BC Ptolemy died, leaving 4 remaining children as heirs. As was the tradition in Egypt, the eldest son, Ptolemy XIII, only 10 at the time, married the elder sister, Cleopatra, now 18, and the couple took the throne together as king and queen. None of the 4 children felt satisfied with this. Everyone, including Cleopatra, wanted more power. A struggle emerged between Cleopatra and Ptolemy, each trying to push the other to the side. In 48 BC, with the help of a government faction that feared Cleopatra's ambitions, Ptolemy was able to force his sister to flee the country, leaving himself as sole ruler. In exile, Cleopatra schemed. She wanted to rule alone and to restore Egypt to its past glory, a goal she felt none of her other siblings could achieve, yet as long as they were alive, she could not realize her dream. And the example of Berenice had made it clear that no one would serve a queen who was seen murdering her own kind. Even Ptolemy XIII had not dared murder Cleopatra, although he knew she would plot against him from abroad. Within a year after Cleopatra's banishment, the Roman dictator Julius Caesar arrived in Egypt, determined to make the country a Roman colony. Cleopatra saw her chance. Re-entering Egypt in disguise, she traveled hundreds of miles to reach Caesar in Alexandria. Legend has it that she had herself smuggled into his presence rolled up inside a carpet, which was gracefully unfurled at his feet, revealing the young queen. Cleopatra immediately went to work on the Roman. She appealed to his love of spectacle and his interest in Egyptian history, and poured on her feminine charms. Caesar soon succumbed and restored Cleopatra to the throne. Cleopatra's siblings Sethege had outmaneuvered them. Ptolemy XIII would not wait to see what happened next. From his palace in Alexandria, he summoned a great army to march on the city and attack Caesar. In response, Caesar immediately put Ptolemy and the rest of the family under house arrest. But Cleopatra's younger sister Arsinoe escaped from the palace and placed herself at the head of the approaching Egyptian troops, proclaiming herself Queen of Egypt. Now Cleopatra finally saw her chance. She convinced Caesar to release Ptolemy from house arrest, under the agreement that he would broker a truce. Of course she knew. He would do the opposite, that he would fight Arsinoe for control of the Egyptian army. But this was to Cleopatra's benefit, for it would divide the royal family. Better still, it would give Caesar the chance to defeat and kill her siblings. In fact, reinforced by troops from Rome, Caesar swiftly defeated the rebels. In the Egyptians' retreat, Ptolemy drowned in the Nile. Caesar captured Arsinoe and had her sent to Rome as a prisoner. He also executed the numerous enemies who had conspired against Cleopatra, and imprisoned others who had opposed her. To reinforce her position as uncontested queen, Cleopatra now married the only sibling left, Ptolemy Xiv. 11 at die time, and the weakest of the lot. 4 years later Ptolemy mysteriously died, of poison. In 41 BC, Cleopatra employed on a second Roman leader, Mark Antony, the same tactics she had used so well on Julius Caesar. After seducing him, she hinted to him that her sister Arsinoe, still a prisoner in Rome, had conspired to destroy him. Mark Antony believed her and promptly had Arsinoe executed, by getting rid of the last of the siblings who had posed such a threat to Cleopatra. Interpretation. Legend has it that Cleopatra succeeded to ruff her seductive charms, but in reality her power came from an ability to get people to do her bidding without realizing they were being manipulated. Caesar and Antony not only rid her of her most dangerous siblings Ptolemy XIII and Arsinoe, they decimated all of her enemies, in both the government and the military. The two men became her catspaws. They entered the fire for her, did the ugly but necessary work, while shielding her from appearing as the destroyer of her siblings and fellow Egyptians. And in the end, both men acquiesced to her desire to rule Egypt not as a Roman colony but as an independent allied kingdom. And they did all miss for her, without realizing how she had manipulated them. This was persuasion of the subdest and most powerful kind, and crammed it in his jaw. Now came the shining mistress of the fane, and off in haste the two marauders scampered, Tom for his sheriff. The plunder had the pain, whilst Pug his palate with the dainties pampered. Fables. Jean de La Fontaine, 1621–1695. The Cradikn. Tik Cobra. Am, thank Jackal. Once upon a time there was a crow and his wife who had built a nest in a banyan tree. A big snake crawled into the hollow trunk and ate up the chicks as they were hatched. The crow did not want to move, since he loved the tree dearly. So he went to his friend the jackal for advice. A plan of action was devised. The crow and his wife flew about in implementation. As the wife approached a pond, she saw the women of the king's court bathing, with pearls, necklaces, gems, garments, and a golden chain laying on the shore. The crow hen seized the golden chain in her beak and flew toward the banyan tree with the eunuchs in pursuit. When she reached the tree, she dropped the chain into the hole. As the king's men climbed the tree for the chain, they saw the swelling hood of the cobra. So they killed the snake with their clubs, retrieved the golden chain, and went back to the pond. And the crow and his wife lived happily ever after. A tale from the Panchawanantra, 4th century. Retold in The Craft of Power. R.G.H. Shu, 1979. A queen must never dirty her hands with ugly tasks, nor can a king appear in public with blood on his face. Yet power cannot survive without the constant squashing of enemies. There will always be dirty little tasks that have to be done to keep you on the throne. Like Cleopatra, you need a cat's paw. This will usually be a person from outside your immediate circle, who will therefore be unlikely to realize how he or she is being used. You will find these dupes everywhere, people who enjoy doing you favors, especially if you throw them a minimal bone or two in exchange. But as they accomplish tasks that may seem to them innocent enough, or at least completely justified, they are actually clearing the field for you, spreading the information you feed them, undermining people they do not realize are your rivals, inadvertently furthering your cause, dirtying dire hands while yours remain spotless. How to broadcast NKWS. When Omar, son of Al-Khattab, was converted to Islam, he wanted the news of his conversion to reach everyone quickly. He went to see Jamil, son of Ma'mar al-Jamahi. The latter was renowned for the speed with which he passed on secrets. If he was told anything in confidence, he let everyone know about it immediately. Omar said to him, "I have become a Muslim. Do not say anything. Keep it dark. Do not mention it in front of anyone." Jamil went out into the street and began shouting at the top of his voice, "Do you believe that Omar, son of Al-Khattab, has not become a Muslim? Well, do not believe that. I am telling you that he has." Observance of the law too. In the late 1920s, civil war broke out in China as the nationalist and communist parties battled for control of the country. In 1927, Chiang Kai-shek, the nationalist leader, vowed to kill every last communist, and over the next few years he nearly accomplished his task, pushing his enemies hard until, in 1934 to 1935, he forced them into the Long March, a 6,000-mile retreat from the southeast to the remote northwest, to rough harsh terrain, in which most of their ranks were decimated. In late 1936, Chiang planned one last offensive to wipe them out, but he was caught in a mutiny. His own soldiers captured him and turned him over to the communists. Now he could only expect the worst. Meanwhile, however, the Japanese began an invasion of China, and much to Chiang's surprise, instead of killing him, the communist leader, Mao Zedong, proposed a deal. The communists would let him go, and would recognize him as commander of their forces as well as his, if he would agree to fight alongside them against dire common enemy. Chiang had expected torture and execution. Now he could not believe his luck. How soft these Reds had become. Without having to fight a rearguard action against die communists, he knew he could beat the Japanese, and then a few years down die line he would turn around and destroy the Reds with ease. He had nothing to lose and everything to gain by agreeing to their terms. The communists proceeded to fight die Japanese in their usual fashion, with hit-and-run guerrilla tactics, while the nationalists fought a more conventional war. Tajidiyar, after several years, they succeeded in evicting the Japanese. Now, however, Chiang finally understood what Mao had really planned. His own army had met die brunt of the Japanese artillery, was greatly weakened, and would take a few years to recover. The communists, meanwhile, had not only avoided any direct hits from the Japanese, they had used the time to recoup their strength, and to spread out and gain pockets of influence all over China. As soon as the war against the Japanese ended, the Civil War started again, but this time the communists enveloped the weakened nationalists and slowly beat them into submission. The Japanese had served as Mao's cat's paw, inadvertently plowing the fields for Dai communists and making possible dire victory over Chiang Kai-shek. Interpretation. Most leaders who had taken as powerful an enemy as Chiang Kai-shek prisoner would have made sure to kill him. But in doing so they would have lost the chance Mao exploited. Without the experienced Chiang as leader of the nationalists, the fight to drive Dai Japanese out might have lasted much longer, widely devastating results. Mao was far too clever to let anger spoil the chance to kill two birds with one stone. In essence, Mao used two catspaws to help him attain total victory. First, he cleverly baited Chiang into taking charge of the war against Dai Japanese. Mao knew the nationalists led by Chiang would do most of the hard fighting and would succeed in pushing the Japanese out of China, if Tai did not have to concern themselves with fighting the communists at the same time. The nationalists, then, were the first catspaw used to evict the Japanese. But Mao also knew that in Dai process of leading the war against the invaders, the Japanese artillery and air support would decimate the conventional forces of the nationalists, doing damage it could take the communists decades to inflict. Why waste time and lives if Dai Japanese could do Dai job quickly? It was this wise policy of using one catspaw after another that allowed the communists to prevail. There are two uses of the catspaw: to save appearances, as Cleopatra did, and to save energy and effort. The latter case in particular demands that you plan several moves in advance, realizing that a temporary move backward, letting Chiang go, say, can lead to a giant leap forward. If you are temporarily weakened and need time to recover, it will often serve you well to use those around you Boshii as a screen to hide your intentions and as a catspaw to do your work for you. Look for a powerful third party who shares an enemy with you, if for different reasons, then take advantage of their superior power to deal blows which would have cost you much more energy, since you are weaker. You can even Gandhi guide them into hostilities. Always search out Dai. Overly aggressive as potential catspaws are often more than willing to get into a fight, and you can choose just the right fight for your purposes. Observance of the Law 3. Kuriyama Daizen was an adept of Chanoyu, hot water for tea, the Japanese tea ceremony, and a student of the teachings of the great tea master Sen no Rikyu. Around 1620, Daizen learned that a friend of his, Hoshino Soman, had borrowed a large sum of money, 300 ryo, to help A. The news of Omar's conversion to Islam was spread everywhere. And that was just what he intended. The Subtle Ruse, the Book of Arabic Wisdom and Guile, 13th century. A fool and a wise man. A wise man, walking alone, was being bothered by a fool throwing stones at his head. Turning to face him, he said, "My dear chap, well thrown. Please accept these few francs. You've worked hard enough to get more than mere thanks. Every effort deserves its reward. But see that man over there, he can afford more than one. Can present him with some of your stones, they'll earn a good wage." Lured by the bait, the stupid man ran off to repeat the outrage on the other worthy citizen. This time he wasn't paid in money for his stones. Up rushed serving men, and seized him and thrashed him and broke all his bones. In the courts of kings there are pests like this, devoid of sense, they'll make their master laugh at your expense. To silence their cackle, should you hand out rough punishment, maybe you re not strong enough, better persuade them to attack somebody else, who can more than pay them back. Selected Fables. Jean de La Fontaine. 1621 to 1695. A merchant kept a bird in a cage. He was going to India, the land from which the bird came, and asked it whether he could bring anything back for it. The bird asked for its freedom, but was refused. So he asked the merchant to visit a jungle in India and announce his captivity to the free birds who were there. The merchant did so, and no sooner had he spoken when a wild bird, just like his own, fell senseless out of a tree onto the ground. The merchant thought that this must be a relative of his own bird, and felt sad that he should have caused this death. When he got home, the bird asked him whether he had brought good news from India. "No," said the merchant, "one fear that my news is bad. One of relative who had fallen into debt." But although Solomon had managed to bail out his relative, he had simply displaced the burden onto himself. Daizen knew Solomon well, neither cared nor understood much about money, and could easily get into trouble through slowness in repaying the loan, which had been made by a wealthy merchant called Kawachia Sainman. Yet if Daizen offered to help Solomon pay back the loan, he would refuse, out of pride, and might even be offended. One day Daizen visited his friend, and after touring the garden and looking at Solomon's prized peonies, they retired to his reception room. Here Daizen saw a painting by the master Kano Tenyu. "Ah," Daizen exclaimed, "a splendid piece of painting. I don't know when I have seen anything I like better." After several more bouts of praise, Solomon had no choice. "Well," he said, "since you like it so much, I hope you will do me the favor of accepting it." At first Daizen refused, but when Solomon insisted, he gave in. The next day Solomon in turn received a package from Daizen. Inside it was a beautiful and delicate vase, which Daizen, in an accompanying note, asked his friend to accept as a token of his appreciation for the painting that Solomon had so graciously given him the day before. He explained that the vase had been made by Sen no Rikyu himself, and bore an inscription from Emperor Hideyoshi. If Solomon did not care for the vase, Daizen suggested he might make a gift of it to an adherent of Chanoyu, perhaps the merchant Kawachia Sainman, who had often expressed a desire to possess it. "I hear," Daizen continued, "he has a fine piece of fancy paper, the 300 Ryo IOU, which you would much like. It is possible you might arrange an exchange." Realizing what his gracious friend was up to, Solomon took the vase to the wealthy lender. "However did you get this?" exclaimed Sainman, when Solomon showed him the vase. "I have often heard of it, but this is the first time I have ever seen it. It is such a treasure that it is never allowed outside the gate." He instantly offered to exchange the debt note for the flower vase, and to give Solomon 300 Ryo more on top of it. But Solomon, who did not care for money, only wanted the debt note back, and Sainman gladly gave it to him. Then Solomon immediately hurried to Daizen's house to thank him for his clever support. Interpretation. Kuriyama Daizen understood that the granting of a favor is never simple. If it is done with fuss and obviousness, its receiver feels burdened by an obligation. This may give the doer a certain power, but it is a power that will eventually self-destruct, for it will stir up resentment and resistance. A favor done indirectly and elegantly has 10 times more power. Daizen knew a direct approach would only have offended Solomon by letting his friend give him the painting. However, he made Solomon feel that he too had pleased his friend with a gift. In the end, all three parties emerged from the encounter feeling fulfilled in their own way. In essence, Daizen made himself the cat's paw, the tool to take the chestnuts out of the fire. He must have felt some pain in losing the vase, but he gained not only the painting, but, more important, the power of the courtier. The courtier uses his gloved hand to soften any blows against him, disguise his scars, and make the act of rescue more elegant and clean. By helping others, the courtier eventually helps himself. Dazen's example provides the paradigm for every favor done between friends and peers. Never impose your favors. Search out ways to make yourself the cat's paw, indirectly extricating your friends from distress without imposing yourself or making them feel obligated to you. One should not be too straightforward. Go and see the forest. The straight trees are cut down, the crooked ones are left standing. Kautilya, Indian philosopher, 3rd century BC. Keys to power. As a leader you may imagine that constant diligence, and the appearance of working harder than anyone else, signify power. Actually, though, they have the opposite effect. They imply weakness. Why are you working so hard? Perhaps you are incompetent, and have to put in extra effort just to keep up. Perhaps you are one of those people who does not know how to delegate, and has to meddle in everything. The truly powerful, on the other hand, seem never to be in a hurry or overburdened. While others work their fingers to the bone, they take their leisure. They know how to find the right people to put in the effort while they save their energy and keep their hands out of the fire. Similarly, you may believe that by taking on the dirty work yourself, involving yourself directly in unpleasant actions, you impose your power and instill fear. In fact, you make yourself look ugly and abusive of your high position. Truly powerful people keep their hands clean. Only good things surround them, and die only announcements they make are of glorious achievements. You will often find it necessary, of course, to expend energy, or to effect an evil but necessary action. But you must never appear to be this action's agent. Find a cat's paw. Develop the arts of finding, using, and, in time, getting rid of these people when their cat's paw role has been fulfilled. On the eve of an important river battle, the great 3rd century Chinese strategist Zhuge Liang found himself falsely accused of secretly working for the other side. As proof of his loyalty, his commander ordered him to produce 100,000 arrows for the army within 3 days, or be put to death. Instead of trying to manufacture the arrows, an impossible task, Liang took a dozen boats and had bundles of straw lashed to their sides. In the late afternoon, when mist always blanketed the river, he floated the boats toward the enemy camp. Fearing a trap from the wily Zhuge Liang, the enemy did not attack the barely visible boats with boats of their own. Your relations collapsed and fell at my feet when I mentioned your captivity. As soon as these words were spoken, the merchant's bird collapsed and fell to the bottom of the cage. The news of his kinsman's death has killed him, too, thought the merchant. Sorrowfully he picked up the bird and put it on the windowsill. At once the bird revived and flew to a nearby tree. Now you know, the bird said, that what you thought was disaster was in fact good news for me. And how the message, the suggestion of how to behave in order to free myself, was transmitted to me through you, my captor. And he flew away, free at last. Tales of the Dervishes, Idris Shah, 1967. David and Bat 1 Ishtba. At the turn of the year, when kings take the field, David sent Joab out with his other officers and all the Israelite forces, and they ravaged Amnion and laid siege to Rabbah, while David remained in Jerusalem. One evening David got up from his couch and, as he walked about on the roof of the palace, he saw from there a woman bathing, and she was very beautiful. He sent to inquire who she was, and the answer came, it must be Bathsheba, daughter of Eliam and wife of Uriah the Hittite. David wrote a letter to Joab and sent Uriah with it. He wrote in the letter, put Uriah opposite the enemy, where the fighting is fiercest, and then fall back and leave him to meet his death. Joab stationed Uriah at a point where he knew they would put up a stout fight. The men of the city sallied out and engaged Joab, and some of David's guards fell. Uriah the Hittite was also killed. Joab sent David a dispatch with all the news of the battle. When Uriah's wife heard that her husband was dead, she mourned for him, and when the period of mourning was over, David sent for her and brought her into his house. She became his wife and bore him a son. Old Testament, 2 Samuel, 11-12. But showered them with arrows from the bank. As Liang's boats inched closer, they redoubled the rain of arrows, which stuck in the thick straw. After several hours, the men hiding on board sailed the vessels quickly downstream, where Liang met Diem and collected his 100,000 arrows. Liang would never do work that others could do. For him was always thinking up tricks like this one. The key to planning such a strategy is the ability to think far ahead, to imagine ways in which other people can be baited into doing the job for you. An essential element in making this strategy work is to disguise your goal, shrouding it in mystery, like the strange enemy boats appearing dimly in the mist. When your rivals cannot be sure what you are after, they will react in ways that often work against them in the long run. In fact, they will become your cat's paws. If you disguise your intentions, it is much easier to guide them into moves might accomplish exactly what you want done, but prefer not to do yourself. This may require planning several moves in advance, like a billiard ball that bounces off the sides a few times before heading into the right pocket. The early 20th century American con artist Yellow Kidwell knew that no matter how skillfully he honed in on the perfect wealthy sucker, if he, a stranger, approached Ms. Man directly, the sucker might become suspicious. So while would find someone the sucker already knew to serve as a cat's bossimion lower on the totem pole, who was himself an unlikely target, and would therefore be less suspicious, while would interest Ms. Man in a scheme promising incredible way. Convinced the scheme was for real, the cat's paw would often suggest, without prompting, that his boss or wealthy friend should get involved, having more cash to invest. This man would increase the size of the pot, making bigger bucks for all concerned. The cat's paw would then involve the wealthy sucker who had been Wile's target all along, but who would not suspect a trap, since it was his trusty subordinate who had roped him in. Devices like Ms. are often the best way to approach a person of power. Use an associate or subordinate to hook you up with your primary target. The cat's paw establishes your credibility and shields you from the unsavory appearance of being too pushy in your courtship. The easiest and most effective way to use a cat's paw is often to plan information with him that he will then spread to your primary target. False or planted information is a powerful tool, especially if spread by a dupe whom no one suspects. You will find it very easy to play innocent and disguise yourself as the source. The strategic therapist Dr. Milton H. Erickson would often encounter among his patients a married couple in which the wife wanted the therapy but the husband absolutely refused it. Rather than wasting energy trying to deal with the man directly, Dr. Erickson would see the wife alone, and as she talked he would interject interpretations of the husband's behavior that he knew would rile the husband up if he heard them. Sure enough, die wife would tell her husband what the doctor had said. After a few weeks die husband would be so furious he would insist on joining his wife in the sessions so he could set the doctor straight. Finally, you may well find cases in which deliberately offering yourself as the cat's paw will ultimately gain you great power. This is the ruse of the perfect courtier. Its symbol is Sir Walter Raleigh, who once placed his own cloak on the muddy ground so that Queen Elizabeth would not sully her shoes. As the instrument that protects a master or peer from unpleasantness or danger, you gain immense respect, which sooner or later will pay dividends. And remember, if you can make your assistants subbed and gracious rather than boastful and burdensome, your recompense will be that much more satisfying and powerful. Image, the cat's paw. It has long claws to grab things. It is soft and padded. Take hold of the cat and use its paw to pluck things out of the fire, to claw your enemy, to play with the mouse before devouring it. Sometimes you hurt the cat, but most often it doesn't feel a thing. Authority, do everything pleasant yourself, everything unpleasant through third parties. By adopting the first course, you win favor. By taking the second, you deflect ill will. Important affairs often require rewards and punishments. Let only the good come from you and the evil from others. Balthasar Gracian, 1601–1658. Reversal. The cat's paw and the scapegoat must be used with extreme caution and delicacy. They are like screens that hide your own involvement and dirty work from the public. If at any moment the screen is lifted and you are seen as the manipulator, the puppet master, the whole dynamic turns around. Your hand will be seen everywhere, and you will be blamed for misfortunes you may have had nothing to do with. Once the truth is revealed, events will snowball beyond your control. In 1572, Queen Catherine de' Medicis of France conspired to do away with Gaspard de Coligny, an admiral in the French Navy and a leading member of the Huguenot, French Protestant community. Coligny was close to Catherine's son, Charles IX, and she feared his growing influence on the young king. So she arranged for a member of the Guise family, one of the most powerful royal clans in France, to assassinate him. Secretly, however, Catherine had another plan. She wanted the Huguenots to blame the Guises for killing one of their leaders, and to take revenge. With one blow, she would erase or injure two threatening rivals, Coligny and the Guise family. Yet both plans went awry. The assassin missed his target, only wounding Coligny. Knowing Catherine as his enemy, he strongly suspected it was she who had set up the attack on him, and he told the king so. Eventually the failed assassination and the arguments that ensued from it set off a chain of events that led to a bloody civil war between Catholics and Protestants, culminating in the horrifying massacre of St. Bartholomew's Eve, in which thousands of Protestants were killed. If you have to use a cat's paw or a scapegoat in an action of great consequence, be very careful. Too much can go wrong. It is often wiser to use such dupes in more innocent endeavors, where mistakes or miscalculations will cause no serious harm. Finally, there are moments when it is advantageous to not disguise your involvement or responsibility, but rather to take the blame yourself for some mistake. If you have power and are secure in it, you should sometimes play the penitent. With a sorrowful look, you ask for forgiveness from those weaker than you. It is the ploy of the king who makes a show. of his own sacrifices for die good of die people. Similarly, upon occasion you may want to appear as the agent of punishment in order to instill fear and trembling in your subordinates. Instead of the cat's paw you show your own mighty hand as a threatening gesture. Play such a card sparingly. If you play it too often, fear will turn into resentment and hatred. Before you know it, such emotions will spark a vigorous opposition that will someday bring you down. Get in the habit of using a cat's paw. It is far safer. Law 27. Play on people's need to believe to create a cult-like following. Judgment. People have an overwhelming desire to believe in something. Become the focal point of such desire by offering them a cause, a new faith to follow. Keep your words vague, but full of promise. Emphasize enthusiasm over rationality and clear thinking. Give your new disciples rituals to perform. Ask them to make sacrifices on your behalf. In the absence of organized religion and grand causes, your new belief system will bring you untold power. He was to the charlatan's advantage that the individuals predisposed to credulity should multiply, that the groups of his adherents should enlarge to mass proportions, guaranteeing an ever greater scope for his triumphs. And this was in fact to occur, as science was popularized, from the Renaissance on down through succeeding centuries. With the immense growth of knowledge and its spread through printing in modern times, the mass of the half-educated, the eagerly gullible prey of the quack, also increased, became indeed a majority. Real power could be based on their wishes, opinions, preferences, and rejections. The charlatan's empire accordingly widened with the modern dissemination of knowledge, since he operated on the basis of science. However much he perverted it, producing gold with a technique borrowed from chemistry and his wonderful balsams with the apparatus of medicine, he could not appeal to an entirely ignorant folk. The illiterate would be protected against his absurdities by their healthy common sense. His choicest audience would be composed of the semi-literate, those who had exchanged their common sense for a little distorted information and had the science of charlatanism, or how to create a cult in 5 easy steps in searching, as you must, for the methods that will gain you the most power for the least effort. You will find the creation of a cult-like following one of the most effective. Having a large following opens up all sorts of possibilities for deception. Not only will your followers worship you, they will defend you from your enemies and will voluntarily take on the work of enticing others to join your fledgling cult. This kind of power will lift you to another realm. You will no longer have to struggle or use subterfuge to enforce your will. You are adored and can do no wrong. You might think it a gargantuan task to create such a following, but in fact it is fairly simple. As humans, we have a desperate need to believe in something, anything. This makes us eminently gullible. We simply cannot endure long periods of doubt, or of the emptiness that comes from a lack of something to believe in. Dangle in front of us some new cause, elixir, get-rich-quick scheme, or the latest technological trend or art movement, and we leap from the water as one to take the bait. Look at history, the chronicles of the new trends and cults that have made a mass following. For themselves could fill a library. After a few centuries, a few decades, a few years, a few months, they generally look ridiculous, but at the time they seem so attractive, so transcendental, so divine. Always in a rush to believe in something, we will manufacture saints and faiths out of nothing. Do not let this gullibility go to waste. Make yourself the object of worship. Make people form a cult around you. The great European charlatans of the 16th and 17th centuries mastered the art of cult making. They lived, as we do now, in a time of transformation, organized. Religion was on the wane, science on the rise. People were desperate to rally around a new cause or faith. The charlatans had begun by peddling health elixirs and alchemic shortcuts to wealth. Moving quickly from town to town, they originally focused on small groups until, by accident, they stumbled on a truth of human nature: the larger the group they gathered around themselves, the easier it was to deceive. The charlatan would station himself on a high wooden platform, hence the term mountebank, and crowds would swarm around him. In a group setting, people were more emotional, less able to reason. Had the charlatan spoken to them individually, they might have found him ridiculous, but lost in a crowd, they got caught up in a communal mood of rapt attention. It became impossible for them to find the distance to be skeptical. Any deficiencies in the charlatans' ideas were hidden by the zeal of the mass. Passion and enthusiasm swept Tyro the crowd like a contagion, and they reacted violently to anyone who dared to spread a seed of doubt. Both consciously studying this dynamic over decades of experiment and spontaneously adapting to these situations as die happened, the charlatans perfected the science of attracting and holding a crowd, molding die crowd into followers and die followers into a cult. The gimmicks of the charlatans may seem quaint today, but there are thousands of charlatans among us still, using the same tried-and-true methods their predecessors refined centuries ago, only changing die names of their elixirs and modernizing the look of their cults. We find these latter-day charlatans in all arenas of life: business, fashion, politics, art. Many of them, perhaps, are following in the charlatan tradition without having any knowledge of its history, but you can be more systematic and deliberate. Simply follow die 5 steps of cult making that our charlatan ancestors perfected over the years. Step 1. Keep it vague, keep it simple. To create a cult, you must first attract attention. This you should do not through actions, which are too clear and readable, but through words, which are hazy and deceptive. Your initial speeches, conversations, and interviews must include 2 elements: on the one hand the promise of something great and transformative, and on the other a total vagueness. This combination will stimulate all kinds of hazy dreams in your listeners, who will make their own connections and see what they want to see. To make your vagueness attractive, use words of great resonance but cloudy meaning, words full of heat and enthusiasm. Fancy titles for simple things are helpful, as are the use of numbers and the creation of new words for vague concepts. All of these create the impression of specialized knowledge, giving you a veneer of profundity. By the same token, try to make the subject of your cult new and fresh, so that few will understand it. Done right, the combination of vague promises, cloudy but alluring concepts, and fiery enthusiasm will stir people's souls and a group will form around you. Talk too vaguely and you have no credibility. But it is more dangerous to be specific. If you explain in detail the benefits people will gain by following your cult, you will be expected to satisfy MEM. As a corollary to its vagueness, your appeal should also be simple. Most people's problems have complex causes, deep-rooted neurosis, interconnected social factors, roots that go way back in time and are exceedingly hard to unravel. Few, however, have the patience to deal with this. Most people want to hear that a simple solution will cure their problems. The ability to offer this kind of solution will give you great power and build you a following. Instead of the complicated explanations of real life, return to primitive solutions of our ancestors, to good old country remedies, to mysterious panaceas. Step 2. Emphasize the visual and the sensual over the intellectual. Once people have begun to gather around you, 2 dangers will present themselves: boredom and skepticism. Boredom will make people go elsewhere, skepticism will allow them the distance to think rationally about whatever it is you are offering, blowing away mist you have artfully created and revealing your ideas for what are. You need to amuse the bored, then, and ward off cynics. Encountered science and education at some time, though briefly and unsuccessfully. The great mass of mankind has always been predisposed to marvel at mysteries, and this was especially true at certain historic periods when the secure foundations of life seemed shaken and old values, economic or spiritual, long accepted as certainties, could no longer be relied upon. Then the numbers of the charlatans' dupes multiplied, the self-killers, as a 17th century Englishman called them. The power of the charlatan. Greta de Francesco. The OWI. Who is God? Once upon a starless midnight there was an owl who sat on the branch of an oak tree. 2 ground moles tried to slip quietly by, unnoticed. "You," said the owl. "Who they?" quavered, in fear and astonishment, for they could not believe it was possible for anyone to see them in that thick darkness. "You too," said the owl. The moles hurried away and told the other creatures of the field and forest that the owl was the greatest and wisest of all animals because he could see in the dark, and because he could answer any question. "I'll see about that," said a secretary bird, and he called on the owl one night when it was again very dark. "How many claws am one holding up?" said the secretary bird. "2," said the owl, and that was right. "Can you give me another expression for that? Is to say, or namely?" asked the secretary bird. "To wit," said the owl. "Why does a lover call on his love?" asked the secretary bird. "To woo," said the owl. The secretary bird hastened back to the other creatures and reported that the owl was indeed the greatest and wisest animal in the world, because he could see in the dark and because he could answer any question. "Can he see in the daytime, too?" asked a red fox. "Yes," echoed a dormouse and a French poodle. "Can he see in the daytime, too?" All the other creatures laughed loudly at this silly question, and they set upon the red fox and his friends and drove them out of the region. Then they sent a messenger to the owl and asked him to be their leader. When the owl appeared among the animals it was high noon and the sun was shining brightly. He walked very slowly, which gave him an appearance of great dignity. And he peered about him with large, staring eyes, which gave him an air. The best way to do this is through theater, or other devices of its kind. Surround yourself with luxury, dazzle your followers with visual splendor, fill their eyes with spectacle. Not only will this keep them from seeing the ridiculousness of your ideas, the holes in your belief system, it will also attract more attention, more followers. Appeal to all the senses, use incense for scent, soothing music for hearing, colorful charts and graphs for eye. You might even tickle the mind, perhaps by using new technological gadgets to give your cult a pseudo-scientific veneer as long as you do not make anyone really think. Use exotic distant cultures, strange customs to create theatrical effects, and to make the most banal and ordinary affairs seem signs of something extraordinary. Step 3. Borrow the forms of organized religion to structure the group. Your cult-like following is growing. It is time to organize it. Find a way both elevating and comforting. Organized religions have long held unquestioned authority for large numbers of people and continue to do so in our supposedly secular age. And even if the religion itself has faded some, its forms still resonate with power. The lofty and holy associations of organized religion can be endlessly exploited. Create rituals for your followers, organize them into a hierarchy, ranking them in grades of sanctity, and giving DM names and tithes that resound with religious overtones. Ask DM for sacrifices that will fill your coffers and increase your power. To emphasize your God earrings. Quasi-religious nature, talk and act like a prophet. You are not a dictator. After all, you are a priest, a guru, a sage, a shaman, or any odier word diet hides your real power in the mist of religion. Step 4. Disguise your source of income. Your group has grown, and you have structured it in a church-like form. Your coffers are beginning to fill them your followers' money. Yet, you must never be seen as hungry for money and the power it brings. It is at DI's moment that you must disguise DI. Source of your income. Your followers want to believe diet if they follow you all sorts of good things will fall into dire lap. By surrounding yourself whitey luxury you become living proof of the soundness of your belief system. Never reveal that your wealth actually comes from your followers' pockets. Instead, make it seem to come from die trum of your mediates. Followers will copy your each and every move in die belief. Mad it will bring DM the same results, and die are imitative. Enthusiasm will blind DM to the charlatan nature of your wieldy. Step 5. Set up an us versus them dynamic. The group is now large and deriving, a magnet attracting more and more particles. If you are not careful, though, inertia will set in. And time and boredom will demagnetize die group. To keep your followers united, you must now do what all religions and belief systems have done, create an us versus DM dynamic. First, make sure your followers believe they are part of an exclusive club, unified by a bond of common goals. Then, 2. String in this bond, manufacture the notion of a devious enemy out to ruin you. There is a force of non-believers that will do anything to stop you. Any outsider who tries to reveal the charlatan nature of your belief system can now be described as a member of this devious force. If you have no enemies, invent one. Given a straw man to react against, your followers will tighten and cohere. They have your cause to believe in and infidels to destroy. Observances of the law. Observance I. In the year 1653, a 27-year-old Milan man named Francesco Giuseppe Borri claimed to have had a vision. He went around town telling one and all that the Archangel Michael had appeared to him and announced that he had been chosen to be the Capitano Generate of the army of the new Pope, an army that would seize and revitalize the world. The Archangel had further revealed that Borri now had the power to see people's souls, and that he would soon discover the philosopher's stony a long sought-after substance that could change base metals into gold. Friends and acquaintances who heard Borri explain the vision, and who witnessed the change that had come over him, were impressed, for Borri had previously devoted himself to a life of wine, women, and gambling. Now he gave all that up, plunging himself into the study of alchemy and talking only of mysticism and the occult. The transformation was so sudden and miraculous, and Borri's words were so filled with enthusiasm, that he began to create a following. Unfortunately, the Italian Inquisition began to notice him as well. They prosecuted anyone who delved into the occult, so he left Italy and began to wander Europe, from Austria to Holland, telling one and all that to those who follow me all joy shall be granted. Wherever Bori stayed, he attracted followers. His method was simple. He spoke of his vision, which had grown more and more elaborate, and offered to look into the soul of anyone who believed him, and they were many. Seemingly in a trance, he would stare at this new follower for several minutes, then claim to have seen the person's soul, degree of enlightenment, and potential for spiritual greatness. If what he saw showed promise, he would add the person to his growing order of disciples, an honor indeed. The cult had 6 degrees, into which the disciples were assigned according to what Bori had glimpsed in their souls. With work and total devotion to the cult, they could graduate to a higher degree. Borwam they called His Excellency, and universal doctor demanded from them die strictest vows of poverty. All the goods and monies they possessed had to be turned over to him. But Dai did not mind handing over their property, for Bori had told them, I shall soon bring my chemical of tremendous importance. He's God, screamed a Plymouth Rock hen. And the others took up the cry, he's God. So they followed him wherever he went, and when he began to bump into things, they began to bump into things too. Finally he came to a concrete highway, and he started up the middle of it, and all the other creatures followed him. Presently a hawk, who was acting as outrider, observed a truck coming toward them at 50 miles an hour, and he reported to the secretary bird, and the secretary bird reported to the owl. There's danger ahead, said the secretary bird. To it, said the owl. The secretary bird told him. Aren't you afraid, he asked. Who, said the owl calmly, for he could not see the truck. He's God, cried all the creatures again, and they were still crying he's God, when the truck hit them and ran them down. Some of the animals were merely injured, but most of them, including the owl, were killed. Moral: you can fool too many of the people too much of the time. The Thurber Carnival, James Thurber, 1894–1961. To become the founder of a new religion, one must be psychologically infallible in one's knowledge of a certain average type of souls who have not yet recognized that they belong together. Friedrich Nietzsche, 1844–1900. Men are so simple of mind, and so much dominated by their immediate needs, that a deceitful man will always find plenty who are ready to be deceived. Niccolò Machiavelli, I, 1469–1527. 111. IKMILK of 362. In the late 1780s, the Scottish quack James Graham was winning a large following and great riches in London. Graham maintained a show of great scientific technique. In 1772, he had visited Philadelphia, where he met Benjamin Franklin and became interested in the latter's experiments with electricity. These appear to have inspired the apparatus in the Temple of Health studies to a happy conclusion by the discovery of the philosopher's stone, and by this means we shall all have as much gold as we desire. Given his growing wealthy, Bori began to change his style of living, renting the most splendid apartment in the city, into which he had temporarily set dead. He would furnish it with fabulous furniture and accessories, which he had begun to collect. He would drive through the city in a coach studded with jewels, with 6 magnificent black horses at its head. He never stayed too long in one place, and when he disappeared, saying he had more souls to gather into his flock, his reputation only grew in his absence. He became famous, although in fact he had never done a single concrete thing. From all over Europe, the blind, the crippled, and the desperate came to visit Bori, for word had spread that he had healing powers. He asked no fee for his services, which only made him seem more marvelous, and indeed some claimed fiat in this or that city he had performed a miracle cure. By only hinting at his accomplishments, he encouraged people's imaginations to blow DM up to fantastic proportions. His wieldy, for example, actually came from the vast sums he was collecting from his increasingly select group of rich disciples, yet it was presumed that he had in fact perfected the philosopher's stone. The church continued to pursue him, denouncing him for heresy and witchcraft. And Bori's response to these charges was a dignified silence. This only enhanced his reputation and made his followers more passionate. Only die great are persecuted, after all. How many understood Jesus Christ in his own time? Bori did not have to say a word. His followers now called the Pope the Antichrist. And so Bori's power grew and grew, until one day he left the city of Amsterdam, where he had sat dead for a while, absconding with huge sums of borrowed money and diamonds that had been entrusted to him. He claimed to be able to remove the flaws from diamonds through the power of his gifted mind. Now he was on the run. The Inquisition eventually caught up with him, and for the last 20 years of his life he was imprisoned in Rome. But so great was the belief in his occult powers that to his dying day he was visited by wealthy believers, including Queen Christina of Sweden, supplying him with money and materials. These visitors allowed him to continue his search for the elusive philosopher's stone. Interpretation. Before he formed his cult, Bori seems to have stumbled on a critical discovery. Tiring of his life of debauchery, he had decided to give it up and to devote himself to the occult. A genuine interest of his. He must have noticed, however, when he alluded to a mystical experience, rather than physical exhaustion, as the source of his conversion. People of all classes wanted to hear more. Realizing the power he could gain by ascribing the change to something external and mysterious, he went further. Wide his manufactured visions. The grander the vision, and the more sacrifices he asked for, the more appealing and believable his story seemed to become. Remember, people are not interested in die trudii about change. They do not want to hear that it has come from hard work, or from anything as banal as exhaustion, boredom, or depression. They are dying to believe in something romantic, otherworldly. They want to hear of angels and out-of-body experiences. Indulge them. Hint at the mystical source of some personal change, rapid and ethereal colors, and a cuck-like following will form around you. Adapt to people's needs. The Messiah must mirror the desires of his followers. And always aim high. The bigger and bolder your illusion, the better. Observance 2. In the mid-1700s, word spread in Europe's fashionable society of a Swiss country doctor named Michael Schiapak, who practiced a different kind of medicine. He used the healing powers of nature to perform miraculous cures. Soon, well-to-do people from all over the continent, their ailments, both serious and mild, were making the trek to the Alpine village of Langnau, where Schiapak lived and worked. Trudging Tyrol the mountains, these visitors witnessed the most dramatic natural landscapes that Europe has to offer. By the time they reached Langnau, they were already feeling transformed and on their way to health. Schiapak, who had become known as simply the mountain doctor, had a small pharmacy in town. This place became quite a scene. Crowds of people from many different countries would cram the small room, its walls lined with colorful bottles filled with herbal cures. where most doctors of the time prescribed foul-tasting concoctions that bore incomprehensible Latin titles, as medicines often do. Still, Sciapaca's cures had names such as the oil of joy, little flower's heart, or against the monster, and they tasted sweet and pleasing. Visitors to Langnau would have to wait patiently for a visit with the mountain doctor, because every day some 80 messengers would arrive at the pharmacy bearing flasks of urine from all over Europe. Sciapac claimed he could diagnose what ailed you simply by looking at a sample of your urine and reading a written description of your ailment. Naturally, he read the description very carefully before prescribing a cure. When he finally had a spare minute, the urine samples took up much of his time. He would call the visitor into his office in the pharmacy. He would then examine this person's urine sample, explaining that its appearance would tell him everything he needed to know. Country people had a sense for these things, he would say. Their wisdom came from living a simple, godly life with none of the complications of urban living. This personal consultation would also include a discussion as to how one might bring one's soul more into harmony with nature. Sciapac had devised many forms of treatment, each profoundly unlike the usual medical practices of the time. He was a believer, for instance, in electric shock therapy. 2. Those who wondered whether this was in keeping with his belief in the healing power of nature, he would explain that electricity is a natural phenomenon. He was merely imitating the fabulous establishment he opened in London for the sale of his elixirs. In the chief room, where he received patients, stood the largest air pump in the world to assist him in his philosophical investigations into disease, and also a stupendous metallic conductor, or richly gilded pedestal surrounded with retorts and vials of ethereal and other essences. According to J. Ennemoser, who published a history of magic in 1844 at Leipzig, Graham's house united the useful with the pleasurable. Everywhere the utmost magnificence was displayed. Even in the outer court, averred an eyewitness, it seemed as though art, invention, and riches had been exhausted. On the side walls, in the chambers, an arc-shaped glow was provided by artificial electric light. Star rays darted forth, transparent. Glasses of all colors were placed with clever selection and much taste. All this, the same eyewitness assures us, was ravishing and exalted the imagination to the highest degree. Visitors were given a printed sheet of rules for healthy living. In the great Apollo apartment they might join in mysterious rituals, accompanied by chants, hail, vital air, ethereal, magnetic magic, hail. And while they hailed the magic of magnetism, the windows were darkened, revealing a ceiling studded with electric stars and a young and lovely rosy goddess of health in a niche. Every evening this temple of health was crowded with guests. It had become the fashion to visit it and try the great 12-foot bed of state, the grand celestial bed, said to cure any disease. This bed, according to Ennemoser, stood in a splendid room, into which a cylinder led from an adjoining chamber to conduct the healing currents. At the same time, all sorts of pleasing scents of strengthening herbs and oriental incense were also brought in through glass tubes. The heavenly bed itself rested upon 6 solid transparent pillars. The bedclothes were of purple and sky-blue atlas silk, spread over a mattress saturated with Arabian perfumed waters to suit the tastes of the Persian court. The chamber in which it was placed he called the sanctum sanctorum. 2. Add to all this, there were the melodious notes of the harmonica, soft flutes, agreeable voices, and a great organ. The power of the charlatan. Crete de Francesco. Power of lightning. One of his patients claimed to be inhabited by 7 devils. The doctor cured him with electrical shocks, and as he administered these he exclaimed that he could see the devils flying out of the man's body, one by one. Another man claimed to have swallowed a hay wagon and its driver, which were causing him massive pains in the chest. The mountain doctor listened patiently, claimed to be able to hear the crack of a whip in the man's belly, promised to cure him, and gave him a sedative and a purgative. The man fell asleep on a chair outside the pharmacy. As soon as he awoke he vomited, and as he vomited a hay wagon sped past him. The mountain doctor had hired it for die occasion, the crack of its whip making him feel that somehow he had indeed expelled it under die doctor's care. Over die years, the mountain doctor's fame grew. He was consulted by the powerful. Even the writer Goethe made die trek to his village, and he became the center of a cult of nature, in which everything natural was considered worthy of worship. Schiapak was careful to create effects that would entertain and inspire his patients. A professor who visited him once wrote, "One stands or sits in company, one plays cards, sometimes with a young woman, now a concert is given, now a lunch or supper, and now a lit de ballet is presented. Whitey a very happy effect, die freedom of nature is everywhere united. Whitey die pleasures of die beau monde, and if the doctor is not able to heal any diseases, he can at least cure hypochondria and die vapors." Interpretation. Schiapak had begun his career as an ordinary village doctor. He would sometimes use in his practice some of the village remedies he had grown up with, and apparently he noticed some results, for soon these herbal tinctures and natural forms of healing became his specialty. And in fact his natural form of healing did have profound psychological effects on his patients. Where die normal drugs of the time created fear and pain, ship patches treatments were comfortable and soothing. The resulting improvement in die patient's mood was a critical element in the cures he brought about. His patients believed so deeply in his skills that they willed themselves into health. Instead of scoffing at their irrational explanations for their ailments, Schiapak used their hypochondria to make it seem that he had effected a great cure. The case of die mountain doctor teaches us valuable lessons in die creation of a cultic following. First, you must find a way to engage people's will, to make dire belief in your powers strong enough that they imagine all sorts of benefits. Their belief will have a self-fulfilling quality, but you must make sure that it is you, rather than dire own will, who is seen as the agent of transformation. Find die belief, cause, or fantasy that will make DM believe Whitey a passion, and Tai will imagine die rest, worshipping you as healer, prophet, genius, whatever you like. Second, Schiapak teaches us the everlasting power of belief in nature, and in simplicity. Nature, in reality, is full of much it is terrifying poisonous plants, fierce animals, sudden disasters, plagues. Belief in die healing, comforting quality of nature is really a constructed myth, or romanticism. But the appeal to nature can bring you great power, especially in complicated and stressful times. This appeal, however, must be handled right. Devise a kind of theater of nature in which you, as the director, pick and choose the qualities that fit the romanticism of the times. The mountain doctor played the part to perfection, playing up his homespun wisdom and wit, and staging his cures as dramatic pieces. He did not make himself one with nature. Instead he molded nature into a cult, an artificial construction. To create a natural effect you actually have to work hard, making nature theatrical and delightfully pagan. Otherwise no one will notice. Nature too must follow trends and be progressive. Observance 3. In 1788, at the age of 55, the doctor and scientist Franz Mesmer was at a crossroads. He was a pioneer in the study of animal magnetism, the belief that animals contain magnetic matter and that a doctor or specialist can effect miraculous cures by working on this charged substance. But in Vienna, where he lived, his theories had met with scorn and ridicule from the medical establishment. In treating women for convulsions, Mesmer claimed to have worked a number of cures, his proudest achievement being the restoration of sight to a blind girl. But another doctor who examined the young girl said she was as blind as ever, an assessment with which she herself agreed. Mesmer countered that his enemies were out to slander him by winning her over to their side. This claim only elicited more ridicule. Clearly the sober-minded Viennese were the wrong audience for his theories, and so he decided to move to Paris and start again. Renting a splendid apartment in his new city, Mesmer decorated it appropriately. Stained glass in most of the windows created a religious feeling, and mirrors on all the walls produced an hypnotic effect. The doctor advertised that in his apartment he would give demonstrations of the powers of animal magnetism, inviting the diseased and melancholic to feel its powers. Soon Parisians of all classes, but mostly women, who seemed more attracted to the idea than men did, were paying for entry to witness the miracles that Mesmer promised. Inside the apartment, the scents of orange blossom and exotic incense wafted through special vents. As the initiates filtered into the salon where the demonstrations took place, they heard harp music and the lulling sounds of a female vocalist coming from another room. In the center of the salon was a long oval container filled with water that Mesmer claimed had been magnetized. From holes in the container's metal lid protruded long movable iron rods. The visitors were instructed to sit around the container, place these magnetized rods on the body part that gave them pains or problems, and then hold hands with their neighbors, sitting as close as possible to one another to help the magnetic force pass between their bodies. Sometimes, too, they were attached to each other by cords. Mesmer would leave the room, and assistant magnetizers all hand. In the town of Tarnopol lived a man by the name of Reb Fievel. One day, as he sat in his house deeply absorbed in his Talmud, he heard a loud noise outside. When he went to the window he saw a lot of little pranksters up to some new piece of mischief, no doubt, he thought. "Children, run quickly to the synagogue," he cried, leaning out and improvising the first story that occurred to him. "You two see there a sea monster, and what a monster! It's a creature with 5 feet, 3 eyes, and a beard like that of a goat, only it's green." And sure enough the children scampered off and Reb Fievel returned to his studies. He smiled into his beard as he thought of the trick he had played on those little rascals. It wasn't long before his studies were interrupted again, this time by running footsteps. When he went to the window he saw several Jews running. "Where are you running?" he called. "Out to the synagogue," answered the Jews. "Haven't you heard there's a sea monster? There's a creature with 5 legs, 3 eyes, and a beard like that of a goat, only it's green." Reb Fievel laughed with glee, thinking of the trick he had played, and sat down again to his Talmud. But no sooner had he begun to concentrate when suddenly he heard a dinning tumult outside. And what did he see? A great crowd of men, women and children, all running toward the synagogue. "What's up?" he cried, sticking his head out of the window. "What a question!" "Why, don't you know?" they answered. "Right in front of the synagogue there's a sea monster. It's a creature with 5 legs, 3 eyes, and a beard like that of a goat, only it's green. And as the crowd hurried by, Reb Fievel suddenly noticed that the rabbi himself was among them. Lord of the world, he exclaimed. If the rabbi himself is running with them, surely there must be something happening. Where there's smoke there's fire. Without further thought, Reb Fievel grabbed his hat, left his house, and also began running. Who can tell, he muttered to himself as he ran, all out of breath, toward the synagogue. A treasury of Jewish folklore. Some strapping young men would enter with jars of magnetized water that they would sprinkle on the patients, rubbing the healing fluid on their bodies, massaging it into their skin, moving them toward a trance-like state. And after a few minutes a kind of delirium would overcome the women. Some would sob, some would shriek and tear their hair. Others would laugh hysterically. At the height of the delirium, Mesmer would re-enter the salon, dressed in a flowing silk robe embroidered with golden flowers and carrying a white magnetic rod. Moving around the container, he would stroke and soothe the patients until calm was restored. Many women would later attribute the strange power he had on them to his piercing look, which, they thought, was exciting, or quieting the magnetic fluids in their bodies. Within months of his arrival in Paris, Mesmer became the rage. His supporters included Marie Antoinette herself, the Queen of France, wife of Louis XVI. As in Vienna, he was condemned by the official faculty of medicine, but it did not matter. His growing following of pupils and patients paid him handsomely. Mesmer expanded his theories to proclaim that all humanity could be brought into harmony through the power of magnetism, a concept with much appeal during the French Revolution. A cult of mesmerism spread across the country. In many towns, societies of harmony sprang up to experiment with magnetism. These societies eventually became notorious. They tended to be led by libertines who would turn their sessions into a kind of group orgy. At the height of Mesmer's popularity, a French commission published a report based on years of testing the theory of animal magnetism. The conclusion, magnetism's effects on the body actually came from a kind of group hysteria and autosuggestion. The report was well documented, and ruined Mesmer's reputation in France. He left the country and went into retirement. Only a few years later, however, imitators sprang up all over Europe and the cult of mesmerism spread once again, its believers more numerous than ever. Interpretation. Mesmer's career can be broken into 2 parts. When still in Vienna, he clearly believed in the validity of his theory and did all he could to prove it. But his growing frustration and the disapproval of his colleagues made him adopt another strategy. First he moved to Paris, where no one knew him, and where his extravagant theories found a more fruitful soil. Then he appealed to the French love of theater and spectacle, making his apartment into a kind of magical world in which a sensory overload of smells, sights, and sounds entranced his customers. Most important, from now on he practiced his magnetism only on a group. The group provided the setting in which the magnetism would have its proper effect, one believer infecting the other, overwhelming any individual doubter. Mesmer thus passed from being a confirmed advocate of magnetism to the role of a charlatan using every trick in the book to captivate the public. The biggest trick of all was to play on the repressed sexuality that bubbles under the surface of any group setting. In a group, a longing for social unity, a longing older than civilization, cries out to be awakened. This desire may be subsumed under a unifying cause, but beneath it is a repressed sexuality that the charlatan knows how to exploit. and manipulate for his own purposes. This is the lesson that Mesmer teaches us: our tendency to doubt, the distance that allows us to reason, is broken down when we join a group. The warmth and infectiousness of the group overwhelm the skeptical individual. This is the power you gain by creating a cult. Also, by playing on people's repressed sexuality, you lead them into mistaking their excited feelings for signs of your mystical strength. You gain untold power by working on people's unrealized desire for a kind of promiscuous and pagan unity. Remember too that the most effective cults mix religion with science. Take the latest technological trend or fad and blend it with a noble cause, a mystical faith, a new form of healing. People's interpretations of your hybrid cult will run rampant, and they will attribute powers to you that you had never even thought to claim. Image, the magnet. An unseen force draws objects to it, which in turn become magnetized themselves, drawing other pieces to them, the magnetic power of toe-hole constantly increasing. But take away the original magnet and it all falls apart. Become the magnet, the invisible force that attracts people's imaginations and holds them together. Once they have clustered around you, no power can wrest them away. Authority, the charlatan achieves his great power by simply opening a possibility for men to believe what they already want to believe. The credulous cannot keep at a distance, they crowd around the wonder worker, entering his personal aura, surrendering themselves to illusion with a heavy solemnity, like cattle. Greta de Francesco. Reversal. One reason to create a following is that a group is often easier to deceive than an individual, and turns over to you that much more power. This comes, however, with a danger. If at any moment the group sees through you, you will find yourself facing not one deceived soul but an angry crowd that will tear you to pieces as avidly as it once followed you. The charlatans constantly faced this danger, and were always ready to move out of town as it inevitably became clear that their elixirs did not work and their ideas were sham. 2. Slow when they paid with their lives. In playing with the crowd, you are playing with fire, and must constantly keep an eye out for any sparks of doubt, any enemies who will turn the crowd against you. When you play with the emotions of a crowd, you have to know how to adapt, attuning yourself instantaneously to all of the moods and desires that a group will produce. Use spies, be on top of everything, and keep your bags packed. For this reason you may often prefer to deal with people one by one. Isolating them from their normal milieu can have the same effect as putting them in a group. It makes them more prone to suggestion and intimidation. Choose the right sucker, and if he eventually sees through you, he may prove easier to escape than a crowd. Law 28. Enter action with boldness. Judgment. If you are unsure of a course of action, do not attempt it. Your doubts and hesitations will infect your execution. Timidity is dangerous, better to enter with boldness. Any mistakes you commit through audacity are easily corrected with more audacity. Everyone admires the bold, no one honors the timid. The path of pleasure never leads to glory. The prodigious achievements of Hercules were the result of high adventure. And though there is little, either in fable or history, to show that he had any rivals, still it is recorded that a knight-errant, in company with a fellow adventurer, sought his fortune in a romantic country. He had not traveled far when his companion observed a post, on which was written the following inscription: "Brave adventurer, if you have a desire to discover that which has never been seen by any knight errant, you have only to pass this torrent, and then take in your arms an elephant of stone and carry it in one breath to the summit of this mountain, whose noble head seems blended with the sky. But, said the knight's companion, the water may be deep as well as rapid, and though, notwithstanding, we should pass it, why should we be encumbered with the elephant? What a ridiculous undertaking! And philosophically, and with nice calculation, he observed that the elephant might be carried 4 steps. But for conveying it to the top of the mountain in one breath, that was not in the power of a mortal, unless it should. Boldness and hesitation, a brief psychological comparison. Boldness and hesitation elicit very different psychological responses in their targets. Hesitation puts obstacles in your path, boldness eliminates them. Once you understand this, you will find it essential to overcome your natural timidity and practice the art of audacity. The following are among the most pronounced psychological effects of boldness and timidity. The bolder the lie, the better. We all have weaknesses, and our efforts are never perfect. But entering action with boldness has the magical effect of hiding our deficiencies. Con artists know that the bolder the lie, the more convincing it becomes. The sheer audacity of the story makes it more credible, distracting attention from its inconsistencies. When putting together a con or entering any kind of negotiation, go further than you planned. Ask for the moon and you will be surprised how often you get it. Lions circle the hesitant prey. People have a sixth sense for the weaknesses of others. If, in a first encounter, you demonstrate your willingness to compromise, back down, and retreat, you bring out the lion even in people who are not necessarily bloodthirsty. Everything depends on perception, and once you are seen as the kind of person who quickly goes on die defensive, who is willing to negotiate and be amenable, you will be pushed around without mercy. Boldness strikes fear, fear creates authority. The bold move makes you seem larger and more powerful than you are. If it comes suddenly, with die stealth and swiftness of a snake, it inspires diet much more fear. By intimidating with a bold move, you establish a precedent. In every subsequent encounter, people will be on the defensive, in terror of your next strike. Going halfway with half a heart digs the deeper grave. If you enter an action with less than total confidence, you set up obstacles in your own path. When a problem arises, you will grow confused, seeing options where there are none and inadvertently creating more problems still. Retreating from the hunter, the timid hare scurries more easily into his snares. Hesitation creates gaps, boldness obliterates them. When you take time to think, to hem and haw, you create a gap that allows others time to think as well. Your timidity infects people with awkward energy, elicits embarrassment. Doubt springs up on all sides. Boldness destroys such gaps. The swiftness of die move and die energy of the action leave others no space to doubt and worry. In seduction, hesitation is fatal. It makes your victim conscious of your intentions. The bold move crowns seduction with triumph. It leaves no time for reflection. Audacity separates you from the herd. Boldness gives you presence and makes you seem larger than life. The timid fade into the wallpaper, the bold draw attention, and what draws attention draws power. We cannot keep our eyes off the audacious, we cannot wait to see their next bold move. Observances of the law. Observance I. In May of 1925, 5 of the most successful dealers in the French scrap metal business found themselves invited to an official but highly confidential meeting with the Deputy Director General of the Ministry of Post and Telegraphs at the Hotel Crillon, then the most luxurious hotel in Paris. When the businessmen arrived, it was the Director General himself, a Monsieur Lustig, who met DM in a swank suite on the top floor. The businessmen had no idea why they had been summoned to this meeting, and they were bursting with curiosity. After drinks, the director explained. "Gentlemen," he said, "Fies is an urgent matter that requires complete secrecy. The government is going to have to tear down the Eiffel Tower." The dealers listened in stunned silence as the director explained that the tower, as Resendi reported in the news, desperately needed repairs. It had originally been meant as a temporary structure for the exposition of 1889. Its maintenance costs had soared over the years, and now, in a time of a fiscal crisis, the government would have to spend millions to fix it. Many Parisians considered the Eiffel Tower an eyesore and would be delighted to see it go. Over time, even the tourists would forget about it. It would live on in photographs and postcards. "Gentlemen," Lustig said, "you are all invited to make the government an offer for the Eiffel Tower." He gave the businessmen sheets of government stationery filled with figures, such as the tonnage of the tower's metal. Their eyes popped as they calculated how much tie he could make from the scrap. Then Lustig led them to a waiting limo, which brought them to the Eiffel Tower. Flashing an official badge, he guided MEM through the area, spicing his tour witty amusing anecdotes. At the end of the visit he thanked them and asked them to have fair offers delivered to his suite within 4 days. Several days after the offers were submitted, one of the 5, a Monsieur P., received notice that his bid was the winner, and diet to secure fee sale he should come to the suite at the hotel within 2 days, bearing a certified check for more than 250,000 francs, the equivalent today of about $1 million, a quarter of the toted price. On delivery of the check, he would receive the documents confirming his ownership of the Eiffel Tower. Monsieur P. was excited. He would go down in history as the man who had bought and torn down the infamous landmark. But by the time he arrived at the suite, check in hand, he was beginning to have doubts about the whole affair. Why meet in a hotel instead of a government building? Why hadn't he heard from other officials? Was this a hoax, a scam? As he listened to Lustig discuss die arrangements for the scrapping of the tower, he hesitated, and contemplated backing out. Be the dwarf figure of an elephant, fit only to be placed on the top of a stick, and then what honor would there be in such an adventure? There is, said he, some deception in this writing. It is an enigma only fit to amuse a child. I shall therefore leave you in your elephant. The reasoner then departed, but the adventurous man rushed with his eyes closed across the water. Neither depth nor violence prevented him, and according to the inscription he saw the elephant lying on the opposite bank. He took it and carried it to the top of the hill, where he saw a town. A shriek from the elephant alarmed the people of the city, who rose in arms. But the adventurer, nothing daunted, was determined to die a hero. The people, however, were awed by his presence, and he was astonished to hear them proclaim him successor to their king, who had recently died. Great enterprises are only achieved by adventurous spirits. They who calculate with too great nicety every difficulty and obstacle which is likely to lie in their way, lose that time and hesitation, which the more daring seize and render available to the loftiest purposes. Fables. Jean de La Fontaine, 1621–1695. Always set to work without misgivings on the score of imprudence. Fear of failure in the mind of a performer is, for an onlooker, already evidence of failure. Actions are dangerous when there is doubt as to their wisdom. It would be safer to do nothing. Balthasar Gracian, 1601–1658. In a lowly thatched cottage in the Namsan Valley there lived a poor couple, Mr. and Mrs. Husseng. The husband confined himself for 7 years and only read books in his cold room. One day his wife, all in tears, said to him, "Look here, my good man. What is the use of all your book reading? I have spent my youth in washing and sewing for other people, and yet I have no spare jacket or skirt to wear, and I have had no food to eat during the past 3 days. I am hungry and cold. I can stand it no more." Hearing these words, the middle-aged scholar closed his book, rose to his feet and, without saying another word, he went out of doors. Arriving in the heart of the Suddenly, however, he realized that the director had changed his tone. Instead of talking about the tower, he was complaining about his low salary, about his wife's desire for a fur coat, about how galling it was to work hard and be unappreciated. It dawned on Monsieur P. that this high government official was asking for a bribe. The effect on him, though, was not outrage but relief. Now he was sure that Lustig was for real, since in all of his previous encounters with French bureaucrats, they had inevitably asked for a little greasing of the palm. His confidence restored, Monsieur P. slipped the director several thousand francs in bills, then handed him the certified check. In return he received the documentation, including an impressive-looking bill of sale. He left the hotel, dreaming of the profits and fame to come. Over the next few days, however, as Monsieur P. waited for correspondence from the government, he began to realize that something was amiss. A few telephone calls made it clear that there was no Deputy Director General Lustig, and there were no plans to destroy the Eiffel Tower. He had been bilked of over 250,000 francs. Monsieur P. never went to the police. He knew what kind of reputation he would get if word got out that he had fallen for one of the most absurdly audacious cons in history. Besides the public humiliation, it would have been business suicide. Interpretation. Had Count Victor Lustig, con artist extraordinaire, tried to sell the Arc de Triomphe, a bridge over the Seine, a statue of Balzac, no one would have believed him. But the Eiffel Tower was just too large, too improbable to be part of a con job. In fact, it was so improbable that Lustig was able to return to Paris 6 months later and resell the Eiffel Tower to a different scrap iron dealer, and for a higher price, a sum in francs equivalent today to over $1,500,000. Largeness of scale deceives the human eye. It distracts and awes us, and is so self-evident that we cannot imagine there is any illusion or deception afoot. Arm yourself with bigness and boldness, stretch your deceptions as far as they will go, and then go further. If you sense that the sucker has suspicions, do as the intrepid Lustig did. Instead of backing down or lowering his price, he simply raised his price higher, by asking for it and getting a bribe. Asking for more puts the other person on the defensive, cuts out the nibbling effect of compromise and doubt, and overwhelms with its boldness. Observance 2. On his deathbed in 1533, Vasily III, the Grand Duke of Moscow and ruler of a semi-united Russia, proclaimed his 3-year-old son, Ivan IV, as his successor. He appointed his young wife, Helena, as regent until Ivan reached his majority and could rule on his own. The aristocracy, the boyars, secretly rejoiced. For years the dukes of Moscow had been trying to extend their authority over the boyars' turf. With Vasily dead, his heir, a mere 3 years old, and a young woman in charge of the dukedom, die, boyars would be able to roll back the duke's gains, wrest control of the state, and humiliate the royal family. Aware of these dangers, young Helena turned to her trusted friend Prince Ivan Obolensky to help her rule. But after 5 years as regent she suddenly died poisoned by a member of the Shuaisky family, the most fearsome boyar clan. The Shuaisky princes seized control of the government and threw Obolensky in prison, where he starved to death. At the age of 8, Ivan was now a despised orphan, and any boyar or family member who took an interest in him was immediately banished or killed. And so Ivan roamed the palace, hungry, ill-clothed, and often in hiding from the Shuiskys, who treated him roughly. When they saw him, on some days they would search him out, clothe him in royal robes, hand him a scepter, and set him on the throne, a kind of mock ritual in which they lampooned his royal pretensions. Then they would shoo him away. One evening several of them chased the Metropolitan, the head of the Russian church, through the palace, and he sought refuge in Ivan's room. The boy watched in horror as the Shuiskys entered, hurled insults, and beat the Metropolitan mercilessly. Ivan had one friend in the palace, a boyar named Vorontsov, who consoled and advised him. One day, however, as he, Vorontsov, and the newest Metropolitan conferred in the palace refectory, several Shuiskys burst in, beat up Vorontsov, and insulted the Metropolitan by tearing and treading on his robes. Then they banished Vorontsov from Moscow. Throughout all this Ivan maintained a strict silence. 2. The boyars, it seemed that their plan had worked. The young man had turned into a terrified and obedient idiot. They could ignore him now, even leave him alone. But on the evening of December 29, 1543, Ivan, now 13, asked Prince Andrei Shuaisky to come to his room. When the prince arrived, the room was filled with palace guards. Young Ivan then pointed his finger at Andrei and ordered the guards to arrest him, have him killed, and throw his body to the bloodhounds in the royal kennel. Over the next few days Ivan had all of Andrei's close associates arrested and banished. Caught off guard by his sudden boldness, the boyars now stood in mortal terror of this youth, the future Ivan the Terrible, who had planned and waited for 5 years to execute this one swift and bold act that would secure his power for decades to come. Interpretation. The world is full of boyarsmen who despise you, fear your ambition, and jealously guard their shrinking realms of power. You need to establish your authority and gain respect. But the moment the boyars sense your growing boldness, they will act to thwart you. This is how Ivan met such a situation. He lay low, showing neither ambition nor discontent. He waited, and when the time came he brought the palace guards over to his side. The guards had come to hate the cruel Shuiskys. Once they agreed to Ivan's plan, he struck with the swiftness of a snake, pointing his finger at Shuaisky and giving him no time to react. Negotiate with a boyar and you create opportunities for him. A small city, he stopped a passing gentleman. "Hello, my friend. Who is the richest man in town, poor countryman? Don't you know Bydnssi, the millionaire, his glittering tile-roofed house pierced by 12 gates is just over there." Hussein bent his steps to the rich man's house. Having entered the big gate, he flung the guest room door open and addressed the host. "I need 10,000 yang for capital for my commercial business, and I want you to lend me the money." "All right, sir. Where shall I send the money?" "To the Yansing market in care of a commission merchant." "Very well, sir. I will draw on Kim, who does the biggest commission business in the Yansing market. You too get the money there. Goodbye, sir." When Hussein was gone, all the other guests in the room asked Bydnssi why he gave so much money to a beggar-like stranger whose family name was unknown to him. But the rich man replied with a triumphant face. Even though he was in ragged clothes, he spoke clearly, to the point without betraying shame or inferiority, unlike common people who want to borrow money for a bad debt. Such a man as he is either mad or self-confident in doing business. But judging from his dauntless eyes and booming voice, he is an uncommon man, with a superhuman brain, worthy of my trust. I know money. And I know men. Money often makes a man small, but a man like him makes big money. I am only glad to have helped a big man do big business behind the scenes of royal palaces in Korea. Ha Tae-hung, 1983. Fear, which always magnifies objects, gives a body to all their fancies, which takes for its form whatever they conceive to exist in their enemies' thoughts, so that fearful persons seldom fail to fall into real inconveniences, occasioned by imaginary dangers. And the Duke, whose predominant character was to be always full of fear and of distrust, was, of all men I have ever seen, the most capable of falling into false steps, by the dread he had of falling into them, being in that like unto hares. Cardinal de Retz, 1613–1679. Compromise becomes the toehold he needs to tear you apart. The sudden bold move, without discussion or warning, obliterates these toeholds, and builds your authority. You terrify doubters and despisers and gain the confidence of the many who admire and glorify those who act boldly. Observance 3. In 1514 the 22-year-old Pietro Aretino was working as a lowly assistant scullion to a wealthy Roman family. He had ambitions of greatness as a writer, to inflame the world with his name, but how could a mere lackey hope to realize such dreams? That year Pope Leo X received from the King of Portugal an embassy that included many gifts, most prominent among them a great elephant, the first in Rome since imperial times. The pontiff adored this elephant and showered it with attention and gifts. But despite his love and care, the elephant, which was called Hanno, became deathly ill. The Pope summoned doctors, who administered a 500-pound purgative to the elephant, but all to no avail. The animal died and the Pope went into mourning. To console himself he summoned the great painter Raphael and ordered him to create a life-sized painting of Hanno above the animal's tomb, bearing the inscription, "What nature took away, Raphael has with his art restored." Over the next few days, a pamphlet circulated throughout Rome that caused great merriment and laughter. Entitled, "The Last Will and Testament of the Elephant Hanno," it read, in part, "To my heir the Cardinal Santa Croce, I give my knees, so that he can imitate my genuflections. To my heir Cardinal San Quattro, I give my jaws, so that he can more readily devour all of Christ's revenues. To my heir Cardinal Medici, I give my ears, so that he can hear everyone's doings. To Cardinal Grassi, who had a reputation for lechery, the elephant bequeathed the appropriate, oversized part of his own anatomy." On and on the anonymous pamphlet went, sparing none of the great in Rome, not even the Pope. With each one it took aim at their best-known weakness. The pamphlet ended with verse, "See to it that Aretino is your friend / for he is a bad enemy to have / his words alone could ruin the high Pope / so God guard everyone from his tongue." Interpretation. With one short pamphlet, Aretino, son of a poor shoemaker and a servant himself, hurled himself to fame. Everyone in Rome rushed to find out who this daring young man was. Even the Pope, amused by his audacity, sought him out and ended up giving him a job in the papal service. Over the years he came to be known as the Scourge of Princes. and his biting tongue earned him the respect and fear of the great, from the King of France to the Habsburg Emperor. The Aretino strategy is simple: when you are as small and obscure as David was, you must find a Goliath to attack. The larger the target, the more attention you gain. The bolder the attack, the more you stand out from the crowd, and the more admiration you earn. Society is full of those who think daring thoughts but lack the guts to print and publicize them. Voice what the public feels. The expression of shared feelings is always powerful. Search out the most prominent target possible and sling your boldest shot. The world will enjoy the spectacle, and will honor the underdog, that is, with glory and power. Keys to power. Most of us are timid. We want to avoid tension and conflict, and we want to be liked by all. We may contemplate a bold action, but we rarely bring it to life. We are terrified of the consequences, of what others might think of us, of the hostility we will stir up if we dare go beyond our usual place. Although we may disguise our timidity as a concern for others, a desire not to hurt or offend them, in fact it is the opposite. We are really self-absorbed, worried about ourselves and how others perceive us. Boldness, on the other hand, is outer-directed, and often makes people feel more at ease, since it is less self-conscious and less repressed. This can be seen most clearly in seduction. All great seducers succeed through effrontery. Casanova's boldness was not revealed in a daring approach to the woman he desired, or in intrepid words to flatter her. It consisted in his ability to surrender himself to her completely and to make her believe he would do anything for her, even risk his life, which in fact he sometimes did. The woman on whom he lavished this attention understood that he held nothing back from her. This was infinitely more flattering than compliments. At no point during the seduction would he show hesitation or doubt, simply because he never felt it. Part of the charm of being seduced is that it makes us feel engulfed, temporarily outside of ourselves and the usual doubts that permeate our lives. The moment the seducer hesitates, the charm is broken, because we become aware of the process, of their deliberate effort to seduce us, of their self-consciousness. Boldness directs attention outward and keeps the illusion alive. It never induces awkwardness or embarrassment. And so we admire the bold, and prefer to be around them, because their self-confidence infects us and draws us outside our own realm of inwardness and reflection. Few are born bold. Even Napoleon had to cultivate the habit on the battlefield, where he knew it was a matter of life and death. In social settings he was awkward and timid, but he overcame this and practiced boldness in every part of his life because he saw its tremendous power, how it could literally enlarge a man, even one who, like Napoleon, was in fact conspicuously small. We also see this change in Ivan the Terrible. A harmless boy suddenly transforms himself into a powerful young man who commands authority, simply by pointing a finger and taking bold action. You must practice and develop your boldness. You will often find uses for it. The best place to begin is often the delicate world of negotiation, par the boy and the nettle. A boy playing in the fields got stung by a nettle. He ran home to his mother, telling her that he had but touched that nasty weed, and it had stung him. It was just your touching it, my boy, said the mother, that caused it to sting you. The next time you meddle with a nettle, grasp it tightly, and it will do you no hurt. Do boldly what you do at all. Fables. Aesop. 6th century BC. How to be victorious in love. But with those who have made an impression upon your heart, I have noticed that you are timid. This quality might affect a Borgios, but you must attack the heart of a woman of the world with other weapons. I tell you on behalf of women, there is not one of us who does not prefer a little rough handling to too much consideration. Men lose through blundering more hearts than virtue saves. The more timidity a lover shows with us, the more it concerns our pride. To goad him on, the more respect he has for our resistance, the more respect we demand of him. We would willingly say to you men, in pity's name do not suppose us to be so very virtuous, you are forcing us to have too much of it. We are continually struggling to hide the fact that we have permitted ourselves to be loved. Put a woman in a position to say that she has yielded only to a species of violence, or to surprise, persuade her that you do not undervalue her, and I will answer for her heart. A little more boldness on your part would put you both at your ease. Do you remember what M. de la Rochefoucauld told you? Lately, a reasonable man in love may act like a madman, but he should not and cannot act like an idiot. Life, Letters, and Epicurean Philosophy. Ok Ninon enclose. Ninon de l'Enclos. 1620–1705. Particularly those discussions in which you are asked to set your own price. How often we put ourselves down by asking for too little. When Christopher Columbus proposed that the Spanish court finance his voyage to the Americas, he also made the insanely bold demand that he be called Grand Admiral of the Ocean. The court agreed. The price he set was the price he received, demanded to be treated with respect, and so he was. Henry Kissinger too knew that in negotiation, bold demands work better than starting off with piecemeal concessions and trying to meet the other person halfway. Set your value high, and then, as Count Lustig did, set it higher. Understand, if boldness is not natural, neither is timidity. It is an acquired habit, picked up out of a desire to avoid conflict. If timidity has taken hold of you, then, root it out. Your fears of the consequences of a bold action are way out of proportion to reality, and in fact the consequences of timidity are worse. Your value is lowered and you create a self-fulfilling cycle of doubt and disaster. Remember, the problems created by an audacious move can be disguised, even remedied, by more and greater audacity. Image, the lion and the hare. The lion creates no gaps in his way. His movements are too swift, his jaws too quick and powerful. The timid hare will do anything to escape danger. But in its haste to retreat and flee, it backs into traps, hops smack into its enemy's jaws. Authority, I certainly think that it is better to be impetuous than cautious, for fortune is a woman, and it is necessary, if you wish to master her, to conquer her by force. And it can be seen that she lets herself be overcome by the bold rather than by those who proceed coldly. And therefore, like a woman, she is always a friend to the young, because they are less cautious, fiercer, and master her with greater audacity. Niccolò Machiavelli, 1469–1527. Reversal. Boldness should never be the strategy behind all of your actions. It is a tactical instrument, to be used at the right moment. Plan and think ahead, and make the final element the bold move that will bring you success. In other words, since boldness is a learned response, it is also one that you learn to control and utilize at will. To go through life armed only with audacity would be tiring and also fatal. You would offend too many people, as is proven by those who cannot control their boldness. One such person was Lola Montez. Her audacity brought her triumphs and led to her seduction of Die King of Bavaria. But since she could never reign in her boldness, it also led to her downfall in Bavaria, in England. Wherever she turned, It crossed the border between boldness and the appearance of cruelty, even insanity. Ivan the Terrible suffered the same fate, when the power of boldness brought him success. He stuck to it, to the point where it became a lifelong pattern of violence and sadism. He lost the ability to tell when boldness was appropriate and when it was not. Timidity has no place in the realm of power. You will often benefit, however, by being able to feign it. At that point, of course, it is no longer timidity but an offensive weapon. You are luring people in with your show of shyness. All the better to pounce on them boldly later. Law 29. Plan all the way to the end. Judgment. The ending is everything. Plan all the way to it, taking into account all the possible consequences, obstacles, and twists of fortune that might reverse your hard work and give the glory to others. By planning to the end, you will not be overwhelmed by circumstances, and you will know when to stop. Gently guide fortune and help determine the future by thinking far ahead. Transgression of the law. In 1510 a ship set out from the island of Hispaniola, now Haiti in the Dominican Republic, for Venezuela, where it was to rescue a besieged Spanish colony. Several miles out of port, a stowaway climbed out of a provision chest. Vasco Núñez de Balboa, a noble Spaniard who had come to the New World in search of gold but had fallen into debt and had escaped his creditors by hiding in the chest. Balboa had been obsessed with gold ever since Columbus had returned to Spain from his voyages with tales of a fabulous but as yet undiscovered kingdom called El Dorado. Balboa was one of the first adventurers to come in search of Columbus's land of gold, and he had decided from the beginning that he would be the one to find it, through sheer audacity and single-mindedness. Now diet he was free of his creditors, nothing would stop him. Unfortunately the ship's owner, a wealthy jurist named Francisco Fernandez de Enciso, was furious when told of the stowaway, and he ordered that Balboa be left on the first island they came across. Before they found any island, however, Enciso received news that the colony he was to rescue had been abandoned. This was Balboa's chance. He told the sailors of his previous voyages to Panama, and of the rumors he had heard of gold in the area. The excited sailors convinced Enciso to spare Balboa's life, and to establish a colony in Panama. Weeks later they named their new settlement Darien. Darien's first governor was Enciso, but Balboa was not a man to let others steal the initiative. He campaigned against Enciso among the sailors, who eventually made it clear that he preferred him as governor. Enciso fled to Spain, fearing for his life. Months later, when a representative of the Spanish crown arrived to establish himself as the new official governor of Darien, he was turned away. On his return voyage to Spain, this man drowned. The drowning was accidental, but under Spanish law, Balboa had murdered the governor and usurped his position. Balboa's bravado had got him out of scrapes before, but now his hopes of wealth and glory seemed doomed. To lay claim to El Dorado, should he discover it, he would need the approval of the Spanish king, which, as an outlaw, he would never receive. There was only one solution. Panamanian Indians had told Balboa of a vast ocean on the other side of the Central American Isthmus, and had said that by traveling south upon this western coast, he would reach a fabulous land of gold, called by a name that to his ears sounded like Bairu. Balboa decided he would cross the treacherous jungles of Panama and become the first European to bathe his feet in this new ocean. From there he would march on El Dorado. If he did this on Spain's behalf, he would obtain the eternal gratitude of the king, and would secure his own Reprieve only, he had to act before Spanish authorities came to arrest him. In 1513, then, Balboa set out, Whitey 190 soldiers. Halfway across the isthmus, some 90 miles wide at that point. Only 60 soldiers. There are very few men, and they are the exceptions, who are able to think and feel beyond the present moment. Carl von Clausewitz, 1780–1831. Thank two fox. Two frogs dwelt in the same pool, the pool being dried up. Under the summer's heat, they left it, and set out together to seek another home. As they went along, they chanced to pass a deep well, amply supplied with water. On seeing which, one of the frogs said to the other, "Let us descend and make our abode in this well, it will furnish us with shelter and food." The other replied with greater caution, "But suppose the water should fail us, how can we get out again from so great a depth?" Do nothing without a regard to the consequences. Fables. Aesop. 6th century BC. Law 29. Look to the end, no matter what it is you are considering. Often enough, God gives a man a glimpse of happiness, and then utterly ruins him. The Histories. Herodotus. 5th century BC. In ancient times, a king of Tartary was out walking with some of his noblemen. At the roadside was an Abdul, a wandering Sufi, who cried out, "Whoever will give me 100 dinars, I will give him some good advice." The king stopped and said, "Abdul, what is this good advice for 100 dinars?" "7, sir," answered the Abdul. "Order the sum to be given to me, and I will tell it you immediately." The king did so, expecting to hear something extraordinary. The dervish said to him, "My advice is this: never begin anything until you have reflected what will be the end of it." At this the nobles and everyone else present laughed, saying that the Abdul had been wise to ask for his money in advance. But the king said, "You have no reason to laugh at the good advice. This Abdul has given me. No one is maimed, many having succumbed to the harsh conditions, the blood-sucking insects, the torrential rainfall, fever." Finally, from a mountaintop, Balboa became the first European to lay eyes on the Pacific Ocean. Days later he marched in his armor into its waters, bearing the banner of Castile and claiming all its seas, lands, and islands in the name of the Spanish throne. Indians from the area greeted Balboa with gold, jewels, and precious pearls, the like of which he had never seen. When he asked where these had come from, the Indians pointed south, to the land of the Incas. But Balboa had only a few soldiers left. For the moment, he decided, he should return to Darien, send the jewels and gold to Spain as a token of goodwill, and ask for a large army to aid him in the conquest of El Dorado. When news reached Spain of Balboa's bold crossing of the Isthmus, his discovery of the Western Ocean, and his planned conquest of El Dorado, the former criminal became a hero. He was instantly proclaimed governor of the new land. But before the king and queen received word of his discovery, they had already sent a dozen ships, under the command of a man named Pedro Arias de Villa, Pedrarias, with orders to arrest Balboa for murder and to take command of the colony. By the time Pedrarias arrived in Panama, he had learned that Balboa had been pardoned, and that he was to share the governorship with the former Uda. All the same, Balboa felt uneasy. Gold was his dream, El Dorado his only desire. In pursuit of this goal he had nearly died many times over, and to share the wealth and glory with a newcomer would be intolerable. He also soon discovered that Pedrarias was a jealous, bitter man, and equally unhappy with the situation. Once again, the only solution for Balboa was to seize the initiative by proposing to cross the Jungle with a larger army, carrying shipbuilding materials and tools. Once on the Pacific coast, he would create an armada with which to conquer the Incas. Surprisingly enough, Pedrarias agreed to the plan, perhaps sensing it would never work. Hundreds died in this second march through the jungle, and the timber they carried rotted and died torrential rains. Balboa, as usual, was undaunted. No power in the world could thwart his plan, and on arriving at the Pacific he began to cut down trees for new lumber. But the men remaining to him were too few and too weak to mount an invasion, and once again Balboa had to return to Darien. Pedrarias had in any case invited Balboa back to discuss a new plan, and on the outskirts of the settlement, the explorer was met by Francisco Pizarro, an old friend who had accompanied him on his first crossing of the isthmus. But this was a trap. Leading 100 soldiers, Pizarro surrounded his former friend, arrested him, and returned him to Pedrarias, who tried him on charges of rebellion. A few days later Balboa's head fell into a basket, along with those of his most trusted followers. Years later Pizarro himself reached Peru, and Balboa's deeds were forgotten. Interpretation: most men are ruled by the heart, not the head. Their plans are vague, and when they meet obstacles they improvise. But improvisation will only bring you as far as the next crisis, and is never a substitute for thinking several steps ahead and planning to the end. Balboa had a dream of glory and wealth, and a vague plan to reach it. Yet his bold deeds, and his discovery of the Pacific, are largely forgotten, for he committed what in die world of power is the ultimate sin. He went part way, leaving the door open for others to take over. A real man of power would have had the prudence to see the dangers in the distance, the rivals who would want to share in the conquests, the vultures that would hover once Tai heard the word gold. Balboa should have kept his knowledge of the Incas secret until after he had conquered Peru. Only then would his wealth, and his head, have been secure. Once Pedrarias arrived on the scene, a man of power and prudence would have schemed to kill or imprison him, and to take over the army he had brought for the conquest of Peru. But Balboa was locked in the moment, always reacting emotionally, never thinking ahead. What good is it to have the greatest dream in the world if others reap the benefits and the glory? Never lose your head over a vague, open-ended dream plan to the end. Observance of the law. In 1863 the Prussian Premier Otto von Bismarck surveyed the chessboard of European power as it then stood. The main players were England, France, and Austria. Prussia itself was one of several states in the loosely allied German Federation. Austria, dominant member of the Federation, made sure that the other German states remained weak, divided and submissive. Bismarck believed that Prussia was destined for something far greater than servant boy to Austria. This is how Bismarck played the game. His first move was to start a war with lowly Denmark, in order to recover the former Prussian lands of Schleswig-Holstein. He knew that Tai's rumblings of Prussian independence might worry France and England, so he enlisted Austria in the war, claiming that he was recovering Schleswig-Holstein for Tyre benefit. In a few months, after the war was decided, Bismarck demanded that the newly conquered lands be made part of Prussia. The Austrians of course were furious, but Tai compromised. First they agreed to give the Prussians Schleswig, and a year later Tai sold them Holstein. The world began to see that Austria was weakening and that Prussia was on the rise. Bismarck's next move was his boldest. In 1866 he convinced King William of Prussia to withdraw from the German Federation, and in doing so to go to war with Austria. itself. King William's wife, his son die crown prince, and die. Princes of the odier German kingdoms vehemently opposed such a war. But Bismarck, undaunted, succeeded in forcing the conflict, and Prussia's superior army defeated die Austrians and die brutally. Unaware of the fact that we should think well before doing anything. But we are daily guilty of not remembering. And the consequences are evil. I very much value this dervish's advice. The king decided to bear the advice always in his mind, and commanded it to be written in gold on the walls and even engraved on his silver plate. Not long afterward a plotter desired to kill the king. He bribed the royal surgeon with a promise of the prime ministership if he thrust a poisoned lancet into the king's arm. When the time came to let some of the king's blood, a silver basin was placed to catch the blood. Suddenly the surgeon became aware of the words engraved upon it, "Never begin anything until you have reflected what will be the end of it." It was only then that he realized that if the plotter became king he could have the surgeon killed instantly, and would not need to fulfill his bargain. The king, seeing that the surgeon was now trembling, asked him what was wrong with him. And so he confessed the truth. At that very moment, the plotter was seized, and the king sent for all the people who had been present when the Abdul gave his advice, and said to them, "Do you still laugh at the dervish?" Caravan of Dreams, Idrik Shah, 1968. He who asks fortune-tellers the future unwittingly forfeits an inner intimation of coming events that is 1,000 times more exact than anything they may say. Walter Benjamin, 1892–1940. Short 7 weeks war. The king and the Prussian generals then wanted to march on Vienna, taking as much land from Austria as possible. But Bismarck stopped them now. He presented himself as on the side of peace. The result was that he was able to conclude a treaty with Austria that granted Prussia and the other German states total autonomy. Bismarck could now position Prussia as die dominant power in Germany and the head of a newly formed North German Confederation. The French and the English began to compare Bismarck to Attila the Hun, and to fear that he had designs on all of Europe. Once he had started on the path to conquest, there was no telling where he would stop. And, indeed, 3 years later Bismarck provoked a war with France. First he appeared to give his permission to France's annexation of Belgium. Then at die last moment he changed his mind. Playing a cat-and-mouse game, he infuriated die French Emperor Napoleon III, and stirred up his own king against the French. To no one's surprise, war broke out in 1870. The newly formed German Federation enthusiastically joined in the war on France, and once again the Prussian military machine and its allies destroyed the enemy army in a matter of months. Although Bismarck opposed taking any French land, the generals convinced him that Alsace-Lorraine would become part of the Federation. Now all of Europe feared the next move of the Prussian monster, led by Bismarck, the Iron Chancellor. And in fact, a year later Bismarck founded the German Empire, with die Prussian king as the newly crowned emperor and Bismarck himself a prince. But then something strange happened. Bismarck instigated no more wars. And while the other European powers grabbed up land for colonies in other continents, he severely limited Germany's colonial acquisitions. He did not want more land for Germany, but more security. For the rest of his life he struggled to maintain peace in Europe and to prevent further wars. Everybody assumed he had changed, mellowing with the years. They had failed to understand this was the final move of his original plan. Interpretation. There is a simple reason why most men never know when To come off the attack, they formed no concrete idea of their goal. Once they achieve victory, they only hunger for more. To stop to aim for a goal and then keep to it seems almost inhuman. In fact, yet nothing is more critical to the maintenance of power. The person who goes too far in his triumphs creates a reaction that inevitably leads to a decline. The only solution is to plan for the long run. Foresee the future with as much clarity as the gods on Mount Olympus, who look through the clouds and see the ends of all tilings. From the beginning of his career in politics, Bismarck had one goal: to form an independent German state led by Prussia. He instigated the war with Denmark not to conquer territory but to stir up Prussian nationalism and unite the country. He incited the war with Austria only to gain Prussian independence. This was why he refused to grab Austrian territory. And he fomented the war with France to unite the German kingdoms against a common enemy, and thus to prepare for the formation of a united Germany. Once this was achieved, Bismarck stopped. He never let triumph go to his head, was never tempted by the siren call of more. He held the reins tightly, and whenever the generals, or the king, or the Prussian people demanded new conquests, he held them back. Nothing would spoil the beauty of his creation, certainly not a false euphoria that pushed those around him to attempt to go past the end that he had so carefully planned. Experience shows that, if one foresees from far away the designs to be undertaken, one can act with speed when the moment comes to execute them. Cardinal Richelieu, 1585–1642. Keys to power. According to the cosmology of the ancient Greeks, the gods were thought to have complete vision into the future. They saw everything to come, right down to the intricate details. Men, on the other hand, were seen as victims of fate, trapped in the moment and fire emotions, unable to see beyond immediate dangers. Those heroes, such as Odysseus, who were able to look beyond the present and plan several steps ahead, seem to defy fate, to approximate the gods in their ability to determine the future. The comparison is still valid. Those among us who think further ahead and patiently bring their plans to fruition seem to have a godlike power. Because most people are too imprisoned in the moment to plan with this kind of foresight, the ability to ignore immediate dangers and pleasures translates into power. It is the power of being able to overcome the natural human tendency to react to things as they happen, and instead to train oneself to step back, imagining the larger things taking shape beyond one's immediate vision. Most people believe that they are in fact aware of the future, that they are planning and thinking ahead. They are usually deluded. What they are really doing is succumbing to their desires, to what they want the future to be. Their plans are vague, based on their imaginations rather than their reality. They may believe they are thinking all the way to the end, but they are really only focusing on the happy ending, and deluding themselves by the strength of their desire. In 415 BC, the ancient Athenians attacked Sicily, believing their expedition would bring them riches, power, and a glorious ending to the 16-year Peloponnesian War. They did not consider the dangers of an invasion so far from home. They did not foresee that the Sicilians would fight all the harder since the Bata were in their own homeland, or that all of Athens' enemies would band together against them, or that war would break out on several fronts, stretching their forces way too thin. The Sicilian expedition was a complete disaster, leading to the destruction of one of the greatest civilizations of all time. The Athenians were led into this disaster by their hearts, not their minds. They saw only the chance of glory, not the dangers that loomed in the distance. Cardinal de Retz, the 17th-century Frenchman, who prided himself on his insights into human schemes and why they mostly fail, analyzed this phenomenon. In the course of a rebellion he spearheaded against the French monarchy in 1651, the young king, Louis XIV, and his court had suddenly left Paris and established themselves in a palace outside the capital. The presence of the king so close to the heart of the revolution had been a tremendous burden on the revolutionaries, and they breathed a sigh of relief. This later proved their downfall, however, since the court's absence from Paris gave it much more room to maneuver. The most ordinary cause of people's mistakes, Cardinal de Retz later wrote, is their being too much frightened at the present danger, and not enough so at that which is remote. The dangers that are remote, that loom in the distance if we can see them as they take shape, how many mistakes we avoid. How many plans we would instantly abort if we realized we were avoiding a small danger only to step into a larger one. So much of power is not what you do but what you do not. Doughty rash and foolish actions that you refrain from before they get you into trouble. Plan in detail before you act. Do not let vague plans lead you into trouble. Will this have unintended consequences? Will I stir up new enemies? Will someone else take advantage of my labors? Unhappy endings are much more common than happy ones. Do not be swayed by the happy ending in your mind. The French elections of 1848 came down to a struggle between Louis Adolphe Thiers, the man of order, and General Louis Eugene Cavaignac, the rabble-rouser of the right. When Thiers realized he was hopelessly behind in this high-stakes race, he searched desperately for a solution. His eye fell on Louis Bonaparte, grandnephew of the great general Napoleon, and a lowly deputy in the parliament. This Bonaparte seemed a bit of an imbecile, but his name alone could get him elected in a country yearning for a strong ruler. He would be Thiers' puppet and eventually would be pushed off stage. The first part of the plan worked to perfection, and Napoleon was elected by a large margin. The problem was that Thiers had not foreseen one simple fact. This imbecile was in fact a man of enormous ambition. 3 years later he dissolved Parliament, declared himself emperor, and ruled France for another 18 years, much to the horror of Thiers and his party. The ending is everything. It is the end of the action that determines who gets the glory, the money, die prize. Your conclusion must be crystal clear, and you must keep it constantly in mind. You must also figure out how to ward off the vultures circling overhead, trying to live off the carcass of your creation. And you must anticipate the many possible crises that will tempt you to improvise. Bismarck overcame these dangers because he planned to the end, kept on course through every crisis, and never let others steal the glory. Once he had reached his stated goal, he withdrew into his shell like a turtle. This kind of self-control is godlike. When you see several steps ahead, and plan your moves all the way to the end, you will no longer be tempted by emotion or by desire to improvise. Your clarity will rid you of the anxiety and vagueness that are the primary reasons why so many fail to conclude entire actions successfully. You see the ending and you tolerate no deviation. Image the gods on Mount Olympus, looking down on human actions from the clouds. They see in advance the endings of all the great dreams that lead to disaster and tragedy. And they laugh at our inability to see beyond the moment, and at how we delude ourselves. Authority, how much easier it is never to get in than to get yourself out. We should act contrary to the reed which, when it first appears, throws up a long straight stem but afterwards, as though it were exhausted, makes several dense knots, indicating that it no longer has its original vigor and drive. We must rather begin gendy and coolly, saving our breath for the encounter and our vigorous thrusts for finishing off the job. In their beginnings it is we who guide affairs and hold them in our power, but so often once they are set in motion, it is they which guide us and sweep us along. Montaigne, 1533–1592. Reversal. It is a cliché among strategists that your plan must include alternatives and have a degree of flexibility. That is certainly true. If you are locked into a plan too rigidly, you will be unable to deal with sudden shifts of fortune. Once you have examined the future possibilities and decided on your target, you must build in alternatives and be open to new routes toward your goal. Most people, however, lose less from overplanning and rigidity than from vagueness and a tendency to improvise constantly in the face of circumstance. There is no real purpose in contemplating a reversal to this law, then, for no good can come from refusing to think far into the future and planning to the end. If you are clear and far-thinking enough, you will understand that the future is uncertain, and that you must be open to adaptation. Only having a clear objective and a far-reaching plan allows you that freedom. Law 30. Make your accomplishments seem effortless. Judgment. Your actions must seem natural and executed with ease. All the toil and practice that go into them, and also all the clever tricks, must be concealed. When you act effortlessly, as if you could do much more. Avoid the temptation of revealing how hard you work. It only raises questions. Teach no one your tricks or they will be used against you. Date Massimian once sent for Tanyu to decorate a pair of gold screens 7 feet high. The artist said he thought black and white sketches would suit them, and went home again after considering them carefully. The next morning he came early and made a large quantity of ink into which he dipped a horseshoe he had brought with him, and then proceeded to make impressions of this all over one of the screens. Then, with a large brush, he drew a number of lines across them. Meanwhile Massimian had come in to watch his work, and at this he could contain his irritation no longer. And muttering, "What a beastly mess," he strode away to his own apartments. The retainers told Tanyu he was in a very bad temper indeed. "He shouldn't look on while I am at work, then," replied the painter. "He should wait till it is finished." Then he took up a smaller brush and dashed in touches here and there, and as he did so the prints of the horseshoe turned into crabs, while the big broad strokes became rushes. He then turned to the other screen and splashed drops of ink all over it, and when he had added a few brush strokes here and there they became a flight of observance of the law I. The Japanese tea ceremony called chanoyu, hot water, for tea, has origins in ancient times, but it reached its peak of refinement in the 16th century under its most renowned practitioner, Sen no Rikyu. Although not from a noble family, Rikyu rose to great power, becoming preferred tea master of the Emperor Hideyoshi, and an important advisor on aesthetic and even political matters. 4. Rikyu, the secret of success consisted in appearing natural, concealing the effort behind one's work. One day Rikyu and his son went to an acquaintance's house for a tea ceremony. On the way in, the son remarked, "That lovely antique-looking gate at their host's house gave it an evocatively lonely appearance." "I don't think so," replied his father. "It looks as though it had been brought from some mountain temple a long way off, and as if labor required to import it must have cost a lot of money. If the owner of the house had put much effort into one Gate, it would show in his tea ceremony and indeed so no. Rikyū had to leave dai ceremony early, unable to endure the affectation and effort it inadvertently revealed. On another evening, while having tea at a friend's house, Rikyū saw his host go outside, hold up a lantern in the darkness, cut a lemon off a tree, and bring it in. This charmed Ricky if host needed a relish for dai dish he was serving, and had spontaneously gone outside to get one. But when the man offered dai lemon with some Osaka rice cake, Rikyū realized that he had planned the cutting of the lemon all along, to go with this expensive delicacy. The gesture no longer seemed spontaneous, it was a way for dai host to prove his cleverness. He had accidentally revealed how hard he was trying. Having seen enough, Rikyū politely declined the cake, excused himself, and left. Emperor Hideyoshi once planned to visit Rikyū for a tea ceremony. On the night before he was to come, snow began to fall. Thinking quickly, Rikyū laid round cushions that fit exactly on each of dai's stepping stones that led through the garden to his house. Just before dawn, he rose, saw that it had stopped snowing, and carefully removed the cushions. When Hideyoshi arrived, he marveled at the simple beauty of dai sight, the perfectly round stepping stones, unencumbered by snow, and noticed how it called no attention to dai manner in which Rikyū had accomplished it, but only to dai polite gesture itself. After no Rikyū died, his ideas had a profound influence on the practice of the tea ceremony. The Tokugawa Shogun Yorinobu, son of Dai Great Emperor Ieyasu, was a student of Rikyū's teachings. In his garden he had a stone lantern made by a famous master, and Lord Sakai Tadakatsu asked if he could come by one day to see it. Yorinobu replied that he would be honored, and commanded his gardeners to put everything in order for the visit. These gardeners, unfamiliar with the precepts of Chanoyu, thought dai stone lantern misshapen, its windows being too small for dai present taste. They had a local workman enlarge the windows. A few days before Lord Sakai's visit, Yorinobu toured the garden. When he saw dai-altered windows he exploded with rage, ready to impale on his sword the fool who had ruined the lantern, upsetting its natural grace and destroying the whole purpose of Lord Sakai's visit. When Yorinobu calmed down, however, he remembered that he had originally bought 2 of the lanterns, and that the second was in his garden on the island of Kishu. At great expense, he hired a whale boat and the finest rowers he could find, ordering them to bring the lantern to him within 2 days, a difficult feat at best. But the sailors rowed day and night, and with the luck of a good wind they arrived just in time. To Yorinobu's delight, this stone lantern was more magnificent than the first, for it had stood untouched for 20 years in a bamboo thicket, acquiring a brilliant antique appearance and a delicate covering of moss. When Lord Sakai arrived, later that same day, he was awed by the lantern, which was more magnificent than he had imagined, so graceful and at one with the elements. Fortunately he had no idea what time and effort it had cost Yorinobu to create this sublime effect. Interpretation. To Sen no Rikyū, the sudden appearance of something naturally, almost accidentally graceful was the height of beauty. This beauty came without warning and seemed effortless. Nature created such things by its own laws and processes, but men had to create their effects through labor and contrivance. And when they showed the effort of producing the effect was spoiled. The gate came from too far away, the cutting of the lemon looked contrived. You will often have to use tricks and ingenuity to create your effects, the cushions in the snow, the men rowing all night, but your audience must never suspect the work or the thinking that has gone into them. Nature does not reveal its tricks, and what imitates nature by appearing effortless approximates nature's power. Observance of the law 2. The great escape artist Harry Houdini once advertised his act as the impossible possible. And indeed those who witnessed his dramatic escapes felt that what he did on stage contradicted common-sense ideas of human capacity. One evening in 1904, an audience of 4,000 Londoners filled a theater to watch Houdini accept a challenge to escape from a pair of manacles billed as the strongest ever invented. They contained 6 sets of locks and 9 tumblers. In each cuff, a Birmingham maker had spent 5 years constructing them. Experts who examined them said they had never seen anything so intricate, and this intricacy was thought to make them impossible to escape. The crowd watched the experts secure the manacles on Houdini's wrists. Then the escape artist entered a black cabinet on stage. The minutes swallows over willow trees. When Machiavelli saw the finished work, he was as overjoyed at the artist's skill as he had previously been annoyed at the apparent mess he was making of the screens. CHNOYU. The Japanese Tea Ceremony. A. L. Sadler, 1962. There was once a wrestling master who was versed in 360 feints and holds. He took a special liking to one of his pupils, to whom he taught 359 of them over a period of time. Somehow he never got around to the last trick. As months went by, the young man became so proficient in the art that he bested everyone who dared to face him in the ring. He was so proud of his prowess that one day he boasted before the Sultan that he could readily whip his master, were it not out of respect for his age and gratitude for his tutelage. The Sultan became incensed at this irreverence and ordered an immediate match with the royal court in attendance. At the gong the youth barged forward with a lusty yell, only to be confronted with the unfamiliar 360th feint. The master seized his former pupil, lifted him high above his head, and flung him crashing to the ground. The Sultan and the assembly let out a loud cheer. When the Sultan asked the master how he was able to overcome such a strong opponent, the master confessed that he had reserved a secret technique for himself for just such a contingency. Then he related the lamentation of a master of archery, who taught everything he knew. "No one has learned archery from me," the poor fellow complained, "who has not tried to use me as a but in the end." A story of Sadi, as told in The Craft of Power. R.G.H. Shu, 1979. Went by, the more time passed, the more certain it seemed that these manacles would be Die first to defeat him. At one point he emerged from the cabinet, and asked Die cuffs be temporarily removed so he could take off his coat. It was hot inside. The challengers refused, suspecting his request was a trick to find out how the locks worked. Undeterred, and without using his hands, Houdini managed to lift coat over his shoulders, turn it inside out, remove a penknife from his vest pocket, whiten his teeth, and, by moving his head, cut the coat off his arms. Freed from coat, he stepped back into the cabinet, the audience roaring with approval at his grace and dexterity. Finally, having kept the audience waiting long enough, Houdini emerged from the cabinet a second time, now whitey, his hands free, manacles raised high in triumph. To Di's day, no one knows how he managed me escape. Altfio he had taken close to an hour to free himself. He had never looked concerned, had shown no sign of doubt. Indeed it seemed by he had drawn out escape as a way to heighten drama, to make the audience worry for Thiers. Was no other sign performance had been any dying but easy. The complaint about die heat was equally part of die act. The spectators of Dies and Odier Houdini performances must have felt he was toying wide them. These manacles are nothing, he seemed to say. I could have freed myself a lot sooner, and from a lot worse. Over the years, Houdini escaped from die chain carcass of an embalmed sea monster, a half octopus, half whale-like beast diet had beached near Boston. He had himself sealed inside an enormous envelope from which he emerged witty out. Breaking die paper, he passed tyro brick walls, he wriggled free from straitjackets while dangling high in die air, he leaped from bridges into icy waters, his hands manacled and his legs in chains. He had himself submerged in glass cases full of water, hands padlocked, while the audience watched in amazement as he worked himself free, struggling for close to an hour apparently without breadying. Each time, he seemed to court certain dead he yet survived with superhuman aplomb. Meanwhile, he said nothing about his mediates, gave no clues as to how he accomplished any of his tricks. She left his audiences and critics speculating, his power and reputation enhanced by tire struggles with die. Inexplicable. Perhaps the most baffling trick of all was making a 10,000-pound elephant disappear before an audience's eyes, a feat he repeated on stage for over 19 weeks. No one has ever really explained how he did Dies, for in die auditorium where he performed the trick, there was simply nowhere for an elephant to hide. The effortlessness of Houdini's escapes led some to drink. He used occult forces, his superior psychic abilities giving him special control over his body. But a German escape artist named Clapini claimed to know Houdini's secret. He simply used elaborate gadgets. Clapini also claimed to have defeated Houdini in a handcuff challenge in Holland. Houdini did not mind all kinds of speculation floating around about his methods, but he would not tolerate an outright lie. And in 1902 he challenged Clapini to a handcuff duel. Clapini accepted. Through a spy, he found out the secret word to unlock a pair of French combination lock cuffs that Houdini liked to use. His plan was to choose these cuffs to escape from on stage. This would definitively debunk Houdini. His genius simply lay in his use of mechanical gadgets. On the night of the challenge, just as Clapini had planned, Houdini offered him a choice of cuffs and he selected the ones with the combination lock. He was even able to disappear with them behind a screen to make a quick test, and re-emerged seconds later, confident of victory. Acting as if he sensed fraud, Houdini refused to lock Clapini in the cuffs. The two men argued and began to fight, even wrestling with each other on stage. After a few minutes of this, an apparently angry, frustrated Houdini gave up and locked Clapini in the cuffs. For the next few minutes, Clapini strained to get free. Something was wrong minutes earlier. He had opened the cuffs behind the screen, now the same code no longer worked. He sweated, racking his brains. Hours went by, the audience left, and finally an exhausted and humiliated Clapini gave up and asked to be released. The cuffs that Clapini himself had opened behind the screen with die word CLEFS, French 4 keys, now clicked open only with the word FRAUD. Clapini never figured out how Houdini had accomplished this uncanny feat. Keep the extent of your abilities unknown. The wise man does not allow his knowledge and abilities to be sounded to the bottom if he desires to be honored by all. He allows you to know them but not to comprehend them. No one must know the extent of his abilities, lest he be disappointed. No one ever has an opportunity of fathoming him entirely. 4. Guesses and doubts about the extent of his talents arouse more veneration than accurate knowledge of them, be they ever so great. Baltasar Gracian, 1601–1658. Interpretation. Although we do not know for certain how Houdini accomplished many of his most ingenious escapes, one thing is clear: it was not the occult, or any kind of magic, that gave him his powers, but hard work and endless practice, all of which he carefully concealed from the world. Houdini never left anything to chance. Day and night he studied the workings of locks, researched centuries-old sleight-of-hand tricks, pored over books on mechanics, whatever he could use. Every moment not spent researching he spent working his body, keeping himself exceptionally limber, and learning how to control his muscles and his breathing. Early on in Houdini's career, an old Japanese performer whom he toured with taught him an ancient trick: how to swallow an ivory ball, then bring it back up. He practiced this endlessly with a small peeled potato tied to a string up and down. He would manipulate the potato via his throat muscles, until they were strong enough to move it without the string. The organizers of the London Handcuff Challenge had searched Houdini's body thoroughly beforehand, but no one could check the inside of his throat, where he could have concealed small tools to help him escape. Even so, Clapini was fundamentally wrong. It was not Houdini's tools but his practice, work, and research that made his escapes possible. Clapini, in fact, was completely outwitted by Houdini, who set the whole thing up. He let his opponent learn the code to the French cuffs, Law 30. Then baited him into choosing those cuffs on stage. Then, during the two men's tussle, the dexterous Houdini was able to change the code to FRAUD. He had spent weeks practicing this trick, but the audience saw none of the sweat and toil behind the scenes. Nor was Houdini ever nervous. He induced nervousness in others. He deliberately dragged out the time it would take to escape, as a way of heightening the drama and making the audience squirm. His escapes from death, always graceful and easy, made him look like a Superman. As a person of power, you must research and practice endlessly before appearing in public, on stage, or anywhere else. Never expose the sweat and labor behind your poise. Some think such exposure will demonstrate their diligence and honesty, but it actually just makes them look weaker, as if anyone who practiced and worked at it could do what they had done, or as if they weren't really up to the job. Keep your effort and your tricks to yourself, and you seem to have the grace and ease of a god. One never sees the source of a god's power revealed, one only sees its effects. A line of poetry will take us hours maybe. Yet if it does not seem a moment's thought, our stitching and unstitching has been naught. Adam's Curse, William Butler Yeats, 1865–1939. Keys to Power. Humanity's first notions of power came from primitive encounters with not to wreathe flash of lightning in the sky, a sudden flood, the speed and ferocity of a wild animal. These forces required no thinking, no planning. They awed us by their sudden appearance, their gracefulness, and their power over life and death. And this remains the kind of power we have always wanted to imitate. Through science and technology we have recreated the speed and sublime power of nature, but something is missing. Our machines are noisy and jerky, they reveal their effort. Even the very best creations of technology cannot root out our admiration for things that move easily and effortlessly. The power of children to bend us to their will comes from a kind of seductive charm that we feel in the presence of a creature less reflective and more graceful than we are. We cannot return to such a state, but if we can create the appearance of this kind of ease, we elicit in others the kind of primitive awe that nature has always evoked in humankind. One of the first European writers to expound on this principle came from that most unnatural of environments. The Renaissance court. In the Book of the Courtier, published in 1528, Baldassare Castiglione describes the highly elaborate and codified manners of the perfect court citizen. And yet, Castiglione explains, the courtier must execute these gestures with what he calls spresvoltura, the capacity to make the difficult seem easy. He urges the courtier to practice in all tilings a certain nonchalance which conceals all artistry and makes whatever one says or does seem uncontrived and effortless. We all admire the achievement of some unusual feat, but if it is accomplished naturally and gracefully, our admiration increases tenfold, whereas, to labor at what one is doing and to make bones over it shows an extreme lack of grace and causes everything, whatever it's worth, to be discounted. Much of the idea of sprezzatura came from the world of art. All the great Renaissance artists carefully kept their works under wraps. Only the finished masterpiece could be shown to the public. Michelangelo forbade even popes to view his work in process. A Renaissance artist was always careful to keep his studios shut to patrons and public alike. Not out of fear of imitation, but because to see the making of the works would mar the magic of dire effect, and their studied atmosphere of ease and natural beauty. The Renaissance painter Vasari, also the first great art critic, ridiculed the work of Paolo Uccello, who was obsessed with the laws of perspective. The effort Uccello spent on improving the appearance of perspective was too obvious in his work. It made his paintings ugly and labored, overwhelmed by the effort of their effects. We have the same response when we watch performers who put too much effort into dire act. Seeing them trying so hard breaks the illusion. It also makes us uncomfortable. Calm, graceful performers, on the other hand, set us at ease, creating the illusion that they are not acting but being natural and themselves, even when everything they are doing involves labor and practice. The idea of spresvoltura is relevant to all forms of power, for power depends vitally on appearances and the illusions you create. Your public actions are like artworks, they must have visual appeal, must create anticipation, even entertain. When you reveal the inner workings of your creation, you become just one more mortal among others. What is understandable is not awe-inspiring. We tell ourselves we could do as well if we had the money and time. Avoid the temptation of showing how clever you are. It is far more clever to conceal the mechanisms of your cleverness. Talleyrand's application of this concept to his daily life greatly enhanced the aura of power that surrounded him. He never liked to work too hard, so he made others do the work for him. Die spying, the research, the detailed analyses. With all this labor at his disposal, he himself never seemed to strain. When his spies revealed that a certain event was about to take place, he would talk in social conversation as if he sensed its imminence. The result was that people thought he was clairvoyant. His short, pithy statements and witticisms always seemed to summarize a situation perfectly, but die were based on much research and thought. To those in government, including Napoleon himself, Talleyrand gave the impression of immense power and effect entirely dependent on the apparent ease with which he accomplished his feats. There is another reason for concealing your shortcuts and tricks. When you let this information out, you give people ideas they can use against you. You lose the advantages of keeping silent. We tend to want the world to know what we have done. We want our vanity gratified by having our hard work and cleverness applauded, and we may even want sympathy for the hours it has taken to reach our point of artistry. Learn to control this propensity to blab, for its effect is often the opposite of what you expected. Remember, the more mystery surrounds your actions, the more awesome your power seems. You appear to be the only one who can do what you don't. The appearance of having an exclusive gift is immensely powerful. Finally, because you achieve your accomplishments with grace and ease, people believe that you could always do more if you tried harder. This elicits not only admiration but a touch of fear. Your powers are untuped. No one can fathom their limits. Image, the racehorse. From up close we would see the strain, the effort to control the horse, the labored, painful breathing. But from the distance where we sit and watch, it is all gracefulness, flying through the air. Keep others at a distance and they will only see the ease with which you move. Authority, for whatever action, nonchalance accompanies, no matter how trivial it is, it not only reveals the skill of the person doing it but also very often causes it to be considered far greater than it really is. This is because it makes the onlookers believe that a man who performs well with so much facility must possess even greater skill than he does. Baldassare Castiglione, 1478–1529. Reversal. The secrecy with which you surround your actions must seem light-hearted in spirit. A zeal to conceal your work creates an unpleasant, almost paranoiac impression. You are taking the game too seriously. Houdini was careful to make the concealment of his tricks seem a game, all part of the show. Never show your work until it is finished, but if you put too much effort into keeping it under wraps you will be like the painter Pontormo, who spent the last years of his life hiding his frescoes from the public eye and only succeeded in driving himself mad. Always keep your sense of humor about yourself. There are also times when revealing the inner workings of your projects can prove worthwhile. It all depends on your audience's taste, and on the times in which you operate. P.T. Barnum recognized that his public wanted to feel involved in his shows, and that understanding his tricks delighted them, partly, perhaps, because implicitly debunking people who kept their sources of power hidden from the masses appealed to America's democratic spirit. The public also appreciated the showman's humor and honesty. Barnum took this to the extreme of publicizing his own humbug Jerry in his popular autobiography, written when his career was at its height. As long as the partial disclosure of tricks and techniques is carefully planned, rather than the result of an uncontrollable need to blab, it is the ultimate in cleverness. It gives the audience the illusion of being superior and involved, even while much of what you do remains concealed from them. Law 31. Control the options. Get others to play with the cards you deal. Judgment. The best deceptions are the ones that seem to give the other person a choice. Your victims feel they are in control, but are actually your puppets. Give people options that come out in your favor, whichever one they choose. Force them to make choices between the lesser of two evils, both of which serve your purpose. Put them on the horns of a dilemma. They are gored wherever they turn. Observance of the law I. From early in his reign, Ivan IV, later known as Ivan the Terrible, had to confront an unpleasant reality. The country desperately needed reform, but he lacked the power to push it through. The greatest limit to his authority came from the boyars, the Russian princely class that dominated the country and terrorized the peasantry. In 1553, at the age of 23, Ivan fell ill. Lying in bed, nearing death, he asked the boyars to swear allegiance to his son as the new Tsar. Some hesitated, some even refused. Then and there Ivan saw he had no power over the boyars. He recovered from his illness, but he never forgot the lesson. the boyars were out to destroy him. And indeed in the years to come, many of the most powerful of them defected to Russia's main enemies, Poland and Lithuania, where they plotted their return and the overthrow of the Tsar. Even one of Ivan's closest friends, Prince Andrei Korbsky, suddenly turned against him, defecting to Lithuania in 1564 and becoming the strongest of Ivan's enemies. When Korbsky began raising troops for an invasion, the royal dynasty seemed suddenly more precarious than ever. With émigré nobles fomenting invasion from the west, Tartars bearing down from the east, and the boyars stirring up trouble within the country, Russia's vast size made it a nightmare to defend. In whatever direction Ivan struck, he would leave himself vulnerable on the other side. Only if he had absolute power could he deal with this many-headed hydra. And he had no such power. Ivan brooded until the morning of December 3, 1564. When the citizens of Moscow awoke to a strange sight. Hundreds of sleds filled the square before the Kremlin, loaded with the Tsar's treasures and with provisions for the entire court. They watched in disbelief as the Tsar and his court boarded the sleds and left town. Without explaining why, he established himself in a village south of Moscow. For an entire month a kind of terror gripped the capital, for the Muscovites feared that Ivan had abandoned them to the bloodthirsty boyars. Shops closed up and riotous mobs gathered daily. Finally, on January 3 of 1565, a letter arrived from the Tsar, explaining that he could no longer bear the boyars' betrayals and had decided to abdicate once and for all. Read aloud in public, the letter had a startling effect. Merchants and commoners blamed the boyars for Ivan's decision and took to the streets, terrifying the nobility with their fury. Soon a group of delegates representing the church, the princes, and the people made the journey to Ivan's village, and begged the Tsar, in the name of the Holy Land of Russia, to return to the throne. Ivan listened but would not change his mind. After days of hearing their pleas, however, he offered his subjects a choice: either they grant him absolute powers to govern as he pleased, with no interference from the boyars, or they find a new leader. Faced with a choice between civil war and the acceptance of despotic power, almost every sector of Russian society opted for a strong Tsar, calling for Ivan's return to Moscow and the restoration of law and order. In the German Chancellor Bismarck, enraged at the constant criticisms from Rudolf Virchow, the German pathologist and liberal politician, had his seconds call upon the scientist to challenge him to a duel. As the challenged party, "I have the choice of weapons," said Virchow, "and I choose these." He held aloft two large and apparently identical sausages. One of these, he went on, is infected with deadly germs, the other is perfectly sound. Let His Excellency decide which one he wishes to eat, and I will eat the other. The most. Immediately the message came back that the Chancellor had decided to cancel the duel. The Little Brown Book of Anecdotes, Clifton Fadiman, H.D. 1985. Once upon a time there was a king of Armenia, who, being of a curious turn of mind and in need of some new diversion, sent his heralds throughout the land to make the following proclamation: "Hear this. Whatever man among you can prove himself the most outrageous liar in Armenia shall receive an apple made of pure gold from the hands of His Majesty the King." People began to swarm to the palace. From every town and hamlet in the country, people of all ranks and conditions, princes, merchants, farmers, priests, rich and poor, tall and short, fat and thin. There was no lack of liars in the land, and each one told his tale to the king. A Ruler, however, has heard practically every sort of lie, and none of those now told him convinced the king that he had listened to the best of them. The king was beginning to grow tired of his new sport and was thinking of calling the whole contest off without declaring a winner, when there appeared before him a poor, ragged man, carrying a large earthenware pitcher under his arm. "What can I do for you?" asked his Majesty. "Sire," said the poor man, slightly bewildered. February, with much celebration, Ivan returned to Moscow. The Russians could no longer complain if he behaved dictatorial if he had given him this power themselves. Interpretation. Ivan the Terrible faced a terrible dilemma: to give in to die boyars would lead to certain destruction, but civil war would bring a different kind of ruin. Even if Ivan came out of such a war on top, die country would be devastated and its divisions would be stronger than ever. His weapon of choice in the past had been to make a bold, offensive move. Now, however, that kind of move would turn against him the more boldly he confronted his enemies, die worse die reactions he would spark. The main weakness of a show of force is that it stirs up resentment and eventually leads to a response that eats at your authority. Ivan, immensely creative in the use of power, saw clearly that die only potty to die kind of victory he wanted was a false withdrawal. He would not force the country over to his position, he would give it options. Either his abdication and certain anarchy, or his accession to absolute power. To back up his move, he made it clear diet. He preferred to abdicate. "Call my bluff," he said, "and watch what happens." No one called his bluff. By withdrawing for just a month, he showed the country a glimpse of die nightmares that would follow his abdication: Tartar invasions, civil war, ruin. All of these did eventually come to pass after Ivan's death, in the infamous time of die troubles. Withdrawal and disappearance are classic ways of controlling the options. You give people a sense of how things will fall apart without you, and you offer DMA choice: I stay away and you suffer die consequences, or I return under circumstances that I dictate. In this method of controlling people's options, they choose the option that gives you power because die alternative is just too unpleasant. You force their hand, but indirectly, they seem to have a choice. Whenever people feel they have a choice, they walk into your trap diet much more easily. Observance of the law too. As a 17th-century French courtesan, Ninon de L'Enclos found diet her life had certain pleasures. Her lovers came from royalty and aristocracy, and die paid her well, entertained her witty her wit and intellect, satisfied her radier demanding sensual needs, and treated her almost as an equal. Such a life was infinitely preferable to marriage. In 1643, however, Ninon's mother died suddenly, leaving her, at the age of 23, totally alone in the world. No family, no dowry, no being to fall back upon. A kind of panic overtook her and she entered a convent, turning her back on her illustrious lovers. A year later she left the convent and moved to Lyons. When she finally reappeared in Paris, in 1648, lovers and suitors flocked to her door in greater numbers than ever before, for she was die wittiest and most spirited courtesan of the time, and her presence had been greatly missed. Ninon's followers quickly discovered, however, that she had changed her old way of doing things, and had set up a new system of options. The dukes, seigneurs, and princes who wanted to pay for her services could continue to do so. But they were no longer in control. She would sleep with them when she wanted, according to her whim. All their money bought them was a possibility. If it was her pleasure to sleep with them only once a month, so be it. Those who did not want to be what Ninon called a payeur could join the large and growing group of men she called her martyrs, men who visited her apartment principally for her friendship, her biting wit, her lute playing, in the company of the most vibrant minds of the period, including Molière, La Rochefoucauld, and Saint-Evremond. The martyrs, too, however, entertained a possibility: she would regularly select from them a favori, a man who would become her lover without having to pay, and to whom she would abandon herself completely for as long as she so desired, a week, a few months, rarely longer. A payeur could not become a favori, but a martyr had no guarantee of becoming one, and indeed could remain disappointed for an entire lifetime. The poet Charleville, for example, never enjoyed Ninon's favors, but never stopped coming to visit, did not want to do without her company. As word of this system reached polite French society, Ninon became the object of intense hostility. Her reversal of the position of the courtesan scandalized the Queen Mother and her court. Much to their horror, however, it did not discourage her male suitors. Indeed, it only increased their numbers and intensified their desire. It became an honor to be a payeur, helping Ninon to maintain her lifestyle and her glittering salon, accompanying her sometimes to die theater, and sleeping with her when she chose. Even more distinguished were the martyrs, enjoying her company without paying for it and maintaining the hope, however remote, of someday becoming her favori. That possibility spurred on many a young nobleman, as word spread that none among the courtesans could surpass Ninon in the art of love. And so the married and the single, the old and the young, entered her web and chose one of the two options presented to them, both of which amply satisfied her. Deared, surely you remember you owe me a pot of gold, and I have come to collect it. You are a perfect liar, sir, exclaimed the king. I owe you no money. A perfect liar, am I? Said the poor man. Then give me the golden apple. The king, realizing that the man was trying to trick him, started to hedge. No, no. You are not a liar. Then give me the pot of gold you owe me. Sire, said the man. The king saw the dilemma. He handed over the golden apple. Armenian Folktales and Fables, retold by Charles Downing, 1993. Interpretation. The life of the courtesan entailed the possibility of a power that was denied a married woman, but it also had obvious perils. The man who paid for the courtesan's services in essence owned her, determining when he could possess her, and when, later on, he would abandon her. As she grew older, her options narrowed, as fewer men chose her. To avoid a life of poverty, she had to amass her fortune while she was young. The courtesan's legendary greed, then, reflected a practical necessity, yet also lessened her allure, since the illusion of being desired is important to men, who are often alien. P. Morgan Sr. once told a jeweler of his acquaintance that he was interested in buying a pearl scarf pin. Just a few weeks later, the jeweler happened upon a magnificent pearl. He had it mounted in an appropriate setting and sent it to Morgan, together with a bill for $5,000. The following day, the package was returned. Morgan's accompanying note read, "Like the pin, but I don't like the price. If you will accept the enclosed check for $4,000, please send back the box with the seal unbroken." The enraged jeweler refused the check and dismissed the messenger in disgust. He opened up the box to reclaim the unwanted pin, only to find that it had been removed. In its place was a check for $5,000. The Little, Brown Book of Anecdotes. Clifton Fadiman, H.D. Aided if their partner is too interested in their money. As the courtesan aged, then, she faced a most difficult fate. Ninon de L'Enclos had a horror of any kind of dependence. She early on tasted a kind of equality with her lovers, and she would not settle into a system that left her such distasteful options. Strangely enough, the system she devised in its place seemed to satisfy her suitors as much as it did her. The payers may have had to pay, but the fact that Ninon would only sleep with them when she wanted to gave them a thrill unavailable with every other courtesan. She was yielding out of her own desire. The martyr's avoidance of the taint of having to pay gave them a sense of superiority. As members of Ninon's fraternity of admirers, they also might some day experience the ultimate pleasure of being her favori. Finally, Ninon did not force her suitors into either category. They could choose which side they preferred. A freedom that left them a vestige of masculine pride. Such is the power of giving people a choice, or rather the illusion of one, for they are playing with cards you have dealt them. Where the alternatives set up by Ivan the Terrible involved a certain risk, one option would have led to his losing his power. Ninon created a situation in which every option redounded to her favor. From the payers she received the money she needed to run her salon. And from the martyrs she gained the ultimate in power. She could surround herself with a bevy of admirers, a harem from which to choose her lovers. The system, though, depended on one critical factor, the possibility, however remote, that a martyr could become a favori. The illusion that riches, glory, or sensual satisfaction may someday fall into your victim's lap is an irresistible carrot to include in your list of choices. That hope, however slim, will make men accept die most ridiculous situations, because it leaves them the all-important option of a dream. The illusion of choice, married to the possibility of future good fortune, will lure the most stubborn sucker into your glittering web. Keys to power. Words like freedom, options, and choice evoke a power of possibility far beyond the reality of the benefits they entail. When examined closely, the choices we have in the marketplace, in elections, in our jobs tend to have noticeable limitations. They are often a matter of a choice simply between A and B, with the rest of the alphabet out of the picture. Yet as long as the faintest mirage of choice flickers on, we rarely focus on the missing options. We choose to believe that the game is fair, and that we have our freedom. We prefer not to think too much about the depth of our liberty to choose. This unwillingness to probe the smallness of our choices stems from the fact that too much freedom creates a kind of anxiety. The phrase unlimited options sounds infinitely promising, but unlimited options would actually paralyze us and cloud our ability to choose. Our limited range of choices comforts us. This supplies the clever and cunning with enormous opportunities for deception. For people who are choosing between alternatives find it hard to believe they are being manipulated or deceived. They cannot see that you are allowing them a small amount of free will in exchange for a much more powerful imposition of your own will. Setting up a narrow range of choices, then, should always be a part of your deceptions. There is a saying, if you can get the bird to walk into the cage on its own, it will sing that much more prettily. The following are among the most common forms of controlling the options. Color the choices. This was a favored technique of Henry Kissinger. As President Richard Nixon's Secretary of State, Kissinger considered himself better informed than his boss, and believed that in most situations he could make the best decision on his own. But if he tried to determine policy, he would offend or perhaps enrage a notoriously insecure man. So Kissinger would propose 3 or 4 choices of action for each situation, and would present them in such a way that the one he preferred always seemed the best solution compared to the others. Time after time, Nixon fell for the bait, never suspecting that he was moving where Kissinger pushed him. This is an excellent device to use on the insecure master. Force the resistor. One of the main problems faced by Dr. Milton H. Erickson, a pioneer of hypnosis therapy in the 1950s, was the relapse. His patients might seem to be recovering rapidly, but their apparent susceptibility to the therapy masked a deep resistance. They would soon relapse into old habits, blame the doctor, and stop coming to see him. To avoid this, Erickson began ordering some patients to have a relapse, to make themselves feel as bad as when they first came in, to go back to square one. Faced with this option, the patients would usually choose to avoid the relapse, which, of course, was what Erickson really wanted. This is a good technique to use on children and other willful people who enjoy doing the opposite of what you ask them to. Push them to choose what you want them to do by appearing to advocate the opposite. Alter the playing field. In the 1860s, John D. Rockefeller set out to create an oil monopoly. If he tried to buy up the smaller oil companies, they would figure out what he was doing and fight back. Instead, he began secretly buying up the railway companies that transported the oil. When he then attempted to take over a particular company, and met with resistance, he reminded DM of their dependence on the rails. Refusing them shipping, or simply raising their fees, could ruin their business. Rockefeller altered the playing field so that the only options the small oil producers had were ones he gave DM. In this tactic, your opponents know their hand is being forced, but it doesn't matter. The technique is effective against those who resist at all costs. The shrinking options. The late 19th century art dealer Ambroise Vollard perfected this technique. Customers would come to Vollard's shop to see some saisons. He would show 3 paintings, neglect to mention a price, and pretend to doze off. The visitors would have to leave without deciding. They would usually come back the next day to see the paintings again, but this time Vollard would pull out less interesting works, pretending he thought they were the same ones. The baffled customers would look at the new offerings, leave to think them over, and return yet again. Once again the same thing would happen. Vollard would show paintings of lesser quality still. Finally the buyers would realize they had better grab what he was showing them, because tomorrow they would have to settle for something worse, perhaps at even higher prices. A variation on this technique is to raise the price every time the buyer hesitates and another day goes by. This is an excellent negotiating ploy to use on the chronically indecisive, who will fall for the idea that they are getting a better deal today than if they wait till tomorrow. The weak man on the precipice. The weak are the easiest to maneuver by controlling their options. Cardinal de Retz, the great 17th century provocateur, served as an unofficial assistant to the Duke of Orleans, who was notoriously indecisive. It was a constant struggle to convince the Duke to take action. Would hem and haw, weigh the options, and wait till the last moment, giving everyone around him an ulcer. But Retz discovered a way to handle him. He would describe all sorts of dangers, exaggerating them as much as possible, until the Duke saw a yawning abyss in every direction except one, the one Retz was pushing him to take. This tactic is similar to color the choices, but whitey the weak. You have to be more aggressive. Work on their emotions. Use fear and terror to propel them into action. Try reason and they will always find a way to procrastinate. Brothers in crime. This is a classic con artist technique. You attract your victims to some criminal scheme, creating a bond of blood and guilt between you. They participate in your deception, commit a crime, or think they do see the story of Sam Giesel in Law 3, and are easily manipulated. Serge Stavisky, the great French con artist of the 1920s, so entangled the government in his scams and swindles that die. State did not dare to prosecute him, and chose to leave him alone. It is often wise to implicate in your deceptions the very person who can do you the most harm if you fail. Their involvement can be subtle, even a hint of their involvement will narrow their options, and by their silence, the horns of a dilemma. This idea was demonstrated by General William Sherman's infamous march through Georgia during the American Civil War. Although the Confederates knew what direction Sherman was heading in, they never knew if he would attack from the left or the right, for he divided his army into two wings, and if the rebels retreated from one wing they found themselves facing the other. This is a classic trial lawyer's technique. The lawyer leads the witnesses to decide between two possible explanations of an event, both of which poke a hole in their story. They have to answer the lawyer's questions, but whatever they say, they hurt themselves. The key to this move is to strike quickly, deny the victim the time to think of an escape. As they wriggle between the horns of the dilemma, they dig their own grave. Understand, in your struggles with your rivals, it will often be necessary for you to hurt them. And if you are clearly the agent of their punishment, expect a counterattack, expect revenge. If, however, they seem to themselves to be the agents of their own misfortune, they will submit quietly. When Ivan left Moscow for his rural village, the citizens asking him to return agreed to his demand for absolute power. Over the years to come, they resented him less for the terror he unleashed on the country, because, after all, they had granted him his power themselves. This is why it is always good to allow your victims their choice of poison, and to cloak your involvement in providing it to them as far as possible. Image, the horns of the bull. The bull backs you into the corner with its horns. Note a single horn, which you might be able to escape, but a pair of horns that trap you within their hold. Run right or run left, either way you move into their piercing ends and are gored. Authority, for the wounds and every other evil that men inflict upon themselves spontaneously, and of their own choice, are in the long run less painful than those inflicted by others. Niccolò Machiavelli, 1469–1527. Reversal. Controlling the options has one main purpose: to disguise yourself as the agent of power and punishment. The tactic works best, then, for tyos whose power is fragile, and who cannot operate too openly without incurring suspicion, resentment, and anger. Even as a general rule, however, it is rarely wise to be seen as exerting power directly and forcefully, no matter how secure or strong you are. It is usually more elegant and more effective to give people the illusion of choice. On the other hand, by limiting other people's options, you sometimes limit your own. There are situations in which it is to your advantage to allow your rivals a large degree of freedom. As you watch them operate, you give yourself rich opportunities to spy, gather information, and plan your deceptions. The 19th century banker James Rothschild liked this method. He felt that if he tried to control his Opponents' movements, he lost the chance to observe their strategy and plan a more effective course. The more freedom he allowed them in the short term, the more forcefully he could act against them in the long run. Law 32. Play to people's fantasies. Judgment. The truth is often avoided because it is ugly and unpleasant. Never appeal to truth and reality unless you are prepared for the anger that comes from disenchantment. Life is so harsh and distressing that people who can manufacture romance or conjure up fantasy are like oases in the desert. Everyone flocks to them. There is great power in tapping into the fantasies of the masses. Iik and Kwai. Of Tiiki.ionks. The lion having suddenly lost his queen, everyone hastened to show allegiance to the monarch by offering consolation. These compliments, alas, served but to increase the widower's affliction. Due notice was given throughout the kingdom that the funeral would be performed at a certain time and place. The lion's officers were ordered to be in attendance, to regulate the ceremony, and place the company according to their respective rank. One may well judge now. One absented himself. The monarch gave way to his grief. And the whole cave, lions having no other temples, resounded with his cries. After his example, all the courtiers roared in their different tones. A court is the sort of place where everyone is either sorrowful, gay, or indifferent to everything, just as the reigning prince may think fit, or if any one is not actually, he at least tries to appear so. Each endeavors to mimic the master. It is truly said that one mind animates 1,000 bodies, clearly showing that human beings are mere machines. But let us return to our subject. The stag alone shed no tears. How could he? Forsooth, the death of the queen avenged him. She had observance of the law. The city-state of Venice was prosperous for so long that its citizens felt their small republic had destiny on its side. In the Middle Ages and High Renaissance, its virtual monopoly on trade to the east made it the wealthiest city in Europe. Under a beneficent republican government, Venetians enjoyed liberties that few other Italians had ever known. Yet in the 16th century dire fortunes suddenly changed. The opening of the New World transferred power to the Adriatic side of Europedo die Spanish and Portuguese, and later the Dutch and English. Venice could not compete economically, and its empire gradually dwindled. The final blow was the devastating loss of a prized Mediterranean possession, the island of Cyprus, captured from Venice by the Turks in 1570. Now noble families went broke in Venice, and banks began to fold. A kind of gloom and depression set dead over the citizens. They had known a glittering past had either lived through it or heard stories about it from their elders. The closeness of the glory years was humiliating. The Venetians half believed the goddess fortune was only playing a joke on them, and that the old days would soon return. For the time being, what could they do? In 1589 rumors began to swirl around Venice of the arrival not far away of a mysterious man called Bragadino, a master of alchemy, a man who had won incredible wealthy through his ability, it was said, to multiply gold through the use of a secret substance. The rumor spread quickly because a few years earlier, a Venetian nobleman passing through Poland had heard a learned man prophesy that Venice would recover her past glory and power if she could find a man who understood the alchemic art of manufacturing gold. And so, as word reached Venice of gold, this Bragadino possessed clinked gold coins continuously in his hands, and golden objects filled his palace. Some began to dream, through him, their city would prosper again. members of Venice's most important noble families. Accordingly went to Gidier to Brescia, where Bragadino lived. They toured his palace and watched in awe as he demonstrated his gold-making abilities, taking a pinch of seemingly worthless minerals and transforming it into several ounces of gold dust. The Venetian Senate prepared to debate the idea of extending an official invitation to Bragadino to stay in Venice at the city's expense, when word suddenly reached them that they were competing with the Duke of Mantua for his services. They heard of a magnificent party in Bragadino's palace for the Duke, featuring garments with golden buttons, gold watches, gold plates, and on and on. Worried they might lose Bragadino to Mantua, the Senate voted almost unanimously to invite him to Venice, promising him the mountain of money he would need to continue living in his luxurious style, but only if he came right away. Late that year, the mysterious Bragadino arrived in Venice, with his piercing dark eyes under thick brows, and the two enormous black mastiffs Diet accompanied him everywhere. He was forbidding and impressive. He took up residence in a sumptuous palace on the island of the Giudecca, with the Republic funding his banquets, his expensive clothes, and all his other whims. A kind of alchemy fever spread through Venice. On street corners, hawkers would sell coal, distilling apparatus, bellows, how-to-books on the subject. Everyone began to practice alchemy, everyone except Bragadino. The alchemist seemed to be in no hurry to begin manufacturing the gold that would save Venice from ruin. Strangely enough, this only increased his popularity and following. People thronged from all over Europe, even Asia, to meet this remarkable man. Months went by, with gifts pouring into Bragadino from all sides. Still he gave no sign of the miracle that the Venetians confidently expected him to produce. Eventually the citizens began to grow impatient, wondering if he would wait forever. At first the senators warned them not to hurry. Him was a capricious devil, who needed to be cajoled. Finally, though, the nobility began to wonder too, and the Senate came under pressure to show a return on the city's ballooning investment. Bragadino had only scorn for doubters, but he responded to them. He had, he said, already deposited in the city's mint the mysterious substance with which he multiplied gold. He could use this substance up all at once and produce double the gold, but the more slowly the process took place, the more it would yield. If left alone for 7 years, sealed in a casket, the substance would multiply the gold in the mint 30 times over. Most of the senators agreed to wait to reap the gold mine Bragadino promised. Others, however, were angry. 7 more years of this man living royally at the public trough. And many of the common citizens of Venice echoed these sentiments. Finally the alchemist's enemies demanded he produce a proof of his skills, a substantial amount of gold, and soon. Lofty, apparently devoted to his art, Bragadino responded that Venice, in its impatience, had betrayed him, and would therefore lose his services. He left town, going first to nearby Padua, then, in 1590, to Munich, at the invitation of the Duke of Bavaria, who, like the entire city of Venice, had known great wealth but had fallen into bankruptcy through his own profligacy, and hoped to regain his fortune through the famous alchemist's services. And so Bragadino resumed the comfortable arrangement he had known in Venice, and the same pattern repeated itself. Interpretation. The young Cypriot Mamugna had lived in Venice for several years before reincarnating himself as the alchemist Bragadino. He saw how gloom had settled on the city, how everyone was hoping for a redemption from some indefinite source, while other charlatans mastered everyday cons based on sleight of hand. Mamugnum mastered human nature. With Venice as his target from the start, he traveled abroad, made some money through his alchemy scams, and then returned to Italy, setting up shop in Brescia. There he created a reputation that he knew would spread to Venice. From a distance, in fact, his aura of power would be all the more impressive. At first Mamugna did not use vulgar demonstrations to convince Pia. Formerly strangled his wife and son. A courtier thought fit to inform the bereaved monarch, and even affirmed that he had seen the stag laugh. The rage of a king, says Solomon, is terrible, and especially that of a lion king. Pitiful forester, he exclaimed, darest thou laugh when all around are dissolved in tears? We will not soil our royal claws with thy profane blood. Do thou, brave wolf, avenge our queen, by immolating this traitor to her august manes. Hereupon the stag replied, Sire, the time for weeping is past, grief is here superfluous. Your revered spouse appeared to me but now, reposing on a bed of roses. I instantly recognized her. Friend, said she to me, have done with this funereal pomp, cease these useless tears. I have tasted 1,000 delights in the Elysian fields, conversing with those who are saints like myself. Let the king's despair remain for some time unchecked, it gratifies me. Scarcely had he spoken, when every one shouted, a miracle! A miracle! The stag, instead of being punished, received a handsome gift. Do but entertain a king with dreams, flatter him, and tell him a few pleasant fantastic lies, whatever his indignation against you may be, he will swallow the bait, and make you his dearest friend. Fables. Jean de La Fontaine, 1621–1695. If you want to tell lies, that will be believed. Don't tell the truth. That won't. Emperor Tokugawa Ieyasu of Japan. 17th century. Pi of his alchemic skill, his sumptuous palace, his opulent garments, the clink of gold in his hands, all these provided a superior argument to anything rational. And these established the cycle that kept him going. His obvious wealth confirmed his reputation as an alchemist, so that patrons like the Duke of Mantua gave him money, which allowed him to live in wealth, which reinforced his reputation as an alchemist, and so on. Only once this reputation was established, and dukes and senators were fighting over him, did he resort to the trilling necessity of a demonstration. By then, however, people were easy to deceive, they wanted to believe. The Venetian senators who watched him multiply gold wanted to believe so badly that they failed to notice the glass pipe up his sleeve, from which he slipped gold dust into his pinches of minerals. Brilliant and capricious, he was the alchemist of their fantasies, and once he had created an aura like the eyes, no one noticed his simple deceptions. Such is the power of the fantasies that take root in us, especially in times of scarcity and decline. People rarely believe that their problems arise from their own misdeeds and stupidity. Someone or something out there is to blame, the other, the world, the gods, and so salvation comes from the outside as well. Had Bragadino arrived in Venice armed with a detailed analysis of the reasons behind the city's economic decline, and of the hard-nosed steps that it could take to turn things around, he would have been scorned. The reality was too ugly, and the solution too painful. Must die kind of hard work that the citizens' ancestors had mustered to create an empire. Fantasy, on the other hand, in this case the romance of alchemy, was easy to understand and infinitely more palatable. To gain power, you must be a source of pleasure for those around you, and pleasure comes from playing to people's fantasies. Never promise a gradual improvement through hard work, rather, promise the moon, the great and sudden transformation, the pot of gold. No man need despair of gaining converts to the most extravagant hypothesis who has art enough to represent it in favorable colors. David Hume, 1711–1776. Keys to Power. Fantasy can never operate alone. It requires the backdrop of the humdrum and the mundane. It is the oppressiveness of reality that allows fantasy to take root and bloom. In 16th century Venice, the reality was one of decline and loss of prestige. The corresponding fantasy described a sudden recovery of past glories through the miracle of alchemy. While the reality only got worse, die Venetians inhabited a happy dream world in which dire city restored its fabulous wealth and power overnight, turning dust into gold. The person who can spin a fantasy out of an oppressive reality has access to untold power. As you search for the fantasy that will take hold of the masses, then, keep your eye on the banal truths that weigh heavily on us all. Never be distracted by people's glamorous portraits of themselves and their lives. Search and dig for what really imprisons them. Once you find that, you have the magical key that will put great power in your hands. Audio times and people change. Let us examine a few of the oppressive realities tied endure, and the opportunities for power they provide. The reality, change is slow and gradual. It requires hard work, a bit of luck, a fair amount of self-sacrifice, and a lot of patience. The fantasy, a sudden transformation, will bring a total change in one's fortunes, bypassing work, luck, self-sacrifice, and time in one fantastic stroke. This is of course the fantasy par excellence of the charlatans who prowl among us to this day, and was the key to Bragadino's success. Promise a great and total change from poor to rich, sickness to healthy, misery to ecstasy, and you will have followers. How did the great 16th century German quack Leonard Thumeiser become the court physician for the Elector of Brandenburg without ever studying medicine? Instead of offering amputations, leeches, and foul-tasting purgatives, the medicaments of the time, Thumeiser offered sweet-tasting elixirs and promised instant recovery. Fashionable courtiers especially wanted his solution of drinkable gold, which cost a fortune. If some inexplicable illness assailed you, Thumeiser would consult a horoscope and prescribe a talisman. Who could resist such a fantasy? Health and well-being without sacrifice and pain. The reality, the social realm, has hard-set codes and boundaries. We understand these limits and know that we have to move within the same familiar circles, day in and day out. The fantasy, we can enter a totally new world with different codes and the promise of adventure. In the early 1700s, all London was abuzz with talk of a mysterious stranger, a young man named George Salmanazar. He had arrived from what was to most Englishmen a fantastical land, the island of Formosa, now Taiwan, off the coast of China. Oxford University engaged Salmanazar to teach the island's language. A few years later, he translated the Bible into Formosan, then wrote a book, an immediate bestseller in Formosa's history and geography. The fantasy, we can enter a totally new world with different codes and the promise of adventure. In the early 1700s, all London was abuzz with talk of a mysterious stranger, a young man named George Salmanazar. He had arrived from what was to most Englishmen a fantastical land, the island of Formosa, now Taiwan, off the coast of China. Oxford University engaged Salmanazar to teach the island's language. A few years later, he translated the Bible into Formosan, then wrote a book, an Immediate bestseller in Formosa's history and geography. English royalty wined and dined die young man, and everywhere he went he entertained his hosts widely wondrous stories of his homeland and its bizarre customs. After Salmanazar died, however, his will revealed diet he was in fact merely a Frenchman widely a rich imagination. Everything he had said about Formosa's alphabet, its language, its literature, its entire culture he had invented. He had built on die English public's ignorance of die place to concoct an elaborate story that fulfilled their desire for the exotic and strange. British culture's rigid control of people's dangerous dreams gave him the perfect opportunity to exploit their fantasy. The fantasy of die exotic, of course, can also skirt die sexual. It must not come too close, dio, for the physical hinders die power of fantasy. It can be seen, grasped, and then tired of the fate of most courtesans. The bodily charms of die mistress only whet the master's appetite for more and different pleasures, a new beauty to adore. To bring power, fantasy must remain to some degree unrealized, literally unreal. The dancer Mata Hari, for instance, who rose to public prominence in Paris before World War I, had quite ordinary looks. Her power came from the fantasy she created of being strange and exotic, unknowable and indecipherable. The taboo she worked with was less sex itself than the breaking of social codes. Antidote or form of die fantasy of the exotic is simply die hope for relief from boredom. Con artists love to play on die oppressiveness of the working world, its lack of adventure. Their cons might involve, say, die recovery of lost Spanish treasure, with the possible participation of an alluring Mexican señorita and a connection to the president of a South American country uniting offering release from the humdrum. The reality, society is fragmented and full of conflict. The fantasy, people can come together in a mystical union of souls. In the 1920s the con man Oscar Hartzell made a quick fortune out of the age-old Sir Francis Drake swindle, basically promising any sucker who happened to be surnamed Drake a substantial share of the long-lost Drake treasure, to which Hartzell had access. Thousands across the Midwest fell for the scam, which Hartzell cleverly turned into a crusade against the government and everyone else who was trying to keep the Drake fortune out of the rightful hands of its heirs. There developed a mystical union of the oppressed Drakes, with emotional rallies and meetings. Promise such a union, and you can gain much power, but it is a dangerous power. Diet can easily turn against you. This is a fantasy for demagogues to play on. The reality, death. The dead cannot be brought back, the past cannot be changed. The fantasy, a sudden reversal of this intolerable fact. This con has many variations, but requires great skill and subtlety. The beauty and importance of die art Vermeer have long been recognized, but his paintings are small in number and are extremely rare. In die 1930s, though, Vermeers began to appear on the art market. Experts were called on to verify DM and pronounce DM real. Possession of these new Vermeers would crown a collector's career. It was like die resurrection of Lazarus. In a strange way, Vermeer had been brought back to life. The past had been changed. Only later did it come out that die new Vermeers were the work of a middle-aged Dutch forger named Han van Meegeren. And he had chosen Vermeer for his scam because he understood fantasy. The paintings would seem real precisely because the public, and the experts as well, so desperately wanted to believe they were. Remember, the key to fantasy is distance. The distant has allure and promise, seems simple and problem-free. What you are offering, then, should be ungraspable. Never let it become oppressively familiar. It is the mirage in the distance, withdrawing as die sucker approaches. Never be too direct in describing the fantasy. Keep it vague. As a forger of fantasies, let your victim come close enough to see and be tempted, but keep him far away enough that he stays dreaming and desiring. Image, the moon. Unattainable, always changing shape, disappearing and reappearing. We look at it, imagine, wonder, and pine. Never familiar, continuous provoker of dreams. Do not offer the obvious. Promise the moon. Authority, a lie is an allurement, a fabrication, that can be embellished into a fantasy. It can be clothed in the raiments of a mystic conception. Truth is cold, sober fact, not so comfortable to absorb. A lie is more palatable. The most detested person in the world is the one who always tells the truth, who never romances. I found it far more interesting and profitable to romance than to tell the truth. Joseph Weil, aka the Yellow Kid, 1875 to 1976. Reversal. If there is power in tapping into the fantasies of the masses, there is also danger. Fantasy usually contains an element of play. Die public half realizes it is being duped, but it keeps die dream alive anyway, relishing the entertainment and the temporary diversion from the everyday mat you are providing. So keep it light. Never come too close to the place where you are actually expected to produce results. That place may prove extremely hazardous. After Bragadino established himself in Munich, he found that the sober-minded Bavarians had far less faith in alchemy than the temperamental Venetians. Only the Duke really believed in it, for he needed it desperately to rescue him from the hopeless mess he was in. As Bragadino played his familiar waiting game, accepting gifts and expecting patience, the public grew angry. Money was being spent and was yielding no results. In 1592 the Bavarians demanded justice, and eventually Bragadino found himself swinging from the gallows. As before, he had promised and had not delivered. But this time he had misjudged the forbearance of his hosts, and his inability to fulfill tire fantasy proved fatal. One last tiling: never make the mistake of imagining that fantasy is always fantastical. It certainly contrasts with reality, but reality itself is sometimes so theatrical and stylized that fantasy becomes a desire for simple things. The image Abraham Lincoln created of himself, for example, as a homespun country lawyer with a beard, made him the common man's president. P.T. Barnum created a successful act with Tom Thumb, a dwarf who dressed up as famous leaders of the past, such as Napoleon, and lampooned them wickedly. The show delighted everyone, right up to Queen Victoria, by appealing to the fantasy of the time. Enough of the vainglorious rulers of history. The common man knows best. Tom Thumb reversed the familiar pattern of fantasy in which the strange and unknown becomes the ideal. But the act still obeyed the law, for underlying it was the fantasy that the simple man is without problems, and is happier than the powerful and the rich. Both Lincoln and Tom Thumb played the commoner but carefully maintained their distance. Should you play with such a fantasy, you too must carefully cultivate distance and not allow your common persona to become too familiar, or it will not project as fantasy. Law 33. Discover each man's thumbscrew. Judgment. Everyone has a weakness, a gap in the castle wall. That weakness is usually an insecurity, an uncontrollable emotion, or need. It can also be a small secret pleasure. Either way, once found, it is a thumbscrew you can turn to your advantage. Till, I.ion. IIK Chamois. Analytic fox. A lion was chasing a chamois along the valley. He had all but caught it, and with longing eyes was anticipating a certain and a satisfying repast. It seemed as if it were utterly impossible for the victim to escape, for a deep ravine appeared to bar the way for both the hunter and the hunted. But the nimble chamois, gathering together all its strength, shot like an arrow from a bow across the chasm, and stood still on the rocky cliff on the other side. Our lion pulled up short. But at that moment a friend of his happened to be near at hand. That friend was the fox. "What," said he, "with your strength and agility, is it possible that you will yield to a feeble chamois? You have only to will, and you will be able to work wonders. Though the abyss be deep, yet, if you are only in earnest, I am certain you will clear it. Surely you can. Confide in my disinterested friendship. I would not expose your life to danger if I were not so well aware of your strength and dexterity." The lion's blood waxed hot, and began to boil in his veins. He flung himself with all his might into space. But he could not clear the chasm, so down he tumbled headlong, and was killed by the fall. Finding the thumbscrew, a strategic plan of action. We all have resistances. We live with a perpetual armor around ourselves to defend against change and the intrusive actions of friends and rivals. We would like nothing more than to be left to do tilings our own way. Constantly butting up against these resistances will cost you a lot of energy. 1. Of the most important things to realize about people, though, is that they all have a weakness, some part of their psychological armor that will not resist, that will bend to your will if you find it and push on it. Some people wear their weaknesses openly, odiers disguise them. Those who disguise them are often ones most effectively undone through that one chink in their armor. In planning your assault, keep these principles in mind. Pay attention to gestures and unconscious signals. As Sigmund Freud remarked, no mortal can keep a secret. If his lips are silent, he chatters with his fingertips, betrayal oozes out of him at every pore. This is a critical concept in the search for a person's weakness. It is revealed by seemingly unimportant gestures and passing words. The key is not only what you look for but where and how you look. Everyday conversation supplies the richest mine of weaknesses, so train yourself to listen. Start by always seeming interested. The appearance of a sympathetic ear will spur anyone to talk. A clever trick, often used by the 19th century French statesman Talleyrand, is to appear to open up to the other person, to share a secret with them. It can be completely made up, or it can be real but of no great importance to you. The important thing is that it should seem to come from the heart. This will usually elicit a response that is not only as frank as yours, but more genuine. A response that reveals a weakness. If you suspect that someone has a particular soft spot, probe for it indirectly. If, for instance, you sense that a man has a need to be loved, openly flatter him. If he laps up your compliments, no matter how obvious, you are on the right track. Train your eye for details: how someone tips a waiter, what delights a person, hidden messages in clothes. Find people's idols, things they worship and will do anything to get. Perhaps you can be supplier of tire fantasies. Remember, since we all try to hide our weaknesses, there is little to be learned from our conscious behavior. What oozes out in the lit things outside our conscious control is what you want to know. Find the helpless child. Most weaknesses begin in childhood, before self builds up compensatory defenses. Perhaps the child was pampered or indulged in a particular area, or perhaps a certain emotional need went unfulfilled. As he or she grows older, the indulgence or the deficiency may be buried but never disappears. Knowing about a childhood need gives you a powerful key to a person's weakness. One sign of this weakness is that when you touch on it, the person will often act like a child. Be on the lookout, then, for any behavior it should have been outgrown. If your victims or rivals went without something important, such as parental support, when they were children, supply it, or its facsimile. If they reveal a secret taste, a hidden indulgence, indulge it. In either case, they will be unable to resist you. Look for contrasts. An overt trait often conceals its opposite. People who thump their chests are often big cowards. A prudish exterior may hide a lascivious soul. The uptight are often screaming for adventure, the shy are dying for attention. By probing beyond appearances, you will often find people's weaknesses in the opposite of the qualities they reveal to you. Find the weak link. Sometimes in your search for weaknesses it is not what but who that matters. In today's versions of the court, there is often someone behind the scenes who has a great deal of power, a tremendous influence over the person superficially on top. These behind the scenes power brokers are die group's weak link, win their favor and you indirectly influence the king. Alternatively, even in a group of people acting with the appearance of one Willis, when a group under attack closes ranks to resist an outsider, there is always a weak link in the chain. Find die one person who will bend under pressure. Fill the void. The two main emotional voids to fill are insecurity and unhappiness. The insecure are suckers for any kind of social validation. As for the chronically unhappy, look for die roots of their unhappiness. The insecure and the unhappy are the people least able to disguise dire weaknesses. The ability to fill dire emotional voids is a great source of power, and an indefinitely prolongable one. Feed on uncontrollable emotions. The uncontrollable emotion can be a paranoid fear, a fear disproportionate to the situation, or any base motive such as lust, greed, vanity, or hatred. People in the grip of these emotions often cannot control themselves, and you can do the controlling for them. Observances of the law. Observance I. In 1615 the 30-year-old Bishop of Lucan, later known as Cardinal Richelieu, gave a speech before representatives of die three estates of France: clergy, nobility, and commoners. Richelieu had been chosen to serve as the mouthpiece for the clergy, an immense responsibility for a man still young and not particularly well known. On all of the important issues of the day, the speech followed the church line. But near the end of it, Richelieu did something that had nothing to do with the church and everything to do with his career. He turned to die throne of the 15-year-old King Louis XIII, and to die Queen Motire Marie de Medicis, who sat beside. Then what did his dear friend do? He cautiously made his way down to the bottom of the ravine, and there, out in the open space and the free air, seeing that the lion wanted neither flattery nor obedience now, he set to work to pay the last sad rites to his dead friend, and in a month picked his bones clean. Fables. Ivan Krylov, 1768–1844. Irving L. Isaac. Hollywood superagent, Irving Paul Lazar was once anxious to sell, studio mogul, Jack L. Warner, a play. I had a long meeting with him today, Lazar explained, to screenwriter Garson Kanin, but I didn't mention it, I didn't even bring it up. Why not? I asked. Because I'm going to wait until the weekend after next, when I go to Palm Springs. I don't understand. You don't I go to Palm Springs every weekend. But Warner isn't going this weekend. He's got a preview or something. So he's not coming down till the next weekend, so that's when I'm going to bring it up. Irving, I'm more and. Law 33-273. More confused, look, 1 foot, said Irving impatiently, I know what I'm doing. I know how to sell Warner. This is a type of material that he's uneasy with, so I have to hit him with it. Hard and suddenly to get an okay. But why Palm Springs? Because in Palm Springs, every day he goes to the baths at the spa. And that's where I'm going to be when he's there. Now there's a thing about Jack, he's 80 and he's very vain, and he doesn't like people to see him naked. So when I walk up to him naked at the spa / mean he's naked, well, I'm naked too, but I don't care who sees me. He does. And I walk up to him naked, and I start to talk to him about this thing. He too be very embarrassed. And he'll want to get away from me, and the easiest way is to say yes, because he knows if he says no, then I'm going to stick with him, and stay right on it, and not give up. So to get rid of me, he'll probably say yes. 2 weeks later, I read of the acquisition of this particular property by Warner Brothers. I phoned Lazaran. Asked how it had been accomplished. How do you think he asked? In the buff, that's how, just the way I told you it was going to work. Hollywood. Garson Kanin. Louis, as the regent ruling France until her son reached his majority. Everyone expected Richelieu to say the usual kind words to the young king. Instead, however, he looked directly at and only at the Queen Mother. Indeed, his speech ended in long and fulsome praise of her, praise so glowing that it actually offended some in the church. But the smile on the Queen's face as she lapped up Richelieu's compliments was unforgettable. A year later, the Queen Mother appointed Richelieu Secretary of State for Foreign Affairs, an incredible coup for the young bishop. He had now entered the inner circle of power, and he studied the workings of the court as if it were the machinery of a watch. An Italian, Concini, was the Queen Mother's favorite, or rather her lover, a role that made him perhaps the most powerful man in France. Concini was vain and foppish, and Richelieu played him perfectly, attending to him as if he were the king. Within months, Richelieu had become one of Concini's favorites. But something happened in 1617 that turned everything upside down. The young king, who up until then had shown every sign of being an idiot, had Concini murdered and his most important associates imprisoned. In so doing, Louis took command of the country with one blow, sweeping the Queen Mother aside. Had Richelieu played it wrong, he had been close to both Concini and Marie de Medicis, whose advisers and ministers were now all out of favor, some even arrested. The Queen Mother herself was shut up in the Louvre, a virtual prisoner. Richelieu wasted no time. If everyone was deserting Marie de Medicis, he would stand by her. He knew Louis could not get rid of her, for the king was still very young, and had in any case always been inordinately attached to her. As Marie's only remaining powerful friend, Richelieu filled the valuable function of liaison between the king and his mother. In return, he received her protection, and was able to survive the palace coup, even to thrive. Over the next few years, the Queen Mother grew still more dependent on him, and in 1622, she repaid him for his loyalty. Through the intercession of her allies in Rome, Richelieu was elevated to the powerful rank of cardinal. By 1623, King Louis was in trouble. He had no one he could trust to advise him, and although he was now a young man instead of a boy, he remained childish in spirit, and affairs of state came hard to him. Now that he had taken the throne, Marie was no longer the regent and theoretically had no power, but she still had her son's ear, and she kept telling him that Richelieu was his only possible savior. At first Louis would have none of it, hated the cardinal with a passion, only tolerating him out of love for Marie. In the end, however, isolated in the court and crippled by his own indecisiveness, he yielded to his mother and made Richelieu first as chief counselor and later prime minister. Now Richelieu no longer needed Marie de Médicis. He stopped visiting and courting her, stopped listening to her opinions, even argued with her and opposed her wishes. Instead he concentrated on the king, making himself indispensable to his new master. All the previous premiers, understanding the king's childishness, had tried to keep him out of trouble. The shrewd Richelieu played him differently, deliberately, pushing him into one ambitious project after another, such as a crusade against the Huguenots and finally an extended war with Spain. The immensity of these projects only made the king more dependent on his powerful premier, the only man able to keep order in the realm. And so, for the next 18 years, Richelieu, exploiting the king's weaknesses, governed and molded France according to his own vision, unifying the country and making it a strong European power for centuries to come. Interpretation: Richelieu saw everything as a military campaign, and no strategic move was more important to him than discovering his enemies' weaknesses and applying pressure to them. As early as his speech in 1615, he was looking for the weak link in die chain of power, and he saw that it was die queen mother. Not that Marie was obviously weak, she governed both France and her son, but Richelieu saw that she was really an insecure woman who needed constant masculine attention. He showered her with affection and respect, even toadying up to her favorite, Concini. He knew the day would come when the king would take over, but he also recognized that Louis loved his mother dearly and would always remain a child in relation to her. The way to control Louis, then, was not by gaining his favor, which could change overnight, but by gaining sway over his modier, for whom his affection would never change. Once Richelieu had the position he desired, prime minister discarded die queen mother, moving on to die next weak link in the chain, the king's own character. There was a part of him diet would always be a helpless child in need of higher authority. It was on the foundation of the king's weakness that Richelieu established his own power and fame. Remember, when entering the court, find the weak link. The person in control is often not the king or queen, it is someone behind the scenes, the favorite, the husband or wife. Even fly court fool. This person may have more weaknesses than the king himself, because his power depends on all kinds of capricious factors outside his control. Finally, when dealing with helpless children who cannot make decisions, play on their weakness and push them into bold ventures. They will have to depend on you even more, for you will become the adult figure whom they rely on to get them out of scrapes and to safety. Observance 2. In December of 1925, guests at the swankiest hotel in Palm Beach, Florida, watched with interest as a mysterious man arrived in a Rolls-Royce driven by a Japanese chauffeur. Over the next few days they studied this handsome man, who walked wide an elegant cane, received telegrams at all hours, and only engaged in the briefest of conversations. He was a count, they heard, Count Victor Lustig, and he came from one of the wealthiest families in Europe, but this was all they could find out. Imagine their amazement, Diane, when Lustig one day walked up to one of the least distinguished guests in the hotel, a Mr. Herman Lawler. As time went on, I came to look for the little weaknesses. It's the little things that count. On one occasion, I worked on the president of a large bank in Omaha. The phony deal involved the purchase of the street railway system of Omaha, including a bridge across the Mississippi River. My principals were supposedly German, and I had to negotiate with Berlin. While awaiting word from them, I introduced my fake mining stock proposition. Since this man was rich, I decided to play for high stakes. Meanwhile, I played golf with the banker, visited his home, and went to the theater with him and his wife. Though he showed some interest in my stock deal, he still wasn't convinced. I had built it up to the point that an investment of $1,250,000 was required. Of this I was to put up $900,000, the banker $350,000. But still he hesitated. One evening when one was at his home for dinner, I wore some perfume, Cody's April Violets. It was not then considered effeminate for a man to use a dash of perfume. The banker's wife thought it very lovely. "Where did you get it? It is a rare blend," I told her, "especially made for me by a French perfumer." "Do you like it?" "I love it," she replied. The following day I went through my effects and found 2 empty bottles. Both had come from France, but were empty. I went to a downtown department store and purchased 10 ounces of Cody's April Violets. I poured this into the 2 French bottles, carefully sealed them, wrapped them in tissue paper. That evening one dropped by the banker's home and presented the 2 bottles to his wife. They were especially put up for me in Cologne, told her. The next day the banker called at my hotel. His wife was enraptured by the perfume. She considered it the most wonderful, the most exotic fragrance she had ever used. I did not tell the banker. He could get all he wanted right in Omaha. She said, the banker added, that I was fortunate to be associated with a man like you. From then on his attitude was changed, for he had complete faith in his wife's judgment. He parted with $350,000. This, incidentally, was my biggest score. Yellow Kid while 1875 to 1976. Head of an engineering company, and entered into conversation with him. Lawler had made his fortune only recently, and forging social connections was very important to him. He felt honored and somewhat intimidated by this sophisticated man, who spoke perfect English with a hint of a foreign accent. Over die days to come, the two became friends. Lawler of course did most of the talking, and one night he confessed that his business was doing poorly, with more troubles ahead. In return, Lustig confided in his new friend that he too had serious money problems. Communists had seized his family estate and all its assets. He was too old to learn a trade and go to work. Luckily he had found an answer, a money-making machine. "You counterfeit," Lawler whispered in half-shock. "No," Lustig replied, explaining that through a secret chemical process, his machine could duplicate any paper currency with complete accuracy. Put in a dollar bill and 6 hours later you had two, both perfect. He proceeded to explain how the machine had been smuggled out of Europe, how Die Germans had developed it to undermine the British, how it had supported the Count for several years, and on and on. When Lawler insisted on a demonstration, the two men went to Lustig's room, where the Count produced a magnificent mahogany box fitted with slots, cranks, and dials. Lawler watched as Lustig inserted a dollar bill and die box. Sure enough, early die following Morning Lustig pulled out 2 bills, still wet from dye. Chemicals. Lustig gave the notes to Lawler, who immediately took the bills to a local bank which accepted them as genuine. Now the businessman feverishly begged Lustig to sell him a machine. The Count explained that there was only one in existence, so Lawler made him a high offer, $25,000, then a considerable amount, more than $400,000 in today's terms. Even so, Lustig seemed reluctant. He did not feel right about making his friend pay so much. Yet finally he agreed to the sale. After all, he said, I suppose it matters little what you pay me. You are, after all, going to recover the amount within a few days by duplicating your own bills. Making Lawler swear never to reveal the machine's existence to Odier people. Lustig accepted the money. Later the same day he checked out of the hotel. A year later, after many futile attempts at duplicating bills, Lawler finally went to the police with the story of how Count Lustig had conned him with a pair of dollar bills, some chemicals, and a worthless mahogany box. Interpretation. Count Lustig had an eagle eye for other people's weaknesses. He saw them in Dye's smallest gesture. Lawler, for instance, over-tipped waiters, seemed nervous in conversation with the concierge, talked loudly about his business. His weakness, Lustig knew, was his need for social validation and for Dye respect that he thought his wealth had earned him. He was also chronically insecure. Lustig had come to the hotel to hunt for prey. In Lawler he homed in on the perfect suck era. Man hungering for someone to fill his psychic voids. In offering Lawler his friendship, then, Lustig knew he was offering him the immediate respect of the other guests. As a Count, Lustig was also offering the newly rich businessman access to the glittering world of old wealth. And for the coup de grace, he apparently owned a machine that would rescue Lawler from his worries. It would even put him on a par with Lustig himself, who had also used the machine to maintain his status. No wonder Lawler took the bait. Remember, when searching for suckers, always look for the dissatisfied, the unhappy, the insecure. Such people are riddled with weaknesses and have needs that you can fill. Their neediness is the groove in which you place your thumbnail and turn DM at will. Observance 3. In the year 1559, the French King Henri II died in a jousting exhibition. His son assumed the throne, becoming Francis II, but in the background stood Henry's wife and Queen, Catherine de' Medicis, a woman who had long ago proven her skill in affairs of state. When Francis died the next year, Catherine took control of the country as regent to her next son in line of succession, the future Charles IX, a mere 10 years old at the time. The main threats to the Queen's power were Antoine de Bourbon, King of Navarre, and his brother, Louis, Dye, powerful Prince of Condé, BOM of whom could claim the right to serve as regent instead of Catherine, who, after all, was Italiana foreigner. Catherine quickly appointed Antoine Lieutenant General of the Kingdom, a title that seemed to satisfy his ambition. It also meant that he had to remain in court, where Catherine could keep an eye on him. Her next move proved smarter still. Antoine had a notorious weakness for young women, so she assigned one of her most attractive maids of honor, Louise de Rouet, to seduce him. Now, Antoine's intimate, Louise reported all of his actions to Catherine. The move worked so brilliantly that Catherine assigned another of her maids to Prince Condé, and thus formed her escadron volant flying squadron of young girls, whom she used to keep the unsuspecting males in the court under her control. In 1572 Catherine married off her daughter, Marguerite de Valois, to Henri, the son of Antoine and the new king of Navarre. To put a family that had always struggled against her so close to power was a dangerous move, so to make sure of Henry's loyalty she unleashed on him the loveliest member of her flying squadron, Charlotte de Bonne-Semblanque, Baroness of Sauves. Catherine did this even though Henri was married to her daughter. Within weeks, Marguerite de Valois wrote in her memoirs, Madame de Sauves so completely ensnared my husband that we no longer slept together, nor even conversed. The Baroness was an excellent spy and helped to keep Henri under Catherine's thumb. When the Queen's youngest son, the Duke of Alençon, grew so close to Henri that she feared the two might plot against her, she assigned the Baroness to him as well. This most infamous member of the flying squadron quickly seduced Alençon, and soon the two young men fought over her entire friendship quickly ended, along with any danger of a conspiracy. And while I am on the subject, there is another fact that deserves mention. It is this: a man shows his character just in the way in which he deals with trifles, for then he is off his guard. This will often afford a good opportunity of observing the boundless egoism of a man's nature and his total lack of consideration for others, and if these defects show themselves in small things, or merely in his general demeanor, you will find that they also underlie his action in matters of importance, although he may disguise the fact. This is an opportunity which should not be missed. If in the little affairs of every day, the trifles of life, a man is inconsiderate and seeks only what is advantageous or convenient to himself, to the prejudice of others' rights, if he appropriates to himself that which belongs to all alike, you may be sure there is no justice in his heart, and that he would be a scoundrel on a wholesale scale, only that law and compulsion bind his hands. Arthur Schopenhauer, 1788 to 1860. When the two armies, Julius Caesar's and Pompey's, were come into Pharsalia, and both encamped there, Pompey's thoughts ran the same way as they had done before, against fighting. But those who were about him were greatly confident of success, as if they had already conquered. The cavalry especially were obstinate for fighting, being splendidly armed and bravely mounted, and valuing themselves upon the fine horses they kept, and upon their own handsome persons, as also upon the advantage of their numbers, for they were 5,000 against 1,000 of Caesar's. Nor were the numbers of the infantry less disproportionate, there being 45,000 of Pompey's against 22,000 of the enemy. The next day, whilst the infantry was thus sharply engaged in the main battle, on the flank Pompey's horse rode up confidently, and opened his cavalry's ranks very wide, that they might surround the right wing of Caesar. But before they engaged, Caesar's cohorts rushed out and attacked them, and did not dart their javelins at a distance, nor strike at the thighs and legs, as they usually did in close battle, but aimed at their faces. For thus interpretation, Catherine had seen very early on the sway mat a mistress as over a man of power. Her own husband, Henri too, had kept one of the most infamous mistresses of them all, Diane de Poitiers. What Catherine learned from the experience was that a man like her husband wanted to feel he could win a woman over without having to rely on his status, which he had inherited rather than earned. And such a need contained a huge blind spot. As long as die woman began die affair by acting as if she had been conquered, die man would fail to notice that as time passed the mistress had come to hold power over him, as Diane de Poitiers did over Henri. It was Catarine's strategy to turn this weakness to her advantage, using it as a way to conquer and control men. All she had to do was unleash the loveliest women in the court, her flying Squadron, on men whom she knew shared her husband's vulnerability. Remember, always look for passions and obsessions that cannot be controlled. The stronger the passion, the more vulnerable die person. This may seem surprising, for passionate people look strong. In fact, however, they are simply filling die stage with dire theatricality, distracting people from how weak and helpless they really are. A man's need to conquer women actually reveals a tremendous helplessness that has made suckers out of them for thousands of years. Look at the part of a person that is most visible there. Greed, dire lust, dire intense fear. These are the emotions they cannot conceal and over which die have the least control. And what people cannot control, you can control for. DM. Observance 4. Arabella Huntington, wife of great late 19th century railroad magnate Collis P. Huntington, came from humble origins and always struggled for social recognition among her wieldy peers. When she gave a party in her San Francisco mansion, few of Die's social elite would show up. Most of DM took her for a gold digger, not their kind. Because of her husband's fabulous wieldy, art dealers courted her, but why'd such condescension? They obviously saw her as an upstart. Only one man of consequence treated her differently, the dealer Joseph Devine. For Die's first few years of Devine's relationship with Arabella, he made no effort to sell expensive art to her. Instead, he accompanied her to fine stores, chatted endlessly about queens and princesses he knew, on and on. At last, she died, a man who treated her as an equal, even a superior, in high society. Meanwhile, if Devine did not try to sell art to her, he did educate her in his aesthetic ideas, namely, that Die's best art was the most expensive art. And after Arabella had soaked up his way of seeing things, Devine would act as if she always had exquisite taste, even before she met him her aesthetics had been abysmal. When Collis Huntington died, in 1900, Arabella came into a fortune. She suddenly started to buy expensive paintings by Rembrandt and Velázquez, for example, and only from Devine. Years later, Devine sold her Gainsborough's Blue Boy for the highest price ever paid for a work of art at the time, an astounding purchase for a family that previously had shown little interest in collecting. Interpretation. Joseph Devine instantly understood Arabella Huntington. And what made her tick, she wanted to feel important, at home in society. Intensely insecure about her lower class background, she needed confirmation of her new social status. Devine waited. Instead of rushing into trying to persuade her to collect art, he subtly went to work on her weaknesses. He made her feel that she deserved his attention. Not because she was the wife of one of the wealthiest men in the world, but because of her own special character, and this completely melted her. Devine never condescended to Arabella. Rather than lecturing to her, he instilled his ideas in her indirectly. The result was one of his best and most devoted clients, and also the sale of the Blue Boy. People's need for validation and recognition, tire need to feel important, is the best kind of weakness to exploit. First, it is almost universal. Second, exploiting it is so very easy. All you have to do is find ways to make people feel better about their taste, their social standing, mere intelligence. Once the fish are hooked, you can reel them in again and again. For years you are filling a positive role, giving them what they cannot get on their own. They may never suspect that you are turning them like a thumbscrew, and if they do, they may not care, because you are making them feel better about themselves, and that is worth any price. Observance v. In 1862, King William of Prussia named Otto von Bismarck, Premier and Minister for Foreign Affairs. Bismarck was known for his boldness, his ambition and his interest in strengthening the military. Since William was surrounded by liberals in his government and cabinet, politicians who already wanted to limit his powers, it was quite dangerous for him to put Bismarck in this sensitive position. His wife, Queen Augusta, had tried to dissuade him, but she usually got her way with him. This time William stuck to his guns. Only a week after becoming Prime Minister, Bismarck made an impromptu speech to a few dozen ministers to convince them of the need to enlarge the army. He ended by saying, "The great questions of the time will be decided, not by speeches and resolutions of majorities, but by iron and blood." His speech was immediately disseminated throughout Germany. The Queen screamed at her husband that Bismarck was a barbaric militarist who was out to usurp control of Prussia, and that William had to fire him. The liberals in the government agreed with her. The outcry was so vehement that William began to be afraid he would end up on a scaffold, like Louis XVI of France, if he kept Bismarck on as Prime Minister. Bismarck knew he had to get to the king before it was too late. He also knew he had blundered, and should have tempered his fiery words. Yet as he contemplated his strategy, he decided not to apologize but to do the exact opposite. Bismarck knew the king well. Caesar had instructed them, in hopes that young gentlemen, who had not known much of battles and wounds, came wearing their hair long, in the flower of their age and height of their beauty, would be more apprehensive of such blows, and not care for hazarding both a danger at present and a blemish for the future. And so it proved, for they were so far from bearing the stroke of the javelins, that they could not stand the sight of them, but turned about, and covered their faces to secure them. Once in disorder, presently they turned about to fly, and so most shamefully ruined all. For those who had beat them back at once outflanked the infantry, and falling on their rear, cut them to pieces. Pompey, who commanded the other wing of the army, when he saw his cavalry thus broken and flying, was no longer himself, nor did he now remember that he was Pompey the Great, but, like one whom some god had deprived of his senses, retired to his tent without speaking a word, and there sat to expect the event, till the whole army was routed. The Life of Julius Caesar. Plutarch, c. AD 46–120. When the two men met, William, predictably, had been worked into a tizzy by the Queen. He reiterated his fear of being guillotined. But Bismarck only replied, "Yes, then we shall be dead. We must die sooner or later, and could there be a more respectable way of dying, I should die fighting for the cause of my king and master. Your Majesty would die sealing with your own blood your royal rights granted by God's grace. Whether upon the scaffold or upon the battlefield makes no difference to the glorious staking of body and life on behalf of rights granted by God's grace." On he went, appealing to William's sense of honor and the majesty of his position as head of the army. How could the king allow people to push him around? Wasn't the honor of Germany more important than quibbling over words? Not only did the Prime Minister convince the king to stand up to both his wife and his parliament, he persuaded him to build up the army. Bismarck's goal all along. Interpretation. Bismarck knew the king felt bullied by those around him. He knew that William had a military background and a deep sense of honor, and that he felt ashamed at his cravenness before his wife and his government. William's secret: he yearned to be a great and mighty king, but he dared not express this ambition because he was afraid of ending up like Louis XVI, where a show of courage often conceals a man's timidity. William's timidity concealed his need to show courage and thump his chest. Bismarck sensed the longing for glory beneath William's pacifist front, so he played to the king's insecurity about his manhood, finally pushing him into dirty wars and the creation of a German empire. Timidity is a potent weakness to exploit. Timid souls often yearn to be their opposite be Napoleons. Yet they lack the inner strength. You, in essence, can become their Napoleon, pushing them into bold actions that serve your needs while also making them dependent on you. Remember, look to the opposites and never take appearances at face value. Image, the thumbscrew. Your enemy has secrets that he guards, thinks thoughts he will not reveal. But they come out in ways he cannot help. It is there somewhere, a groove of weakness on his head, at his heart, over his belly. Once you find the groove, put your thumb in it and turn him at will. Authority, find out each man's thumbscrew. 'Tis the art of setting their wills in action. It needs more skill than resolution. You must know where to get at anyone. Every volition has a special motive which varies according to taste. All men are idolaters, some of fame, odiers of self-interest, most of pleasure. Skill consists in knowing these idols in order to bring them into play. Knowing any man's mainspring of motive you have as it were the key to his will. Balthasar Gracian, 1601–1658. Reversal. Playing on people's weakness has one significant danger. You may stir up an action you cannot control. In your games of power you always look several steps ahead and plan accordingly. And you exploit the fact that other people are more emotional and incapable of such foresight. But when you play on their vulnerabilities, the areas over which they have least control, you can unleash emotions that will upset your plans. Push timid people into bold action and they may go too far, answer their need for attention or recognition and they may need more than you want to give them. The helpless, childish element you are playing on can turn against you. The more emotional the weakness, the greater the potential danger. Know the limits to this game, then, and never get carried away by your control over your victims. You are after power, not die deril of control. Law 34. Be royal in your own fashion, act like a king to be treated like one. Judgment. The way you carry yourself will often determine how you are treated, in the long run. Appearing vulgar or common will make people disrespect you. For a king respects himself and inspires the same sentiment in others. By acting regally and confident of your powers, you make yourself seem destined to wear a crown. Transgression of the law. In July of 1830, a revolution broke out in Paris that forced the king, Charles X, to abdicate. A commission of the highest authorities in the land gathered to choose a successor, and the man they picked was Louis Philippe, the Duke of Orleans. From the beginning it was clear that Louis Philippe would be a different kind of king, and not just because he came from a different branch of the royal family, or because he had not inherited the crown but had been given it, by a commission, putting his legitimacy in question. Rather it was that he disliked ceremony and the trappings of royalty. He had more friends among the bankers than among the nobility, and his style was not to create a new kind of royal rule, as Napoleon had done, but to downplay his status. Better to mix Whitey the businessmen and middle-class folk who had called him to lead. Thus the symbols that came to be associated with Louis Philippe were neither the scepter nor the crown, but the grey hat and umbrella with which he would proudly walk the streets of Paris, as if he were a bourgeois for a stroll. When Louis Philippe invited James Rothschild, the most important banker in France, to his palace, he treated him as an equal. And unlike any king before him, not only did he talk business with Monsieur Rothschild, but that was literally all he talked, for he loved money and had amassed a huge fortune. As the reign of the bourgeois king plodded on, people came to despise him. The aristocracy could not endure the sight of an unkingly king, and within a few years they turned on him. Meanwhile, the growing class of the poor, including the radicals who had chased out Charles X, found no satisfaction in a ruler who neither acted as a king nor governed as a man of the people. The bankers to whom Louis Philippe was most beholden soon realized that it was they who controlled the country, not he, and they treated him with growing contempt. One day, at the start of a train trip organized for die royal family, James Rothschild actually berated him in public for being late. Once die king had made news by treating the banker as an equal, now the banker treated the king as an inferior. Eventually the workers' insurrections that had brought down Louis Philippe's predecessor began to re-emerge, and die king put them down with force. But what was he defending so brutally? Not the institution of monarchy, which he disdained, nor a democratic republic, which his rule prevented. What he was really defending, it seemed, was his own fortune, and die fortunes of the bankers, not a way to inspire loyalty among die citizenry. In early 1848, Frenchmen of all classes began to demonstrate for electoral reforms that would make die country truly democratic. By February the demonstrations had turned violent. To assuage the populace, Louis Philippe fired his prime minister and appointed a liberal as a replacement. But this created the opposite of the desired effect. The people sensed they could push the king around. The demonstrations turned into a full-fledged revolution, with gunfire and barricades in the streets. Never lose your self-respect, nor be too familiar with yourself when you are alone. Let your integrity itself be your own standard of rectitude, and be more indebted to the severity of your own judgment of yourself than to all external precepts. Desist from unseemly conduct, rather out of respect for your own virtue than for the strictures of external authority. Come to hold yourself in awe, and you will have no need of Seneca's imaginary tutor. Balthasar Gracian, 1601–1658. On the night of February 23, a crowd of Parisians surrounded the palace. With a suddenness that caught everyone by surprise, Louis Philippe abdicated that very evening and fled to England. He left no successor, nor even die's suggestion of one. His whole government folded up and dissolved like a traveling circus leaving town. Interpretation: Louis Philippe consciously dissolved the aura that naturally pertains to kings and leaders. Scoffing at the symbolism of grandeur, he believed a new world was dawning, where rulers should act and be like ordinary citizens. He was right. A new world, without kings and queens, was certainly on its way. He was profoundly wrong, however, in predicting a change in the dynamics of power. The bourgeois king's hat and umbrella amused the French at first, but soon grew irritating. People knew that Louis Philippe was not really like them at all, that the hat and umbrella were essentially a kind of trick to encourage them in the fantasy that the country had suddenly grown more equal. Actually, though, the divisions of wealth had never been greater. The French expected their ruler to be a bit of a showman, to have some presence. Even a radical like Robespierre, who had briefly come to power during the French Revolution 50 years earlier, had understood this. And certainly Napoleon, who had turned die revolutionary republic into an imperial regime, had known it in his bones. Indeed, as soon as Louis Philippe fled the stage, the French revealed their true desire. They elected Napoleon's grandnephew president. He was a virtual unknown, but they hoped he would recreate die great general's powerful aura, erasing die awkward memory of die bourgeois king. Powerful people may be tempted to affect the common man aura, trying to create the illusion that they and die are subjects or underlings are basically die same. But the people whom die's false gesture is intended to impress will quickly see through it. They understand that they are not being given more power, that it only appears as if die shared in the powerful person's fate. The only kind of common touch that works is die kind affected by Franklin Roosevelt, a style that said the president shared values and goals with the common people even while he remained a patrician at heart. He never pretended to erase his distance from the crowd. Leaders who try to dissolve that distance through a false chumminess gradually lose the ability to inspire loyalty, fear, or love. Instead, they elicit contempt. Like Louis Philippe, they are too uninspiring even to be worth the guillotine die. Best die he can do is simply vanish in the night, as if die were never there. Observance of the law. When Christopher Columbus was trying to find funding for his legendary voyages, many around him believed he came from the Italian aristocracy. This view was passed into history through a biography written after the explorer's death by his son, which describes him as a descendant of a Count Colombo of die caste of Caccaro and Montferrat. Colombo, in turn, was said to be descended from the legendary Roman General Colonius, and two of his first cousins were supposedly direct descendants of an emperor of Constantinople. An illustrious background indeed. But it was noting more than illustrious fantasy, for Columbus was actually the son of Domenico Colombo, a humble weaver who had opened a wine shop when Christopher was a young man, and who then made his living by selling cheese. Columbus himself had created the myth of his noble background, because from early on he felt that destiny had singled him out for great things, and that he had a kind of royalty in his blood. Accordingly, he acted as if he were indeed descended from noble stock. After an uneventful career as a merchant on a commercial vessel, Columbus, originally from Genoa, settled in Lisbon. Using die fabricated story of his noble background, he married into an established Lisbon family that had excellent connections with Portuguese royalty. Through his in-laws, Columbus finagled a meeting with the King of Portugal, João II, whom he petitioned to finance a westward voyage aimed at discovering a shorter route to Asia, in return for announcing that any discoveries he achieved would be made in the king's name. Columbus wanted a series of rights: the tied Grand Admiral of die Oceanic Sea, die office of Viceroy over any lands he found, and 10% of die future commerce with such lands. All of these rights were to be hereditary and for all time. Columbus made these demands even though he had previously been a mere merchant. He knew almost nothing about navigation, he could not work a quadrant, and he had never led a group of men. In short, he had absolutely no qualifications for die journey he proposed. Furthermore, his petition included no details as to how he would accomplish his plans, just vague promises. When Columbus finished his pitch, João II smiled. He politely declined the offer, but left the door open for the future. Here Columbus must have noticed something he would never forget. Even as the king turned down die sailors' demands, he treated them as legitimate. He neither laughed at Columbus nor questioned his background and credentials. In fact, die king was impressed by die boldness of Columbus's requests, and clearly felt comfortable in the company of a man who acted so confidently. The meeting must have convinced Columbus his instincts were correct. By asking for the moon, he had instantly raised his own status. For the king assumed that unless a man who set such a high price on himself were mad, which Columbus did not appear to be, he must somehow be worth it. A few years later Columbus moved to Spain. Using his Portuguese connections, he moved in elevated circles at the Spanish court, receiving subsidies from illustrious financiers, and sharing tables with dukes and princes. To all these men, he repeated his request for financing for a voyage to die West, and also for the rights he had demanded from Joao II. Some, such as the powerful Duke of Medina, wanted to help, but could not, since they lacked the power to grant him the tithes and rights he wanted. But Columbus would not back down. He soon realized that only one person, Hiipocl King Ks at Sicyon. In the next generation the family became much more famous than before through the distinction conferred upon it by Cleisthenes, the master of Sicyon. Cleisthenes had a daughter, Agarista, whom he wished to marry to the best man in all Greece. So during the Olympic Games, in which he had himself won the chariot race, he had a public announcement made, to the effect that any Greek who thought himself good enough to become Cleisthenes' son-in-law should present himself in Sicyon within 60 days or sooner if he wished, because he intended, within the year following the 60th day, to betroth his daughter to her future husband. Cleisthenes had a racetrack and a wrestling ring specially made for his purpose, and presently the suitors began to arrive, every man of Greek nationality, who had something to be proud of either in his country or in himself. Cleisthenes began by asking each of the numerous suitors in turn to name his country and parentage, then he kept them in his house for a year, to get to know them well, entering into conversation with them sometimes singly, sometimes all together, and testing each of them for his manly qualities in temper, education and manners. But the most important test of all was their behavior at the dinner table. All this went on throughout their stay in Sion, and all the time he entertained them handsomely. For one reason or another it was the two Athenians who impressed Cleisthenes most favorably, and of the two Tisander's son, Hippocleides came to be preferred. At last the day came, which had been fixed for the betrothal, and Cleisthenes had to declare his choice. Lie marked the day by the sacrifice of 100 oxen, and then gave a great banquet, to which not only the suitors but everyone of note in Sion was invited. When dinner was over, the suitors began to compete with each other in music and in talking in company. In both these accomplishments it was Hippocleides who proved by far the doughtiest champion, until at last, as more and more wine was drunk, he asked the flute player to play him a tune and began to dance to it. Now it may well be that he danced to his own satisfaction. Cleisthenes, however, who was watching the performance, began to have serious doubts about the whole business. Presently, after a brief pause, Hippocleides sent for a table. The table was brought, and could meet his demands. Queen Isabella, in 1487, he finally managed a meeting with the queen, and although he could not convince her to finance me voyage, he completely charmed her, and became a frequent guest in the palace. In 1492 the Spanish finally expelled the Moorish invaders, who centuries earlier had seized parts of the country. With the wartime burden on her treasury lifted, Isabella felt she could finally respond to the demands of her explorer friend. And she decided to pay for 3 ships, equipment, the salaries of the crews, and a modest stipend for Columbus. More important, she had a contract drawn up that granted Columbus the tithes and rights on which he had insisted. The only one she denied, and only in the contract's fine print, was the 10% of all revenues from any lands discovered, and Absurd demand, since he wanted no time limit on it. Had the clause been left in, it would eventually have made Columbus and his heirs the wealthiest family on the planet. Columbus never read the fine print. Satisfied that his demands had been met, Columbus set sail that same year in search of the passage to Asia. Before he left, he was careful to hire the best navigator he could find to help him get there. The mission failed to find such a passage, yet when Columbus petitioned the Queen to finance an even more ambitious voyage the following year, she agreed. By then she had come to see Columbus as destined for great things. Interpretation. As an explorer, Columbus was mediocre at best. He knew less about the seaman did the average sailor on his ships. Could never determine the latitude and longitude of his discoveries, mistook islands for vast continents, and treated his crew badly. But in one area he was a genius. He knew how to sell himself. How else to explain how the son of a cheese vendor, a low-level sea merchant, managed to ingratiate himself with the highest royal and aristocratic families? Columbus had an amazing power to charm the nobility. And it all came from the way he carried himself. He projected a sense of confidence that was completely out of proportion to his means. Nor was his confidence the aggressive, ugly self-promotion of an upstart. It was a quiet and calm self-assurance. In fact, it was the same confidence usually shown by the nobility themselves. The powerful in the old style aristocracies felt no need to prove or assert to themselves, being noble, Tiley knew they always deserved more, and asked for it. With Columbus, then, Dai felt an instant affinity, for he carried himself just the way they did, elevated above Dai crowd, destined for greatness. Understand, it is within your power to set your own price. How you carry yourself reflects what you think of yourself. If you ask for little, shuffle your feet and lower your head, people will assume this reflects your character. But tease behavior is not you, it is only how you have chosen to present yourself to other people. You can just as easily present the Columbus front, buoyancy, confidence, and the feeling that you were born to wear a crown. With all great deceivers there is a noteworthy occurrence to which they owe their power. In the actual act of deception they are overcome by belief in themselves. It is this which then speaks so miraculously and compellingly to those around them. Friedrich Nietzsche, 1844–1900. Keys to Power. As children, we start our lives with great exuberance, expecting and demanding everything from the world. This generally carries over into our first forays into society, as we begin our careers. But as we grow older, the rebuffs and failures we experience set up boundaries that only get firmer with time. Coming to expect less from the world, we accept limitations that are really self-imposed. We start to bow and scrape and apologize for even the simplest of requests. The solution to such a shrinking of horizons is to deliberately force ourselves in the opposite direction, to downplay the failures and ignore the limitations, to make ourselves demand and expect as much as the child. To accomplish this, we must use a particular strategy upon ourselves. Call it the strategy of the crown. The strategy of the crown is based on a simple chain of cause and effect. If we believe we are destined for great things, our belief will radiate outward, just as a crown creates an aura around a king. This outward radiance will infect the people around us, who will think we must have reasons to feel so confident. People who wear crowns seem to feel no inner sense of the limits to what they can ask for or what they can accomplish. This too radiates outward. Limits and boundaries disappear. Use the strategy of the crown and you will be surprised how often it bears fruit. Take as an example those happy children who ask for whatever they want, and get it. Their high expectations are their charm. Adults enjoy granting their wishes just as Isabella enjoyed granting the wishes of Columbus. Throughout history, people of undistinguished birth, the Theodoras of Byzantium, the Columbuses, the Beethovens, the Disraelishev managed to work the strategy of the crown, believing so firmly in their own greatness that it becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy. The trick is simple: be overcome by your self-belief. Even while you know you are practicing a kind of deception on yourself, act like a king. You are likely to be treated as one. The crown may separate you from other people, but it is up to you to make that separation real. You have to act differently, demonstrating your distance from those around you. One way to emphasize your difference is to always act with dignity, no matter the circumstance. Louis Philippe gave no sense of being different from other people. He was the banker king. In the moment his subjects threatened him, he caved in. Everyone sensed this and pounced. Lacking regal dignity and firmness of purpose, Louis Philippe seemed an impostor, and the crown was easily toppled from his head. Regal bearing should not be confused with arrogance. Arrogance may seem the king's entitlement, but in fact it betrays insecurity. It is the very opposite of a royal demeanor. Hippoclides, climbing onto it, danced first some Leonian dances, next some Attic ones, and ended by standing on his head and beating time with his legs in the air. The Leonian and Attic dances were bad enough, but Cleisthenes, though he already loathed the thought of having a son-in-law like that, nevertheless restrained himself and managed to avoid an outburst. But when he saw Hippoclides beating time with his legs, he could bear it no longer. "Son of Tisander," he cried, "you have danced away your marriage." The Histories, Herodotus, 5th century BC. Haile Selassie, ruler of Ethiopia for 40 or so years, beginning in 1930, was once a young man named Lige Tafari. He came from a noble family, but there was no real chance of him coming to power, for he was far down the line of succession from the king then on the throne, Menelik II. Nevertheless, from an early age he exhibited a self-confidence and a royal bearing that surprised everyone around him. At the age of 14, Tafari went to live at the court, where he immediately impressed Menelik and became his favorite. Tafari's grace under fire, his patience, and his calm self-assurance fascinated the king. The other young nobles, arrogant, blustery, and envious, would push this slight, bookish teenager around. But he never got angry at would have been a sign of insecurity, to which he would not stoop. There were already people around him who felt he would someday rise to the top, for he acted as if he were already there. Years later, in 1936, when the Italian fascists had taken over Ethiopia and Tafari, now called Haile Selassie, was in exile, he addressed the League of Nations to plead his country's case. The Italians in the audience heckled him with vulgar abuse, but he maintained his dignified pose, as if completely unaffected. This elevated him while making his opponents look even uglier. Dignity, in fact, is invariably the mask to assume under difficult circumstances. It is as if nothing can affect you, and you have all the time in the world to respond. This is an extremely powerful pose. A royal demeanor has odier uses. Con artists have long known the value of an aristocratic front dash. It either disarms people and makes them less suspicious, or else it intimidates them and puts them on the defensive. And as Count Victor Lustig knew, once you put a sucker on the defensive he is doomed. The con man Yellow Kid, while, too, would often Assume die trappings of a man of Wielti, along with die. Nonchalance diet goes with them. Alluding to some magical method of making money, he would stand aloof, like a king, exuding confidence as if he really were fabulously rich. The suckers would beg to be in on die con, to have a chance at die wealth diet he so clearly displayed. Finally, to reinforce die inner psychological tricks involved in projecting a royal demeanor, dear are outward strategies to help you create die effect. First, the Columbus strategy: always make a bold demand. Set your price high, and do not waver. Second, in a dignified way, go after the highest person in the building. This immediately puts you on die same plane as the chief executive you are attacking. It is die David and Goliath strategy. By choosing a great opponent, you create the appearance of greatness. Third, give a gift of some sort to Dios above you. This is the strategy of those who have a patron. By giving your patron a gift, you are essentially saying die two of you are equal. It is the old con game of giving so die you can take. When die Renaissance writer Retro Aretino wanted die Duke of Mantua as his next patron, he knew diet if he was slavish and sycophantic, die Duke would dying him unworthy. So he approached die Duke with gifts, in this case paintings by the writer's good friend Titian. Accepting the gifts created a kind of equality between Duke and writer. The Duke was put at ease by the feeling that he was dealing with a man of his own aristocratic stamp. He funded Aretino generously. The gift strategy is subbed and brilliant because you do not beg, you ask for help in a dignified way. Mad implies equality between two people, one of whom just happens to have more money. Remember, it is up to you to set your own price. Ask for less and that is just what you will get. Ask for more, however, and you send a signal diet you are worth a king's ransom. Even those who turn you down respect you for your confidence, and that respect will eventually pay off in ways you cannot imagine. Image, the crown. Place it upon your head and you assume a different pose, tranquil yet radiating assurance. Never show doubt, never lose your dignity beneath the crown, or it will not fit. It will seem to be destined for one more worthy. Do not wait for a coronation. The greatest emperors crown themselves. Authority: everyone should be royal after his own fashion. Let all your actions, even though they are not those of a king, be, in their own sphere, worthy of one. Be sublime in your deeds, lofty in your thoughts, and in all your doings. Show that you deserve to be a king even though you are not one in reality. Baltasar Gracian, 1601–1658. Reversal. The idea behind the assumption of regal confidence is to set yourself apart from older people, but if you take this too far it will be your undoing. Never make die mistake of thinking diet you elevate yourself by humiliating people. Also, it is never a good idea to loom too high above the crowd. You make an easy target. And mirror times when an aristocratic pose is eminently dangerous. Charles I, King of England during the 1640s, faced a profound public disenchantment with the institution of monarchy. Revolts erupted throughout the country, led by Oliver Cromwell. Had Charles reacted to the times with insight, supporting reforms, and making a show of sacrificing some of his power, history might have been different. Instead, he reverted to an even more regal pose, seeming outraged by the assault on his power and on the divine institution of monarchy. His stiff kingliness offended people and spurred on their revolts. And eventually Charles lost his head. Literally. Understand, you are radiating confidence, not arrogance or disdain. Finally, it is true that you can sometimes find some power through affecting a kind of vulgarity, which will prove amusing by its extremeness. But to the extent that you win this game by going beyond the limits, separating yourself from other people by appearing even more vulgar than the game is dangerous. There will always be people more vulgar than you, and you will easily be replaced the following season by someone younger and worse. Law 35. Master the art of timing. Judgment. Never seem to be in a hurry. Hurrying betrays a lack of control over yourself, and over time. Always seem patient, as if you know that everything will come to you eventually. Become a detective of the right moment, sniff out the spirit of the times, the trends that will carry you to power. Learn to stand back when the time is not yet ripe, and to strike fiercely when it has reached fruition. Scripturals Esi.Xan. Sertorius's strength was now rapidly increasing, for all the tribes between the Ebro and the Pyrenees came over to his side, and troops came flocking daily to join him from every quarter. At the same time he was troubled by the lack of discipline and the overconfidence of these newly arrived barbarians, who would shout at him to attack the enemy and had no patience with his delaying tactics, and he therefore tried to win them over by argument. But when he saw that they were discontented and persisted in pressing their demands regardless of the circumstances, he let them have their way and allowed them to engage the enemy. He hoped that they would suffer a severe defeat without being completely crushed, and that this would make them better disposed to obey his orders in future. The event turned out as he expected, and Sertorius came to their rescue, provided a rallying point for the fugitives, and led them safely back to his camp. His next step was to revive their dejected spirits. And so a few days later he summoned a general assembly. Before it he produced 2 horses, one of them old and enfeebled, the other large and lusty and observance of the law. Starting out in life as a nondescript French seminary school teacher, Joseph Fouché wandered from town to town for most of the decade of the 1780s, teaching mathematics to young boys. Yet he never completely committed himself to the church, never took his vows as a priest, had bigger plans. Patiently waiting for his chance, he kept his options open. And when the French Revolution broke out, in 1789, Fouché waited no longer. He got rid of his cassock, grew his hair long, and became a revolutionary. For this was the spirit of the times. To miss the boat at this critical moment could have spelt disaster. Fouché did not miss the boat. Befriending the revolutionary leader Robespierre, he quickly rose in the rebel ranks. In 1792 the town of Nantes elected Fouché to be its representative to the National Convention, created that year to frame a new constitution for a French republic. When Fouché arrived in Paris to take his seat at the convention, a violent rift had broken out between moderates and the radical Jacobins. Fouché sensed that in the long run Neatfire side would emerge victorious. Power rarely ends up in the hands of those who start a revolution, or even of tyos who further it. Power sticks to those who bring it to a conclusion. That was the side Fouché wanted to be on. His sense of timing was uncanny. He started as a moderate, for moderates were in the majority. When the time came to decide on whether or not to execute Louis XVI, however, he saw that the people were clamoring for the king's head, so he cast the deciding vote for the guillotine. Now he had become a radical. Yet as tensions came to the boil in Paris, he foresaw the danger of being too closely associated with any one faction, so he accepted a position in die provinces, where he could lie low for a while. A few months later he was assigned to the post of proconsul in Lyons, where he oversaw the execution of dozens of aristocrats. At a certain moment, however, he called a halt to the killings, sensing die mood of the country was turning, and despite the blood already on his hands, citizens of Lyons hailed him as a savior from what had become known as the Terror. So far Fouché had played his cards brilliantly, but in 1794, his old friend Robespierre recalled him to Paris to account for his actions in Lyons. Robespierre had been the driving force behind the Terror. He had sent heads on both the right and the left rolling, and Fouché, whom he no longer trusted, seemed destined to provide the next head. Over the next few weeks, a tense struggle ensued, while Robespierre railed openly against Fouché, accusing of him dangerous ambitions, and calling for his arrest. The crafty Fouché worked more indirectly, quietly gaining support among those who were beginning to tire of Robespierre's dictatorial control. Fouché was playing for time. He knew that the longer he survived, the more disaffected citizens he could rally against Robespierre. He had to have broad support before he moved against the powerful leader. He rallied support among both the moderates and the Jacobins, playing on the widespread fear of Robespierre. Everyone was afraid of being next to go to guillotine. It all came to fruition on July 27. The convention turned against Robespierre, shouting down his usual lengthy speech. He was quickly arrested, and a few days later, it was Robespierre's head, not Fouché's, that fell into the basket. When Fouché returned to the convention after Robespierre's death, he played his most unexpected move. Having led the conspiracy against Robespierre, he was expected to sit with the moderates, but lo and behold, he once again changed sides, joining the radical Jacobins. For perhaps the first time in his life, he aligned himself with the minority. Clearly he sensed a reaction stirring. He knew the moderate faction that had executed Robespierre, and was now about to take power, would initiate a new round of the Terror, this time against the radicals, inciting the Jacobins. Then, Fouché was sitting with the martyrs of the days to come, the people who would be considered blameless in the troubles that were on their way. Taking sides with what was about to become the losing team was a risky gambit, of course, but Fouché must have calculated he could keep his head long enough to quietly stir up the populace against the moderates and watch them fall from power. And indeed, although the moderates did call for his arrest in December of 1795, and would have sent him to the guillotine, too much time had passed. The executions had become unpopular with the people, and Fouché survived the swing of the pendulum one more time. A new government took over, the Directoire. It was not, however, a Jacobin government, but a moderate one, more moderate than the government that had reimposed the Terror. Fouché, the radical, had kept his head, but now he had to keep a low profile. He waited patiently on the sidelines for several years, allowing time to soften any bitter feelings against him. Then he approached the Directoire and convinced them he had a new passion, intelligence gathering. He became a paid spy for the government, excelled at the job, and in 1799 was rewarded by being made Minister of Police. Now he was not just empowered but required to extend his spying to every corner of France, a responsibility that would greatly reinforce his natural ability to sniff out where wind was blowing. One of the first social trends he detected, in fact, came in the person of Napoleon, a brash young general whose destiny he right away saw was entwined with the future of France. When Napoleon unleashed a coup d'état on November 9, 1799, Fouché pretended to be asleep. Indeed, he slept the whole day. 4. This indirect assistancy might have been Toyota's job. After all, to prevent a military coup, Napoleon kept him on as Minister of Police in the new regime. Over the next few years, Napoleon came to rely on Fouché more and more. He even gave this former revolutionary a tithe, Duke of Otranto, and rewarded him with great wealth. By 1808, however, Fouché, always attuned to the times, sensed that Napoleon was on the downswing. His feudal war with Spain, a country Matt posed no threat to France, was a sign that he was losing a sense of proportion. Never one to be caught on a sinking ship, Fouché conspired with Talleyrand to bring about Napoleon's downfall. Possessing a flowing tail, which was remarkable for the thickness and beauty of its hair. By the side of the weak horse stood a tall strong man, and by the side of the powerful horse a short man of mean physique. At a signal the strong man seized the tail of his horse and tried with all his strength to pull it towards him, as if to tear it off, while the weak man began to pull the hairs one by one from the tail of the strong horse. The strong man, after tugging with all his might to no purpose and causing the spectators a great deal of amusement in the process, finally gave up the attempt, while the weak man quickly and with very little trouble stripped his horse's tail completely bare. Then Sertorius rose to his feet and said, "Now you can see, my friends and allies, that perseverance is more effective than brute strength, and that there are many difficulties that cannot be overcome if you try to do everything at once, but which will yield if you master them little by little. The truth is that a steady, continuous effort is irresistible, for this is the way in which time captures and subdues the greatest powers on earth. Now, time, you should remember, is a good friend and ally to those who use their intelligence to choose the right moment, but a most dangerous enemy to those who rush into action at the wrong one." Life of Sertorius. Plutarch. C. AD 46 to 120. Mr. She had 2 sons. One loved learning, the other war. The first expounded his moral teachings at the admiring court of Chi, and was made a tutor, while the second talked strategy at the bellicose court of Chu and was made a general. The impecunious Mr. Meng, hearing of these successes, sent his own 2 sons out to follow the example of the She boys. The first expounded his moral teachings at the court of Chin, but the king of Qin said, "At present the states are quarreling violently, and every prince is busy arming his troops to the teeth. If I follow this prig's pratings, we should soon be annihilated." So he had the fellow castrated. Meanwhile, the second brother displayed his military genius at the court of Wei. But the king of Wei said, "Mine is a weak state. If I relied on force instead of diplomacy, we should soon be wiped out. If, on the other hand, I let this fire-eater go, he will offer his services to another state, and then, though die conspiracy failed, Talleyrand was fired. Fouché stayed, but was kept on a tight leash. It publicized a growing discontent with the emperor, who seemed to be losing control. By 1814 Napoleon's power had crumbled and Allied forces finally conquered him. The next government was a restoration of the monarchy, in the form of King Louis XVIII, brother of Louis XVI. Fouché, his nose always sniffing die air for the next social shift, knew Louis would not last long. He had none of Napoleon's flair. Fouché once again played his waiting game, lying low, staying away from the spotlight. Sure enough, in February of 1815, Napoleon escaped from the island of Elba, where he had been imprisoned. Louis XVIII panicked. His policies had alienated the citizenry, who were clamoring for Napoleon's return. So Louis turned to the one man who could maybe have saved his hide, Fouché, the former radical who had sent his brother, Louis XVI, to die guillotine, but was now one of the most popular and widely admired politicians in France. Fouché, however, would not side with a loser. He refused Louis's request for help by pretending that his help was unnecessary, by swearing that Napoleon would never return to power, although he knew otherwise. A short time later, of course, Napoleon and his new citizen army were closing in on Paris. Seeing his reign about to collapse, feeling that Fouché had betrayed him, and certain that he did not want this powerful an able man on Napoleon's team, King Louis ordered the minister's arrest and execution. On March 16, 1815, policemen surrounded Fouché's coach on a Paris boulevard. Was this finally his end? Perhaps, but not immediately. Fouché told the police that an ex-member of government could not be arrested on the street. They fell for the story and allowed him to return home. Later that day, though, they came to his house and once again declared him under arrest. Fouché nodded. But would the officers be so kind as allow a gentleman to wash and to change his clothes before leaving his house for the last time? They gave Tyre permission. Fouché left the room, and the minutes went by. Fouché did not return. Finally the policemen went into the next room, where they saw a ladder against an open window leading down to the garden below. That day and the next the police combed Paris for Fouché. But by then Napoleon's cannons were audible in the distance, and the king and all the king's men had to flee the city. As soon as Napoleon entered Paris, Fouché came out of hiding. He had cheated the executioner once again. Napoleon greeted his former minister of police and gladly restored him to his old post. During the 100 days diet Napoleon remained in power until Waterloo. It was essentially Fouché who governed France. After Napoleon fell, Louis XVIII returned to the throne, and like a cat with 9 lives, Fouché stayed on to serve in yet another government. Between his power and influence had grown so great that not even the king dared challenge him. Interpretation. In a period of unprecedented turmoil, Joseph Fouché thrived through his mastery of the art of timing. He teaches us a number of key lessons. First, it is critical to recognize the spirit of the times. Fouché always looked 2 steps ahead, found the wave Matt would carry him to power, and rode it. You must always work with the times, anticipate twists and turns, and never miss the boat. Sometimes the spirit of the times is obscure. Recognize it not by what is loudest and most obvious in it, but by what lies hidden and dormant. Look forward to the Napoleons of the future rather than holding on to the ruins of the past. Second, recognizing the prevailing winds does not necessarily mean running with them. Any potent social movement creates a powerful reaction, and it is wise to anticipate what that reaction will be, as Fouché did after the execution of Robespierre. Rather than ride the cresting wave of the moment, wait for the tide's ebb to carry you back to power. Upon occasion bet on the reaction that is brewing, and place yourself in the vanguard of it. Finally, Fouché had remarkable patience. Without patience as your sword and shield, your timing will fail and you will inevitably find yourself a loser. When the times were against Fouché, he did not struggle, get emotional, or strike out rashly. He kept his cool and maintained a low profile. Patiently building support among the citizenry, the bulwark. In his next rise to power. Whenever he found himself in the weaker position, he played for time, which he knew would always be his ally if he was patient. Recognize the moment. Then, to hide in die grass or slither under a rock, as well as the moment to bare your fangs and attack. Space we can recover, time never. Napoleon Bonaparte. 1769 to 1821. Keys to power. Time is an artificial concept diet we ourselves have created to make the limitlessness of eternity and die universe more bearable, more human. Since we have constructed the concept of time, we are also able to mold it to some degree. To play tricks with it. The time of a child is long and slow. With vast expanses, the time of an adult whizzes by frighteningly fast. Time, then, depends on perception, which, we know, can be willfully altered. This is die first thing to understand in mastering the art of timing. If the inner turmoil caused by our emotions tends to make time move faster, it follows that once we control our emotional responses to events, time will move much more slowly. This altered way of dealing witty tilings tends to lengthen our perception of future time, opens up possibilities that fear and anger close off, and allows us the patience. It is the principal requirement in the art of timing. There are three kinds of time for us to deal with, each presents problems that can be solved with skill and practice. First there is long time, the drawn-out, years-long kind of time that must be managed with patience and gentle guidance. Our handling of long time should be masti. Defensive. This is die art of not reacting impulsively, of waiting for opportunity. We shall be in trouble. So he had the fellow's feet cut off. Both families did exactly the same thing, but one timed it right, the other wrong. Thus success depends on rhythm. Llehtzu, quoted in The Chinese Looking Glass. Dennis Bloodworth, 1967. The Sultan of Persia had sentenced 2 men to death. One of them, knowing how much the Sultan loved his stallion, offered to teach the horse to fly within a year in return for his life. The Sultan, fancying himself as the rider of the only flying horse in the world, agreed. The other prisoner looked at his friend in disbelief. "You know horses, Don Tfly. What made you come up with a crazy idea like that? You're only postponing the inevitable." "Not so," said the first prisoner. "I have actually given myself 4 chances for freedom. First, the Sultan might die during the year. Second, I might die. Third, the horse might die. And fourth, I might teach the horse to fly. The craft of power." R.G.H. Shue. A fisherman in the month of May stood angling on the bank of the Thames with an artificial fly. He threw his bait with so much art that a young trout was rushing toward it, when she was prevented by her mother. "Never," said she, "my child, be too precipitate, where there is a possibility of danger. Take due time to consider, before you risk an action that may be fatal. How know you whether yon appearance be indeed a fly, or the snare of an enemy? Let someone else make the experiment before you. If it be a fly, he will very probably elude the first attack, and the second may be made, if not with success, at least with safety." She had no sooner spoken than a gudgeon seized the pretended fly, and became an example to the giddy daughter of the importance of her mother's counsel. Fables. Robert Dodsley, 1703 to 1764. Next there's force time, the short-term time that we can manipulate as an offensive weapon, upsetting the timing of our opponents. Finally there is end time, when a plan must be executed with speed and force. We have waited, found the moment, and must not hesitate. Long time. The famous 17th century Ming painter Cho Young relates a story that altered his behavior forever. Late one winter afternoon he set out to visit a town that lay across the river from his own town. He was bringing some important books and papers with him and had commissioned a young boy to help him carry them. As Tile Ferry neared the other side of the river, Cho Young asked the boatman if they would have time to get to the town before its gates closed, since it was a mile away and night was approaching. The boatman glanced at the boy, and at the bundle of loosely tied papers and books. Yes, he replied, if you do not walk too fast. As they started out, however, the sun was setting. Afraid of being locked out of the town at night, preyed a local bandits, Cho and the boy walked faster and faster, finally breaking into a run. Suddenly the string around the papers broke and the documents scattered on the ground. It took them many minutes to put the packet together again, and by the time they had reached the city gates, it was too late. When you force the pace out of fear and impatience, you create a nest of problems that require fixing, and you end up taking much longer than if you had taken your time. Hurriers may occasionally get there quicker, but papers fly everywhere, new dangers arise, and they find themselves in constant crisis mode, fixing the problems that they themselves have created. Sometimes not acting in the face of danger is your best move. You wait, you deliberately slow down. As time passes it will eventually present opportunities you had not imagined. Waiting involves controlling not only your own emotions, but those of your colleagues, who, mistaking action for power, may try to push you into making rash moves. In your rivals, on the other hand, you can encourage the same mistake. If you let them rush headlong into trouble while you stand back and wait, you will soon find ripe moments to intervene and pick up the pieces. This wise policy was the principal strategy of the great early 17th century Emperor Tokugawa Ieyasu of Japan. When his predecessor, the headstrong Hideyoshi, whom he served as a general, staged a rash invasion of Korea, Ieyasu did not involve himself. He knew the invasion would be a disaster and would lead to Hideyoshi's downfall. Better to stand patiently on the sidelines, even for many years, and men be in position to seize power when the time is right, exactly what Ieyasu did. With great artistry. You do not deliberately slow time down to live longer, or to take more pleasure in the moment, but the better to play the game of power. First, when your mind is uncluttered by constant emergencies, you will see further into the future. Second, you will be able to resist the baits that people dangle in front of you, and will keep yourself from becoming another impatient sucker. Third, you will have more room to be flexible. Opportunities will inevitably arise that you had not expected and would have missed had you forced the pace. Fourth, you will not move from one deal to the next without completing the first one. To build your power's foundation can take years. Make sure that foundation is secure. Do not be a flash-in-the-pan success that is built up slowly and surely is the only kind that lasts. Finally, slowing time down will give you a perspective on the times you live in, letting you take a certain distance and putting you in a less emotionally charged position to see the shapes of things to come. Hurriers will often mistake surface phenomena for a real trend, seeing only what they want to see. How much better to see what is really happening, even if it is unpleasant or makes your task harder. Force time. The trick in forcing time is to upset the timing of others, to make them hurry, to make them wait, to Make DM abandon their own pace, to distort dire perception of time. By upsetting the timing of your opponent. While you stay patient, you open up time for yourself, which is half the game. In 1473 the great Turkish Sultan Mehmed the Conqueror invited negotiations with Hungary to end the Off-Anon War. The two countries had waged for years. When the Hungarian emissary arrived in Turkey to start the talks, Turkish officials humbly apologized. Mehmed had just left Istanbul, the capital, to batter his longtime foe, Uzun Hasan. But he urgently wanted peace with Hungary, and had asked that Dai emissary join him at the front. When the emissary arrived at Dai's side of Dai fighting, Mehmed had already left it, moving eastward in pursuit of his swift foe. This happened several times. Wherever the emissary stopped, the Turks lavished gifts and banquets on him, in pleasurable but time-consuming ceremonies. Finally, Mehmed defeated Uzun and met witty-eyed Dai emissary. Yet his terms for peace with Hungary were excessively harsh. After a few days, the negotiations ended, and the usual stalemate remained in place. But this was fine Whitey Mehmed. In fact he had planned it Diet way all along, plotting his campaign against Uzun. He had seen Tayet diverting his armies to Dai east would leave his western flank vulnerable. To prevent Hungary from taking advantage of his weakness and his preoccupation elsewhere, he first dangled the lure of peace before his enemy. Dain made them wait all on his own terms. Making people wait is a powerful way of forcing time. As long as Tai do not figure out what you are up to, you control the clock. They linger in limbo and rapidly come unglued, opening up opportunities for you to strike. The opposite effect is equally powerful. You make your opponents hurry. Start off your dealings with DM slowly. Dain suddenly apply pressure, making DM feel tight. Everything is happening at once. People who lack the time to think will make Mistakesso set their deadlines for them. This was the technique Machiavelli admired in Cesare Borgia, who, during negotiations, would suddenly press vehemently for a decision, upsetting his opponent's timing and patience. For who would dare make Cesare wait? Joseph Devine, the famous art dealer, knew that if he gave an indecisive buyer like John D. Rockefeller a deadline, the painting had to leave the country. Another tycoon was interested in it. The client would buy just in time. Freud noticed that patients who had spent years in psychoanalysis without improvement would miraculously recover just in time if he fixed a definite date for the end of the therapy. Jacques Lacan, the famous French psychoanalyst, used a variation on this tactique. Would sometimes end the customary hour session of therapy after only 10 minutes, without warning. After this happened several times, the patient would realize that he had better make maximum use of the time, rather than wasting much of the hour with a lot of talk that meant nothing. The deadline, then, is a powerful tool. Close off the vistas of indecision and force people to make up their damn minds or get to the point. Never let them make you play on their excruciating terms. Never give them time. Magicians and showmen are experts in forcing time. Houdini could often wriggle free of handcuffs in minutes, but he would draw the escape out to an hour, making the audience sweat as time came to an apparent standstill. Magicians have always known that the best way to alter our perception of time is often to slow down the pace. Creating suspense brings time to a terrifying pause. The slower the magician's hands move, the easier it is to create the illusion of speed, making people think the rabbit has appeared instantaneously. The great 19th century magician Jean Eugene Robert Houdin took explicit notice of this effect. The more slowly a story is told, he said, the shorter it seems. Going slower also makes what you are doing more interesting. The audience yields to your pace, becomes entranced. It is a state in which time whizzes delightfully by. You must practice such illusions, which share in the hypnotist's power to alter perceptions of time. End time. You can play the game with the utmost artistry, waiting patiently for the right moment to act, putting your competitors off their form by messing with their timing, but it won't mean a thing unless you know how to finish. Do not be one of those people who look like paragons of patience but are actually just afraid to bring things to a close. Patience is worthless unless combined with a willingness to fall ruthlessly on your opponent at the right moment. You can wait as long as necessary for the conclusion to come, but when it comes, it must come quickly. Use speed to paralyze your opponent, cover up any mistakes you might make, and impress people with your aura of authority and finality. With the patience of a snake charmer, you draw the snake out with calm and steady rhythms. Once the snake is out, though, would you dangle your foot above its deadly head? There is never a good reason to allow the slightest hitch in your endgame. Your mastery of timing can really only be judged by how you work with end time, how you quickly change the pace and bring things to a swift and definitive conclusion. Image, the hawk. Patiently and silently it circles the sky. High above, all-seeing with its powerful eyes. Those below have no awareness that they are being tracked. Suddenly, when the moment arrives, the hawk swoops down with a speed that cannot be defended against, before its prey knows what has happened. The bird's vice-like talons have carried it up into the sky. Authority. There is a tide in the affairs of men, which, taken at the flood, leads on to fortune, omitted, all the voyage of their life, is bound in shallows and in miseries. Julius Caesar, William Shakespeare, 1564–1616. Reversal. There is no power to be gained in letting go of the reins and adapting to whatever time brings. To some degree you must guide time, or you will be its merciless victim. There is, accordingly, no reversal to this law. Law 36. Disdain things you cannot have, ignoring them is the best revenge. Judgment. By acknowledging a petty problem you give it existence and credibility. The more attention you pay an enemy, the stronger you make him, and a small mistake is often made worse and more visible when you try to fix it. It is sometimes best to leave things alone. If there is something you want but cannot have, show contempt for it. The less interest you reveal, the more superior you seem. Transgression of the law. The Mexican rebel leader Pancho Villa started out as the chief of a gang of bandits, but after a revolution broke out in Mexico in 1910, he became a kind of folk hero, robbing trains and giving the money to the poor, leading daring raids, and charming the ladies with romantic escapades. His exploits fascinated Americans. He seemed a man from another era, part Robin Hood, part Don Juan. After a few years of bitter fighting, however, General Carranza emerged as the victor in the revolution. The defeated Villa and his troops went back home, to the northern state of Chihuahua. His army dwindled, and he turned to banditry again, damaging his popularity. Finally, perhaps out of desperation, he began to rail against the United States, the gringos, whom he blamed for his troubles. In March of 1916, Pancho Villa raided Columbus, New Mexico. Rampaging through the town, he and his gang killed 17 American soldiers and civilians. President Woodrow Wilson, like many Americans, had admired Villa. Now, however, the bandit needed to be punished. Wilson's advisors urged him to send troops into Mexico to capture Villa. For a power as large as the United States, they argued, not to strike back at an army that had invaded its territory would send the worst kind of signal. Furthermore, they continued, many Americans saw Wilson as a pacifist, a principle the public doubted as a response to violence. He needed to prove his mettle and manliness by ordering the use of force. The pressure on Wilson was strong, and before the month was out, with the approval of the Carranza government, he sent an army of 10,000 soldiers to capture Pancho Villa. The venture was called the Punitive Expedition, and its leader was the dashing General John J. Pershing, who had defeated guerrillas in the Philippines and Native Americans in the American Southwest. Certainly Pershing could find and overpower Pancho Villa. The Punitive Expedition became a sensational story, and carloads of U.S. reporters followed Pershing into action. The campaign, they wrote, would be a test of American power. The soldiers carried the latest in weaponry, communicated by radio, and were supported by reconnaissance from the air. In the first few months, the troops split up into small units to comb the wilds of northern Mexico. The Americans offered a $50,000 reward for information leading to Villa's capture. But the Mexican people, who had been disillusioned with Villa when he had returned to banditry, now idolized him for facing this mighty American army. They began to give Pershing false leads. Villa had been seen in this village, or in that mountain hideaway. Airplanes would be dispatched. Troops would scurry after them, and no one would ever see him. The wily bandit seemed to be always one step ahead of the American military. By the summer of that year, the expedition had swelled to 123,000 men. They suffered through the stultifying heat, the mosquitoes, the wild terrain, trudging over a countryside in which they were already resented. The fox and tkr chaps. A starving fox saw a cluster of luscious-looking grapes of purplish luster dangling above him on a trellis frame. He would have dearly liked them for his lunch. But when he tried and failed to reach the bunch, ah well, it's more than likely they're not sweet. Good only for green fools to eat. Wasn't the wise to say they were unripe rather than wine and gripe? Fables. Jean de La Fontaine, 1621–1695. Once when G.K. Chesterton's economic views were abused in print by George Bernard Shaw, his friends waited in vain for him to reply. Historian Hilaire Belloc reproached him. "My dear Belloc," Chesterton said, "I have answered him. 2. A man of Shaw's wit, silence is the one unbearable repartee." The Little, Brown Book of Anecdotes, Clifton Fadiman, edition. 1985. An ass had once by some accident lost his tail, which was a grievous affliction to him, and he was everywhere seeking after it, being fool enough to think he could get it set on again. He passed through a meadow, and afterwards got into a garden. The gardener seeing him, and not able to endure the mischief he was doing in trampling down his plants, fell into a violent rage, ran to the ass, and never standing on the ceremony of a pillory, cut off both his ears, and beat him out of the ground. Thus the ass, who bemoaned the loss of his tail, was in far greater affliction when he saw himself without ears. Fables, Pllpay. India, 4th century. Uam Vox. Once, when the Tokudaiji minister of the right was chief of the imperial police, he was holding a meeting of his staff at the middle gate when an ox belonging to an official named Akikani got loose and wandered into the ministry building. It climbed up on. They infuriated Bodhi, the local people, and the Mexican government. At one point Pancho Villa hid in a mountain cave to recover from a gunshot wound he received in a skirmish with the Mexican army. Looking down from his eyrie, he could watch Pershing lead the exhausted American troops back and forth across the mountains, never getting any closer to their goal. All the way into winter, Villa played his cat and mouse game. Americans came to see the affair as a kind of slapstick farce. In fact, they began to admire Villa again, respecting his resourcefulness in eluding a superior force. In January of 1917, Wilson finally ordered Pershing's withdrawal. As the troops made their way back to American territory, rebel forces pursued them, forcing the U.S. Army to use airplanes to protect its rear flanks. The punitive expedition was being punished itself. It had turned into a retreat of the most humiliating sort. Interpretation: Woodrow Wilson organized the punitive expedition as a show of force. He would teach Pancho Villa a lesson and in the process show the world that no one, large or small, could attack the mighty United States and get away with it. The expedition would be over in a few weeks, and Villa would be forgotten. That was not how it played out. The longer the expedition took, the more it focused attention on the Americans' incompetence and on Villa's cleverness. Soon what was forgotten was not Villa but the raid that had started it all. As a minor annoyance became an international embarrassment, and the enraged Americans dispatched more troops. Die. Imbalance between die size of the pursuer and the size of die pursued who still managed to stay free made the affair a joke. And in the end this white elephant of an army had to lumber out of Mexico, humiliated. The punitive expedition did the opposite of what it set out to do. It left Villa not only free but more popular than ever. What could Wilson have done differently? He could have pressured the Carranza government to catch Villa for him. Alternatively, since many Mexicans had tired of Villa before the punitive expedition began, he could have worked quietly with DM and won their support for a much smaller raid to capture the bandit. He could have organized a trap on the American side of the border, anticipating the next raid. Or he could have ignored die matter altogether for the time being, waiting for the Mexicans themselves to do away with Villa of their own accord. Remember, you choose to let things bother you. You can just as easily choose not to notice the irritating offender, to consider the matter trivial and unworthy of your interest. That is the powerful move. What you do not react to cannot drag you down in a futile engagement. Your pride is not involved. The best lesson you can teach an irritating gnat is to consign it to oblivion by ignoring it. If it is impossible to ignore, Pancho Villa had in fact killed American citizens. Then conspire in secret to do away with it, but never inadvertently draw attention to the bothersome insect that will go away or die on its own. If you waste time and energy in such entanglements, it is your own fault. Learn to play the card of disdain and turn your back on what cannot harm you in the long run. Just think it cost your government $130 million to try to get me. I took them over rough, hilly country. Sometimes for 50 miles at a stretch. They had no water. They had nothing but the sun and mosquitoes. And nothing was gained. Pancho Villa, 1878 to 1923. Observance of the law. In the year 1527, King Henry VIII of England decided he had to find a way to get rid of his wife, Catherine of Aragon. Catherine had failed to produce a son, a male heir who would ensure the continuance of his dynasty, and Henry thought he knew why. He had read in the Bible the passage, "And if a man shall take his brother's wife, it is an unclean thing." he hath uncovered his brother's nakedness, they shall be childless. Before marrying Henry, Catherine had married his older brother Arthur, but Arthur had died 5 months later. Henry had waited an appropriate time, then had married his brother's widow. Catherine was the daughter of King Ferdinand and Queen Isabella of Spain, and by marrying her Henry had kept alive a valuable alliance. Now, however, Catherine had to assure him that her brief marriage with Arthur had never been consummated. Otherwise Henry would view their relationship as incestuous and their marriage as null and void. Catherine insisted that she had remained a virgin through her marriage to Arthur, and Pope Clement VII supported her by giving his blessing to the union, which he could not have done had he considered it incestuous. Yet, after years of marriage to Henry, Catherine had failed to produce a son, and in the early 1520s she had entered menopause. To the king this could only mean one thing: she had lied about her virginity, their union was incestuous, and God had punished them. There was another reason why Henry wanted to get rid of Catherine. He had fallen in love with a younger woman, Anne Boleyn. Not only was he in love with her, but if he married her he could still hope to sire a legitimate son. The marriage to Catherine had to be annulled. For this, however, Henry had to apply to the Vatican. But Pope Clement would never annul the marriage. By the summer of 1527, rumors spread throughout Europe that Henry was about to attempt the impossibilito: annul his marriage against Clement's wishes. Catherine would never abdicate, let alone voluntarily enter a nunnery, as Henry had urged her. But Henry had his own strategy. He stopped sleeping in the same bed with Catherine, since he considered her his sister-in-law, not his lawful wife. He insisted on calling her princess. The dais where the chief was seated and lay there, chewing its cud. Everyone was sure that this was some grave portent, and urged that the ox be sent to a young diviner. However, the prime minister, the father of the minister of the right, said, "An ox has no discrimination. It has legs, there is nowhere it won't go. It does not make sense to deprive an underpaid official of the wretched ox he needs in order to attend court." He returned the ox to its owner and changed the matting on which it had lain. No untoward event of any kind occurred afterward. They say that if you see a prodigy and do not treat it as such, its character as a prodigy is destroyed. Essays in Idleness. Kenko. Japan. 14th century. And in this view it is advisable to let every one of your acquaintance, whether man or woman, feel now and then that you could very well dispense with their company. This will consolidate friendship. Nay, with most people there will be no harm in occasionally mixing a grain of disdain with your treatment of them. That will make them value your friendship all the more. Chi non stima vien stimato, as a subtle Italian proverb has it, disregard is to win regard. But if we really think very highly of a person, we should conceal it from him, like a crime. This is not a very gratifying thing to do, but it is right. Why, a dog will not bear being treated too kindly, let alone a man. Arthur Schopenhauer. 1788 to 1860. A monkey was carrying 2 handfuls of peas. One little pea dropped out. He tried to pick it up, and spilt 20. He tried to pick up the 20, and spilt them all. Then he lost his temper, scattered the peas in all directions, and ran away. Fables. Leo Tolstoy, 1828 to 1910. Dowager of Wales, her title as Arthur's widow. Finally, in 1531, he banished her from court and shipped her off to a distant caste. The Pope ordered him to return her to court, on pain of excommunication, the most severe penalty a Catholic could suffer. Henry not only ignored Di's threat, he insisted that his marriage to Catherine had been dissolved. And in 1533 he married in Boleyn. Clement refused to recognize the marriage, but Henry did not care. He no longer recognized the Pope's authority, and proceeded to break with the Roman Catholic Church, establishing the Church of England in its stead, with the king as the head of the new church. And so, not surprisingly, the newly formed Church of England proclaimed in Boleyn England's rightful queen. The Pope tried every thread in the book, but nothing worked. Henry simply ignored him. Clement fumed. No one had ever treated him so contemptuously. Henry had humiliated him, and he had no power of recourse. Even excommunication, which he constantly threatened but never carried out, would no longer matter. Catherine too felt the devastating sting of Henry's disdain. She tried to fight back, but in appealing to Henry her words fell on deaf ears, and soon they fell on no one's. Isolated from Die court, ignored by Die king, mad Whitey anger and frustration, Catherine slowly deteriorated, and finally died in January of 1536, from a cancerous tumor of the heart. Interpretation. When you pay attention to a person, the two of you become partners of sorts, each moving in step to Die actions and reactions of the auteur. In the process you lose your initiative. It is a dynamic of all interactions. By acknowledging auteur people, even if only to fight with them, you open yourself to dire influence. Had Henry locked horns with Catherine, he would have found himself mired in endless arguments. It would have weakened his resolve and eventually worn him down. Catherine was a strong, stubborn woman. Had he set out to convince Clement to change his verdict on the marriage's validity, or tried to compromise and negotiate with him, he would have gotten bogged down in Clement's favorite tactic, playing for time, promising flexibility, but actually getting what popes always got: dire way. Henry would have none of this. He played a devastating power game: total disdain. By ignoring people you cancel them out. This unset ties and infuriates them, but since they have no dealings with you, there is no noting they can do. This is the offensive aspect of the law. Playing the card of contempt is immensely powerful, for it lets you determine the conditions of die conflict. The war is waged on your terms. This is the ultimate power pose: you are the king, and you ignore what offends you. Watch how Tin's tactic infuriates people. Half of what they do is to get your attention, and when you withhold it from them, they flounder in frustration. Man, kick him will forgive you. Flatter him may or may not see through you. But ignore him and he'll hate you. Idris Shah, Caravan of Dreams, 1968. Keys to Power. Desire often creates paradoxical effects. The more you want something, the more you chase after it, the more it eludes you. The more interest you show, the more you repel the object of your desire. This is because your interest is too strong. It makes people awkward, even fearful, uncontrollable. Desire makes you seem weak, unworthy, pathetic. You need to turn your back on what you want, show your contempt and disdain. This is the kind of powerful response that will drive your targets crazy. They will respond with a desire of their own, which is simply to have an effect on you, perhaps to possess you, perhaps to hurt you. If they want to possess you, you have successfully completed the first step of seduction. If they want to hurt you, you have unsettled them and made them play by your rules. See Laws 8 and 39. On baiting people into action. contempt is the prerogative of the king. Where his eyes turn, what he decides to see, is what is reality. What he ignores and turns his back on is as good as dead. That was the weapon of King Louis XIV. He did not like you, he acted as if you were not there, maintaining his superiority by cutting off the dynamic of interaction. This is the power you have when you play the card of contempt, periodically showing people what you can do without them. If choosing to ignore enhances your power, it follows that the opposite approach, commitment and engagement, often weakens you. By paying undue attention to a puny enemy, you look puny, and the longer it takes you to crush such an enemy, the larger the enemy seems. When Athens set out to conquer Tly island of Sicily, in 415 BC, a giant power was attacking a tiny one. Yet by entangling Athens in a long drawn-out conflict, Syracuse, Sicily's most important city-state, was able to grow in stature and confidence. Finally, defeating Athens, it made itself famous for centuries to come. In recent times, President John F. Kennedy made a similar mistake in his attitude to Fidel Castro of Cuba. His failed invasion at the Bay of Pigs, in 1961, made Castro an international hero. A second danger: if you succeed in crushing the irritant, or even if you merely wound it, you create sympathy for the weaker side. Critics of Franklin D. Roosevelt complained bitterly about the money his administration spent on government projects, but their attacks had no resonance with the public, who saw the president as working to end the Great Depression. His opponents thought they had an example that would show just how wasteful he had become. His dog, Fala, which he lavished with favors and attention. Critics railed at his insensitivity, spending taxpayers' money on a dog while so many Americans were still in poverty. But Roosevelt had a response: how dare his critics attack a defenseless little dog? As some make gossip out of everything, so others make much ado about everything. They are always talking big and take everything seriously, making a quarrel and a mystery of it. You should take very few grievances to heart, for to do so is to give yourself groundless worry. It is a topsy-turvy way of behaving to take to heart cares which you ought to throw over your shoulder. Many things which seemed important at the time turn out to be of no account when they are ignored, and others, which seem trifling, appear formidable when you pay attention to them. Things can easily be settled at the outset, but not so later on. In many cases, the remedy itself is the cause of the disease. To let things be is not the least satisfactory of life's rules. Baltasar Gracian, 1601–1658. There was a certain original man who desired to catch his own shadow. He makes a step or two toward it, but it moves away from him. He quickens his pace, it does the same. At last he takes to running, but the quicker he goes, the quicker runs the shadow also, utterly refusing to give itself up, just as if it had been a treasure. But see, our eccentric friend suddenly turns round and walks away from it, and presently he looks behind him. Now the shadow runs after him. Ladies fair, I have often observed that fortune treats us in a similar way. One man tries with all his might to seize the goddess, and only loses his time and his trouble. Another seems, to all appearance, to be running out of her sight, but no, she herself takes a pleasure in pursuing him. Fables Ivan Krylov, 1768 to 1844. His speech in defense of Fala was one of the most popular he ever gave. In this case, the weak party involved was the president's dog, and the attack backfired in the long run. It only made the president more sympathetic, since many people will naturally side with the underdog, just as the American public came to sympathize with the wily but outnumbered Pancho Villa. It is tempting to want to fix our mistakes, but the harder we try, the worse we often make them. It is sometimes more politic to leave them alone. In 1971, when the New York Times published Die Pentagon Papers, a group of government documents about the history of U.S. involvement in Indochina, Henry Kissinger erupted into a volcanic rage. Furious about Die Nixon administration's vulnerability to DI's kind of damaging leak, he made recommendations that eventually led to the formation of a group called Die Plumbers to plug Die leaks. This was the unit that later broke into Democratic Party offices in the Watergate Hotel setting off the chain of events that led to Nixon's downfall. In reality, the publication of the Pentagon Papers was not a serious defeat to the administration, but Kissinger's reaction made it a big deal. In trying to fix one problem, he created an odier, a paranoia for security that in die end was much more destructive to the government. Had he ignored the Pentagon Papers, the scandal they had created would eventually have blown over. Instead of inadvertently focusing attention on a problem, making it seem worse by publicizing how much concern and anxiety it is causing you, it is often far wiser to play die contemptuous aristocrat, not deigning to acknowledge die problem's existence. There are several ways to execute this strategy. First, there is the sour grapes approach. If there is something you want but that you realize you cannot have, the worst thing you can do is draw attention to your disappointment by complaining about it. An infinitely more powerful tactic is to act as if it never really interested you in the first place. When the writer George Sand's supporters nominated her to be the first female member of the Academy Française in 1861, Sand quickly saw that the Academy would never admit her. Instead of whining, though, she claimed she had no interest in belonging to this group of worn-out, overrated, out-of-touch windbags. Her disdain was die perfect response. Had she shown her anger at her exclusion, she would have revealed how much it meant to her. Instead, she branded the Academy a club of old men, and why should she be angry or disappointed at not having to spend her time with them? Crying sour grapes is sometimes seen as a reflection of the weak, it is actually the tactic of the powerful. Second, when you are attacked by an inferior, deflect people's attention by making it clear that die attack has not even registered. Look away, or answer sweetly, showing how little the attack concerns you. Similarly, when you yourself have committed a blunder, the best response is often to make less of your mistake by treating it lightly. The Japanese Emperor Go-Seiun, a great disciple of the tea ceremony, owned a priceless antique tea bowl that all the courtiers envied. One day a guest, Dainagon Tsunehiro, asked if he could carry the tea bowl into the light to examine it more closely. The bowl rarely left the table, but the emperor was in good spirits and he consented. As Dainagon carried the bowl to the railing of the veranda, however, and held it up to the light, it slipped from his hands and fell on a rock in the garden below, smashing into tiny fragments. The emperor of course was furious. It was indeed most clumsy of me to let it drop in this way, said Dainagon, with a deep bow, but really there is not much harm done. This Edo tea bowl is a very old one, and it is impossible to say how much longer it would have lasted, but anyhow it is not a thing of any public use, so I think it rather fortunate that it has broken thus. This surprising response had an immediate effect. The emperor calmed down. Dainagon neither sniveled nor over-apologized, but signaled his own worth and power by treating his mistake with a touch of disdain. The emperor had to respond with a similar aristocratic indifference. His anger had made him seem low and petty, an image Dainagon was able to manipulate. Among equals this tactic might backfire. Your indifference could make you seem callous. But with a master, if you act quickly and without great fuss, it can work to great effect. You bypass his angry response, save him the time and energy he would waste by brooding over it, and allow him the opportunity to display his own lack of pettiness publicly. If we make excuses and denials when we are caught in a mistake or a deception, we stir the waters and make the situation worse. It is often wiser to play things the opposite way. The Renaissance writer Pietro Aretino often boasted of his aristocratic lineage, which was, of course, a fiction, since he was actually the son of a shoemaker. When an enemy of his finally revealed the embarrassing truth, word quickly spread, and soon all of Venice, where he lived at the time, was aghast at Aretino's lies. Had he tried to defend himself, he would have only dragged himself down. His response was masterful. He announced that he was indeed the son of a shoemaker, but this only proved his greatness, since he had risen from the lowest stratum of society to its very pinnacle. From then on he never mentioned his previous lie, trumpeting instead his new position on the matter of his ancestry. Remember, the powerful responses to niggling, petty annoyances and irritations are contempt and disdain. Never show that something has affected you, or that you are offended. That only shows you have acknowledged a problem. Contempt is a dish that is best served cold and without affectation. Image: the tiny wound. It is small but painful and irritating. You try all sorts of medicaments, you complain, you scratch and pick at the scab. Doctors only make it worse, transforming the tiny wound into a grave matter. If only you had left the wound alone, letting time heal it and freeing yourself of worry. Authority, know how to play the card of contempt. It is the most politic kind of revenge. For there are many of whom we should have known nothing if their distinguished opponents had taken no notice of them. There is no revenge like oblivion, for it is the entombment of the unworthy in the dust of their own nothingness. Baltasar Gracian, 1601–1658. Reversal. You must play the card of contempt with care and delicacy. Most small troubles will vanish on their own if you leave them be, but some will grow and fester unless you attend to them. Ignore a person of inferior stature and the next time you look he has become a serious rival, and your contempt has made him vengeful as well. The great princes of Renaissance Italy chose to ignore Cesare Borgia at the outset of his career as a young general in the army of his father, Pope Alexander VI. By the time they paid attention it was too late. Die Cub was now a lion, gobbling up chunks of Italy. Often, Tlyon, while you show contempt publicly you will also need to keep an eye on the problem privately, monitoring its status and making sure it goes away. Do not let it become a cancerous cell. Develop the skill of sensing problems when they are still small and taking care of them before they become intractable. Learn to distinguish between the potentially disastrous and the mildly irritating, the nuisance that will quietly go away on its own. In either case, though, never completely take your eye off it. As long as it is alive it can Smolder and spark into life. Law 37. Create compelling spectacles. Judgment. Striking imagery and grand symbolic gestures create the aura of power. Everyone responds to them. Stage spectacles for those around you, then, full of arresting visuals and radiant symbols that heighten your presence. Dazzled by appearances, no one will notice what you are really doing. Antony Nc.Koiviha. She relied above all upon her physical presence and the spell and enchantment which it could create. She came sailing up the river Cydnus in a barge with a poop of gold, its purple sails billowing in the wind, while her rowers caressed the water with oars of silver which dipped in time to the music of the flute, accompanied by pipes and lutes. Cleopatra herself reclined beneath a canopy of cloth of gold, dressed in the character of Aphrodite, as we see her in paintings, while on either side to complete the picture stood boys costumed as cupids who cooled her with their fans. Instead of a crew, the barge was lined with the most beautiful of her waiting women attired as Nereids and Graces, some at the rudders, others at the tackle of the sails, and all the while an indescribably rich perfume, exhaled from innumerable censers, was wafted from the vessel to the riverbanks. Great multitudes accompanied this royal progress, some of them following the queen on both sides of the river from its very mouth, while others hurried down from the city of Tarsus to gaze at the sight. Gradually the crowds drifted away from the marketplace. Observance of the law. In the early 1780s, word spread through Berlin of the strange and spectacular medical practice of a Dr. Weissletter. He performed his miracles in an enormous converted beer hall, outside which Berliners began to notice ever longer lines of people, the blind, the lame, anyone with an illness incurable by normal medicine. When it leaked out that the doctor worked by exposing the patient to the rays of the moon, he soon became dubbed the Moon Doctor of Berlin. Sometime in 1783, it was reported that Dr. Weissletter had cured a well-to-do woman of a terrible ailment. He suddenly became a celebrity. Previously only the poorest Berliners had been seen waiting outside the beer hall in their rags. Now magnificent carriages were parked outside, and gentlemen in frock coats, and ladies with enormous coiffures, lined the street as sunset drew near. Even folk with the mildest of ailments came, out of sheer curiosity. As they waited in line, the poorer clients would explain to the gentlemen and ladies that the doctor only practiced when the moon was in its increscent phase. Many would add that they themselves had already been exposed to die healing powers he called forth from the rays of the moon. Even those who felt cured kept coming back, drawn by this powerful experience. Inside the beer hall, a strange and stirring spectacle greeted the visitor. Packed into the entrance hall was a crowd of all classes and ethnic backgrounds, a veritable Tower of Babel. Through tall windows on the northern side of the hall, silvery moonlight poured in at odd angles. The doctor and his wife, who, it seemed, was also able to effect the cure, practiced on the second floor, which was reached by a stairway at the end of the hall. As the line edged closer to the stairs, the sick would hear shouts and cries from above, and word would spread of, perhaps, a blind gentleman suddenly able to see. Once upstairs, the line would fork in two directions. Toward a northern room for the doctor, a southern one for his wife, who worked only on the ladies. Finally, after hours of anticipation and waiting in line, the gentlemen patients would be led before the amazing doctor himself, an elderly man with a few stalks of wild gray hair and an air of nervous energy. He would take the patient, let us say a young boy, brought in by his father, uncover the afflicted body part, and lift the boy up to the window, which faced the light of the Moon. He would rub the site of the injury or illness, mumble something unintelligible, look knowingly at the moon, and then, after collecting his fee, send the boy and his father on their way. Meanwhile, in the south-facing room, his wife would be doing the same with the ladies, which was odd. Really, since the moon cannot appear in two places at once, it cannot have been visible, in other words, from both windows. Apparently the mere thought, idea, and symbol of the moon were enough, for the ladies did not complain, and would later remark confidently that the wife of the moon doctor had the same healing powers as he. Interpretation. Dr. Weisletter may have known nothing about medicine, but he understood human nature. He recognized that people do not always want words, or rational explanations, or demonstrations of the powers of science. They want an immediate appeal to their emotions. Give them that and they will do the rest, such as imagine they can be healed by the light reflected from a rock 250,000 miles away. Dr. Weisletter had no need of pills, or of lengthy lectures on the moon's power, or of any silly gadgetry to amplify its rays. He understood that the simpler the spectacle, the better. Just the moonlight pouring in from the side, the stairway leading to the heavens, and the rays of the moon, whether directly visible or not. Any added effects might have made it seem that the moon was not strong enough on its own. And the moon was strong enough. It was a magnet for fantasies, as it has been throughout history. Simply by associating himself with the image of the moon, the doctor gained power. Remember, your search for power depends on shortcuts. You must always circumvent people's suspicions, their perverse desire to resist your will. Images are an extremely effective shortcut, bypassing the head, the seat of doubt and resistance. They aim straight for the heart. Overwhelming the eyes, they create powerful associations, bringing people together and stirring their emotions. With the white light of the moon in their eyes, your targets are blinded to the deceptions you practice. Observance of the law 2. In 1536, the future King Henri II of France took his first mistress, Diane de Poitiers. Diane was 37 at the time, and was the widow of the Grand Seneschal of Normandy. Henri, meanwhile, was a sprightly lad of 17, who was just beginning to sow his wild oats. At first their union seemed merely platonic, with Henri showing an intensely spiritual devotion to Diane. But it soon became clear that he loved her in every way, preferring her bed to that of his young wife, Catherine de Medicis. In 1547 King Francis died and Henri ascended to the throne. This new situation posed perils for Diane de Poitiers. She had just turned 48, and despite her notorious cold baths and rumored youth potions, she was beginning to show her age. Now that Henri was king, perhaps he would return to the queen's bed, and do as other kings had done, choose mistresses from the bevy of beauties who made the French court the envy of Europe. He was, after all, only 28, and cut a dashing figure. But Diane did not give up so easily. She would continue to enthrall her lover, as she had enthralled him for the past 11 years. Diane's secret weapons were symbols and images, to which she had always paid great attention. Early on in her relationship with Henri, she had created a motif by intertwining her initials with his, to symbolize their union. The idea worked like a charm. Henri put this insignia everywhere, on his royal robes, on monuments, on churches, on the facade of the where Antony awaited the queen enthroned on his tribunal, until at last he was left sitting quite alone. And the word spread on every side that Aphrodite had come to revel with Dionysus for the happiness of Asia. Antony then sent a message inviting Cleopatra to dine with him. But she thought it more appropriate that he should come to her, and so, as he wished to show his courtesy and goodwill, he accepted and went. He found the preparations made to receive him magnificent beyond words, but what astonished him most of all was the extraordinary number of lights. So many of these, it is said, were let down from the roof and displayed on all sides at once, and they were arranged and grouped in such ingenious patterns in relation to each other, some in squares and some in circles, that they created as brilliant a spectacle as can ever have been devised to delight the eye. Life of Antony, Plutarch, c. AD 46 to 120. In the Middle Ages the symbolist attitude was much more in evidence. Symbolism appears as a sort of shortcut of thought. Instead of looking for the relation between two things by following the hidden detours of their causal connections, thought makes a leap and discovers their relation not in the connection of cause and effects, but in a connection of signification. Symbolist thought permits an infinity of relations between things. Each thing may denote a number of distinct ideas by its different special qualities, and a quality may have several symbolic meanings. The highest conceptions have symbols by the thousand. Nothing is too humble to represent and glory the sublime. The walnut signifies Christ, the sweet kernel is his divine nature, the green and pulpy outer peel is his humanity, the wooden shell between is the cross. Thus all things raise his thoughts to the eternal. Every precious stone, besides its natural splendor, sparkles with the brilliance of its symbolic values. The assimilation of roses and virginity is much more than a poetic comparison, for it reveals their common essence. As each notion arises in the mind, the logic of symbolism creates an harmony of ideas. The waning of the Middle Ages. Johann Huizinga. Louvre, then the Royal Palace in Paris. Diane's favorite colors were black and white, which she wore exclusively, and wherever it was possible the insignia appeared in these colors. Everyone recognized the symbol and its meaning. Soon after Henri took the throne, however, Diane went still further. She decided to identify herself with the Roman goddess Diana, her namesake. Diana was the goddess of the hunt, the traditional royal pastime, and the particular passion of Henri. Equally important, in Renaissance art she symbolized chastity and purity. For a woman like Diane to identify herself with T's goddess would instantly call up those images in the court, giving her an air of respectability. Symbolizing her chaste relationship with Henri, it would also set her apart from the adulterous liaisons of royal mistresses past. To effect this association, Diane began by completely transforming her caste at Ainet. She raised the building's structure and in its place erected a magnificent diricolummed edifice modeled after a Roman temple. It was made in white Normandy stone flecked with black silex, reproducing Diane's trademark colors of black and white. The insignia of her and Henry's initials appeared on the columns, the doors, the windows, the carpet. Meanwhile, symbols of Diana, crescent moons, stags, and hounds adorned the gates and facade. Inside, enormous tapestries depicting episodes in the life of the goddess lay on the floors and hung on the walls. In the garden stood the famous Goujon sculpture Diane Chasseresse, which is now in the Louvre, and which had an uncanny resemblance to Diane de Poitiers. Paintings and other depictions of Diana appeared in every corner of the cast. Ainet overwhelmed Henri, who soon was trumpeting the image of Diane de Poitiers as a Roman goddess. In 1548, when the couple appeared together in Lyons for a royal celebration, the townspeople welcomed them with a tableau vivant depicting a scene with Diana the Huntress. France's greatest poet of die period, Pierre de Ronsard, began to write verses in honor of Diana. Indeed, a kind of cult of Diana sprang up, all inspired by the king's mistress. It seemed to Henri that Diane had given herself a kind of divine aura, and as if he were destined to worship her for the rest of his life. And until his death, in 1559, he did remain faithful to her, making her a duchess, giving her untold wealth, and displaying an almost religious devotion to his first and only mistress. Interpretation. Diane de Poitiers, a woman from a modest bourgeois background, managed to captivate Henri for over 20 years. By the time he died she was well into her 60s, yet his passion for her only increased with the years. She knew the king well. He was not an intellectual but a lover of die. Outdoors she particularly loved jousting tournaments, with their bright pennants, brilliantly caparisoned horses, and beautifully dressed women. Henri's love of visual splendor seemed childlike to Diane, and she played on this weakness of his at every opportunity. Most astute of all was Diane's appropriation of the goddess Diana. Here she took the game beyond physical imagery into the realm of the psychic symbol. It was quite a feat to transform a king's mistress into an emblem of power and purity, but she managed it. Without the resonance of the goddess, Diane was merely an aging courtesan. With the imagery and symbolism of Diana on her shoulders, she seemed a mythic force, destined for greatness. You too can play with images like these, weaving visual clues into an encompassing gestalt, as Diane did with her colors and her insignia. Establish a trademark like these two. Set yourself apart. Then take the game further, find an image or symbol from the past that will neatly fit your situation, and put it on your shoulders like a cape. It will make you seem larger than life, because of the light it shines on the other stars which make up a kind of court around it, because of the just and equal distribution of its rays to all alike, because of the good it brings to all places, producing life, joy, and action, because of its constancy from which it never varies. I chose the sun as the most magnificent image to represent a great leader. Louis XIV, the Sun King, 1638 to 1715. Keys to power. Using words to plead your case is risky business. Words are dangerous instruments, and often go astray. The words people use to persuade us virtually invite us to reflect on them with words of our own. We mull them over, and often end up believing the opposite of what they say. That is part of our perverse nature. It also happens that words offend us, stirring up associations unintended by the speaker. The visual, on the other hand, short-circuits the labyrinth of words. It strikes with an emotional power and immediacy that leave no gaps for reflection and doubt. Like music, it leaps right over rational, reasonable thoughts. Imagine the moon doctor trying to make a case for his medical practice, trying to convince the unconverted by telling them about the healing powers of the moon, and about his own special connection to a distant object in the sky. Fortunately for him, he was able to create a compelling spectacle that made words unnecessary. The moment his patients entered the beer hall, the image of the moon spoke eloquently enough. Understand, words put you on the defensive. If you have to explain yourself, your power is already in question. The image, on the other hand, imposes itself as a given. It discourages questions, creates forceful associations, resists unintended interpretations, communicates instantly, and forges bonds that transcend social differences. Words stir up arguments and divisions, images bring people together. They are the quintessential instruments of power. The symbol has the same force, whether it is visual, the statue of. There was a man named Sakamotoya Hachiguan who lived in Upper Kyoto. When Emperor Hideyoshi gave his Great Chanoyu tea ceremony, meeting at Kitano in the 10th month of 1588, Hachiguan set up a great red umbrella, 9 feet across, mounted on a stick 7 feet high. The circumference of the handle he surrounded for about 2 feet by a reed fence in such a way that the rays of the sun were reflected from it and diffused the color of the umbrella all around. This device pleased Hideyoshi so much that he remitted Hachiguan's taxes as a reward. Chnoyu. The Japanese tea ceremony. A. L. Sadler, 1962. Diana, or a verbal description of something visual, the words the Sun King. The symbolic object stands for something else, something abstract, such as the image. Diana standing for chastity. The abstract concept purity. Patriotism, courage, love is full of emotional and powerful associations. The symbol is a shortcut of expression, containing dozens of meanings in one simple phrase or object. The symbol of the Sun King, as explained by Lewis 14, can be read on many layers, but the beauty of it is that its associations required no explanation, spoke immediately to his subjects, distinguished him from all other kings, and conjured up a kind of majesty that went far beyond the words themselves. The symbol contains untold power. The first step in using symbols and images is to understand the primacy of sight among the senses. Before the Renaissance, it has been argued, sight and the other senses, taste, touch, and so on, operated on a relatively equal plane. Since then, however, the visual has come to dominate the others, and is the sense we most depend on and trust. As Gratian said, the truth is generally seen, rarely heard. When the Renaissance painter Fra Filippo Lippi was a captured slave among the Moors, he won his freedom by sketching a drawing of his master on a white wall with a piece of charcoal. When the owner saw the drawing, he instantly understood the power of a man who could make such images, and let Fra Lippi go. That one image was far more powerful than any argument the artist could have made with words. Never neglect the way you arrange things visually. Factors like color, for example, have enormous symbolic resonance. When the con artist Yellow Kid Wild created a newsletter touting the phony stocks he was peddling, he called it the Red Letter Newsletter and had it printed, at considerable expense, in red ink. The color created a sense of urgency, power, and good fortune. While recognized details like these as keys to deception, as do modern advertisers and mass marketers. If you use gold in the title of anything you are trying to sell, for example, print it in gold. Since the eye predominates, people will respond more to the color than to the word. The visual contains great emotional power. The Roman Emperor Constantine worshipped the sun as a god for most of his life. One day, though, he looked up at the sun and saw a cross superimposed on it. The vision of the cross over the sun proved to him the ascendancy of the new religion, and he converted not just himself but the whole Roman Empire to Christianity soon thereafter. All the preaching and proselytizing in the world could not have been as powerful. Find and associate yourself with the images and symbols that will communicate in this immediate way today, and you will have untold power. Most effective of all is a new combination of fusion of images and symbols that have not been seen together before, but that through their association clearly demonstrate your new idea. message, religion. The creation of new images and symbols out of old ones in this way has a poetic effect. Viewers' associations run rampant, giving them a sense of participation. Visual images often appear in a sequence, and the order in which they appear creates a symbol. The first to appear, for instance, symbolizes power. The image at the center seems to have central importance. Near the end of World War II, orders came down from General Eisenhower that American troops were to lead Die way into Paris after its liberation from the Nazis. The French General Charles de Gaulle, however, realized that this sequence would imply that the Americans now commanded Die fate of France. Through much manipulation, de Gaulle made certain that he and the French 2nd Armored Division would appear at the head of the liberating force. The strategy worked. After he had successfully pulled off this stunt, the Allies started treating him as the new leader of an independent France. De Gaulle knew a leader has to locate himself literally at Die head of his troops. This visual association is crucial to the emotional response that he needs to elicit. Things change in Die game of symbols. It is probably no longer possible to pose as a Sun King, or to wrap the monde of Diana around you. Yet you can associate yourself with such symbols more indirectly. And, of course, you can make your own mythology out of figures from more recent history. People who are comfortably dead but still powerfully associative in Die public eye. The idea is to give yourself an aura, a stature at your normal banal appearance simply will not create. By herself Diane de Poitiers had no such radiant powers. She was as human and ordinary as most of us. But the symbol elevated her above Die human lot, and made her seem divine. Using symbols also has a courtier-like effect, since Die are often gentler than brutish words. The psychotherapist Dr. Milton H. Erickson always tried to find symbols and images that would communicate to Die patient in ways that words could not. When dealing with a severely troubled patient, he would not question him directly but would talk about something irrelevant, such as driving Tyro the desert in Arizona, where he practiced in the 1950s. In describing this, he would eventually come to an appropriate symbol for what he suspected was Tileman's problem. If he felt the patient was isolated, say, Dr. Erickson would talk of a single ironwood tree, and how its isolation left it battered by the winds, making an emotional connection with Die tree as a symbol. Die patient would open up more readily to the doctor's probing. Use Die power of symbols as a way to rally, animate, and unite your troops or team. During Die rebellion against the French crown in 1648, those loyal to the king disparaged the rebels by comparing them to the slingshots, in French francs, that little boys used to frighten big boys. Cardinal de Retz decided to turn this disparaging term into Die rebels symbol. The uprising was now known as the Fronde, and Die rebels as frondeurs. They began to wear sashes and tire hats that symbolized the slingshot, and the word became tire. Rallying cry. Witty out at the rebellion might well have petered out. Always find a symbol to represent your cause. Die more emotional associations, the better. The best way to use images and symbols is to organize, tie them into a grand spectacle that awes people and distracts them from unpleasant realities. This is easy to do. People love what is grand, spectacular, and larger than life. Appeal to their emotions and they will flock to your spectacle in hordes. The visual is the easiest route to their hearts. Image, the cross and the sun crucifixion and total radiance. With one imposed over the other, a new reality takes shape. A new power is in the ascendant. The symbol no explanation necessary. Authority, the people are always impressed by the superficial appearance of things. The prince should, at fitting times of the year, keep the people occupied and distracted with festivities and spectacles. Niccolo Machiavelli, 1469–1527. Reversal. No power is made available by ignoring images and symbols. There is no possible reversal to this law. Law 38. Think as you like, but behave like others. Judgment. If you make a show of going against the times, flaunting your unconventional ideas and unorthodox ways, people will think that you only want attention and that you look down upon them. They will find a way to punish you for making them feel inferior. It is far safer to blend in and nurture the common touch. Share your originality only with tolerant friends and those who are sure to appreciate your uniqueness. It is easy to run into danger by trying to swim against the stream. Only a Socrates could attempt to do that. Disagreement is regarded as offensive because it is a condemnation of the views of others. The numbers of the disgruntled grow on account either of some matter that has been the object of censure or of some person who has praised it. Truth is for the few, error is as usual as it is vulgar. Nor is the wise man to be recognized by what he says in the marketplace, for he speaks there not with his own voice, but with that of universal folly. However much his inmost thoughts may gainsay it, the wise man avoids being contradicted as sedulously as he avoids contradicting. The publicity of censure is withheld from that which readily provokes it. Thought is free, it cannot and should not be coerced. Retire into the sanctuary of your silence, and if you sometimes allow yourself to break it, do so under the aegis of a discreet few. Baltasar Grachten, 1601–1658. Transgression of the law. Around the year 478 BC, the city of Sparta sent an expedition to Persia led by a young Spartan nobleman, Pausanias. The city-states of Greece had recently fought off a mighty invasion from Persia, and now Pausanias, along with allied ships from Asians, had orders to punish the invaders and win back the islands and coastal towns that the Persians had occupied. Both the Athenians and the Spartans had great respect for Pausanias, had proven himself as a fearless warrior with a flair for the dramatic. With amazing speed, Pausanias and his troops took Cyprus, then moved on to the mainland of Asia Minor known as the Hellespont, and captured Byzantium, modern-day Istanbul. Now master of part of the Persian Empire, Pausanias began to show signs of behavior that went beyond his normal flamboyance. He appeared in public wearing pomades in his hair and flowing Persian robes, and accompanied by a bodyguard of Egyptians. He held lavish banquets in which he sat in the Persian manner and demanded to be entertained. He stopped seeing his old friends, entered into communication with the Persian king Xerxes, and all in all affected the style and manner of a Persian dictator. Clearly power and success had gone to Pausanias's head. His army, Athenians and Spartans alike, first thought this a passing fancy. He had always been a bit exaggerated in his gestures. But when he flaunted his disdain for the Greeks' simple way of life, and insulted the common Greek soldier, they began to feel he had gone too far. Although there was no concrete evidence for Ms., rumors spread that he had gone over to the Odier side, and that he dreamed of becoming a kind of Greek Xerxes. To quell the possibility of mutiny, the Spartans relieved Pausanias of his command and called him home. Pausanias, however, continued to dress in the Persian style, even in Sparta. After a few months he independently hired a trireme and returned to the Hellespont, telling his compatriots he was going to continue the fight against the Persians. Actually, however, he had different plans to make himself ruler of all Greece, with the aid of Xerxes himself. The Spartans declared him a public enemy and sent a ship to capture him. Pausanias surrendered, certain that he could clear himself of the charges of treason. It did come out during trial diet during his reign as commander he had offended his fellow Greeks time and again, erecting monuments, for instance, in his own name, rather than in those of the cities whose troops had fought alongside him, as was the custom. Yet Pausanias proved right, despite evidence of his numerous contacts with enemy. Spartans refused to imprison a man of such noble birth, and let him go. Now thinking himself untouchable, Pausanias hired a messenger to take a letter to Xerxes, but the messenger instead took the letter to the Spartan authorities. These men wanted to find out more, so they had the messenger arrange to meet Pausanias in a temple where they could hide and listen behind a partition. What Pausanias said shocked DMD had never heard such contempt for their ways spoken so brazenly by one of their own, and they made arrangements for his immediate arrest. On his way home from the temple, Pausanias got word of what had happened. He ran to another temple to hide, but the authorities followed him there and placed sentries all around. Pausanias refused to surrender. Unwilling to forcibly remove him from the sacred temple, the authorities kept him trapped inside, until he eventually died of starvation. Interpretation. At first glance it might seem that Pausanias simply fell in love with another culture, a phenomenon as old as time. Never comfortable with the asceticism of the Spartans, he found himself enthralled by the Persian love of luxury and sensual pleasure. He put on Persian robes and perfumes with a sense of deliverance from Greek discipline and simplicity. This is how it appears when people adopt a culture in which they were not raised. Often, however, there is also something else at play. People who flaunt their infatuation with a different culture are expressing a disdain and contempt for their own. They are using the outward appearance of the exotic to separate themselves from the common folk who unquestioningly follow the local customs and laws, and to express their sense of superiority. Otherwise, they would act with more dignity, showing respect for those who do not share their desires. Indeed, their need to show their difference so dramatically often makes them disliked by the people whose beliefs they challenge, indirectly and subtly, perhaps, but offensively nonetheless. As Thucydides wrote of Pausanias, by his contempt for the laws and his imitation of foreign ways he had made himself very widely suspected of being unwilling to abide by normal standards. Cultures have norms that reflect centuries of shared beliefs and ideals. Do not expect to scoff at such things with impunity. You will be punished somehow, even if just through isolation, a position of real powerlessness. Many of us, like Pausanias, feel the siren call of the exotic, the foreign. Measure and moderate DI's desire. Flaunting your pleasure in alien ways of thinking and acting will reveal a different motivito, demonstrate your superiority over your fellows. Observance of the law. During the late 16th century, a violent reaction against the Protestant Reformation erupted in Italy. The Counter-Reformation, as it was called, included its own version of the Inquisition to root out all deviations from the Catholic Church. Among its victims was the scientist Galileo. But an important thinker who suffered even greater persecution was the Dominican monk and philosopher Tommaso Campanella. A follower of the materialist doctrine of the Roman philosopher Epicurus, Campanella did not believe in miracles, or in heaven and hell. The Church had promoted such superstitions, he wrote, to control the common folk by keeping them in fear. Such ideas verged on atheism, and Campanella expressed them incautiously. In 1593 the Inquisition threw him. Bene vixit, que bene latuit, he lives well who conceals himself well. AD 18. Ovid, c. 43 BC. Wise men should be like coffers with double bottoms, which when others look into, being opened, they see not all that they hold. Sir Walter Raleigh, 1554–1618. WHK.N. Thank wux were chanced. Once upon a time Kiter, the teacher of Moses, called upon mankind with a warning. At a certain date, he said, all the water in the world which had not been specially hoarded would disappear. It would then be renewed, with different water, which would drive men mad. Only one man listened to the meaning of this advice. He collected water and went to a secure place where he stored it, and waited for the water to change its character. On the appointed date the streams stopped running, the wells went dry, and the man who had listened, seeing this Law 38:319 happening, went to his retreat and drank his preserved water. When he saw, from his security, the waterfalls again beginning to flow, this man descended among the other sons of men. He found that they were thinking and talking in an entirely different way from before, yet they had no memory of what had happened, nor of having been warned. When he tried to talk to them, he realized that they thought that he was mad, and they showed hostility or compassion, not understanding. At first he drank none of the new water, but went back to his concealment, to draw on his supplies, every day. Finally, however, he took the decision to drink the new water because he could not bear the loneliness of living, behaving and thinking in a different way from everyone else. He drank the new water, and became like the rest. Then he forgot all about his own store of special water, and his fellows began to look upon him as a madman who had miraculously been restored to sanity. Tales of the Dervishes. Idris Shah into prison for his heretical beliefs. 6 years later, as a form of partial release, he was confined to a monastery in Naples. Southern Italy was controlled by Spain at the time, and in Naples Campanella became involved in a plot to fight and throw out Medici invaders. His hope was to establish an independent republic based on his own ideas of utopia. The leaders of the Italian Inquisition, working with their Spanish counterparts, had him imprisoned again. This time Dai also tortured him, to discover the true nature of his impious beliefs. He was subjected to the infamous La Veglia, a torture in which he was suspended by his arms in a squatting position a few inches above a seat studded with spikes. The posture was impossible to sustain, and in time Dai victim would end up sitting on the spikes, which would tear his flesh at the slightest contact. During these years, however, Campanella learned something about power. Facing the prospect of execution for heresy, he changed his strategy. He would not renounce his behefts, yet he knew he had to disguise their outward appearance. To save his life, Campanella feigned madness. He let his inquisitors imagine that his beliefs stemmed from an incontrollable unsoundness of mind. For a while the tortures continued, to see if his insanity was faked, but in 1603 his sentence was commuted to life in prison. The first 4 years of this he spent chained to a wall in an underground dungeon. Despite such conditions, he continued to write, although no longer would he be so foolish as to express his ideas directly. One book of Campanella's, The Hispanic Monarchy, promoted the idea that Spain had a divine mission to expand its powers around the world, and offered the Spanish king practical, Machiavelli-type advice for achieving this. Despite his own interest in Machiavelli, the book in general presented ideas completely the opposite to his own. The Hispanic monarchy was in fact a ploy, an attempt to show his conversion to orthodoxy in the boldest manner possible. It worked. In 1626, 6 years after its publication, the Pope finally let Campanella out of prison. Shortly after gaining his freedom, Campanella wrote Atheism Conquered, a book attacking freethinkers, Machiavellians, Calvinists, and heretics of all stripes. The book is written in the form of debates in which heretics express their beliefs and are countered by arguments for the superiority of Catholicism. Campanella had obviously reformed. His book made that clear. Or did it? The arguments in the mouths of the heretics had never before been expressed with such verve and freshness. Pretending to present their side only to knock it down, Campanella actually summarized the case against Catholicism with striking passion. When he argued the other side, supposedly his side, on the other hand, he resorted to stale clichés and convoluted rationales. Brief and eloquent, the heretics' arguments seemed bold and sincere. The lengthy arguments for Catholicism seemed tiresome and unconvincing. Catholics who read the book found it disturbing and ambiguous, but they could not claim it was heretical or that Campanella should be returned to prison. His defense of Catholicism, after all, used arguments they had used themselves. Yet in the years to come, Atheism Conquered became a Bible for atheists, Machiavellians and libertines who used the arguments Campanella had put in their mouths to defend their dangerous ideas. Combining an outward display of conformity with an expression of his true beliefs in a way that his sympathizers would understand, Campanella showed that he had learned his lesson. Interpretation. In the face of awesome persecution, Campanella devised 3 strategic moves that saved his hide, freed him from prison, and allowed him to continue to express his beliefs. First, he feigned madness, the medieval equivalent of disavowing responsibility for one's actions, like blaming one's parents today. Next, he wrote a book that expressed the exact opposite of his own beliefs. Finally, and most brilliantly of all, he disguised his ideas while insinuating them at the same time. It is an old but powerful trick. You pretend to disagree with dangerous ideas, but in the course of your disagreement, you give those ideas expression and exposure. You seem to conform to the prevailing orthodoxy, but those who know will understand the irony involved. You are protected. It is inevitable in society that certain values and customs lose contact with their original motives and become oppressive. And mere will always be those who rebel against such oppression, harboring ideas far ahead of their time. As Campanella was forced to realize, however, there is no point in making a display of your dangerous ideas if they only bring you suffering and persecution. Martyrdom serves no purpose. Better to live on in an oppressive world, even to derive in it. Meanwhile, find a way to express your ideas. Subdi for those who understand you. Laying your pearls before swine will only bring you trouble. For a long time I have not said what I believed, nor do I ever believe what I say, and if indeed sometimes I do happen to tell the truth, I hide it among so many lies that it is hard to find. Niccolò Machiavelli, in a letter to Francesco Guicciardini. May 17, 1521. Never combat any man's opinion, for though you reached the age of Methuselah, you would never have done setting him right upon all the absurd things that he believes. It is also Well, to avoid correcting people's mistakes in conversation. However good your intentions may be, for it is easy to offend people, and difficult, if not impossible, to mend them. If you feel irritated by the absurd remarks of two people whose conversation you happen to overhear, you should imagine that you are listening to the dialogue of two fools in a comedy. Probatum est. The man who comes into the world with the notion that he is really going to instruct it in matters of the highest importance, may thank his stars if he escapes with a whole skin. Arthur Schopenhauer, 1788 to 1860. Keys to power. We all tell lies and hide our true feelings, for complete free expression is a social impossibility. From an early age we learn to conceal our thoughts, telling die prickly and insecure what we know they want to hear, watching carefully lest we offend them. For most of us, tease is natural. There are ideas and values diet most people accept, and it is pointless to argue. We believe what we want to, men, but on die outside we wear a mask. There are people, however, who see such restraints as an intolerable infringement on their freedom, and who have a need to prove the superi. Look around you, said the citizen. This is the largest market in the world. Oh, surely not, said the traveler. Well, perhaps not the largest, said the citizen, but much the best. You are certainly wrong there, said the traveler. I can tell you. They buried the stranger in the dusk. Fables. Robert Louis Stevenson, 1850 to 1894. If Machiavelli had had a prince for disciple, the first thing he would have recommended him to do would have been to write a book against Machiavellism. Voltaire, 1694 to 1778. Authority of their values and beliefs. In the end, though, their arguments convince only a few and offend a great deal more. The reason arguments do not work is that most people hold their ideas and values without thinking about them. There is a strong emotional content in their beliefs. They really do not want to have to rework their habits of thinking, and when you challenge them, whether directly through your arguments or indirectly through your behavior, they are hostile. Wise and clever people learn early on that they can display conventional behavior and mouth conventional ideas without having to believe in them. The power these people gain from blending in is that of being left alone to have die thoughts I want to have, and to express them to the people they want to express them to, without suffering isolation or ostracism. Once they have established themselves in a position of power, they can try to convince a wider circle of the correctness of dire ideas, perhaps working indirectly, using Campanella's strategies of irony and insinuation. In the late 14th century, the Spanish began a massive persecution of die Jews, murdering Uyazans and driving others out of the country. Those who remained in Spain were forced to convert. Yet over die next 300 years, die Spanish noticed a phenomenon diet disturbed them. Many of die converts lived dire outward lives as Catholics, yet somehow managed to retain their Jewish beliefs, practicing the religion in private. Many of these so-called Marranos, originally a derogatory term, being the Spanish for pig, attained high levels of government office, married into die nobility, and gave every appearance of Christian piety, only to be discovered late in life as practicing Jews. The Spanish Inquisition was specifically commissioned to ferret them out. Over the years they mastered die art of dissimulation, displaying crucifixes liberally, giving generous gifts to churches, even occasionally making anti-Semitic remarks and all die while maintaining their inner freedom and beliefs. In society, the Marranos knew, outward appearances are what matter. This remains true today. The strategy is simple. As Campanella did in writing Atheism Conquered, make a show of blending in, even going so far as to be the most zealous advocate of the prevailing orthodoxy. If you stick to conventional appearances in public, few will believe you. Think differently in private. Do not be so foolish as to imagine that in our own time the old orthodoxies are gone. Jonas Salk, for instance, thought science had gotten past politics and protocol. And so, in his search for a polio vaccine, he broke all die rules, going public-wide a discovery before showing it to the scientific community, taking credit for die vaccine witty out, acknowledging die scientists who had paved die way, making himself a star. The public may have loved him, but scientists shunned him. His disrespect for his community's orthodoxies left him isolated, and he wasted years trying to heal die breach and struggling for funding and cooperation. Bertolt Brecht underwent a modern form of inquisition. The House Un-American Activities Committee and approached it with considerable canniness. Having worked off and on in die American film industry during World War II, in 1947 Brecht was summoned to appear before the committee to answer questions on his suspected communist sympathies. Other writers called before die committee made a point of attacking its members, and of acting as belligerently as possible in order to gain sympathy for themselves. Brecht, on die other hand, who had actually worked steadfastly for the communist cause, played the opposite game. He answered questions vim ambiguous generalities that defied easy interpretation. Call it the Campanella strategy. Brecht even wore a suite, a rare event for him, and made a point of smoking a cigar during the proceedings, knowing that a key committee member had a passion for cigars. In the end he charmed the committee members, who let him go scot-free. Brecht then moved to East Germany, where he encountered a different kind of inquisition. Here the communists were in power, and they criticized his plays as decadent and pessimistic. He did not argue with them, but made small changes in the performance scripts to shut them up. Meanwhile, he managed to preserve the published texts as written. His outward conformity in both cases gave him die freedom to work unhindered, without having to change his thinking. In the end, he made his way safely through dangerous times in different countries through the use of lit the dances of orthodoxy, and proved he was more powerful than the forces of repression. Not only do people of power avoid the offenses of Pausanias and Salk, they also learn to play the clever fox and feign the common touch. This has been die ploy of con artists and politicians throughout die centuries. Leaders like Julius Caesar and Franklin D. Roosevelt have overcome their natural aristocratic stance to cultivate a familiarity with the common man. They have expressed his familiarity in little gestures, often symbolic, to show the people that their leaders share popular values, despite their different status. The logical extension of this practice is die invaluable ability to be all things to all people. When you go into society, leave behind your own ideas and values, and put on the mask. Diet is most appropriate for die group in which you find yourself. Bismarck played this game successfully for years. There were people who vaguely understood what he was up to, but not clearly enough that it mattered. People will swallow die bait because it flatters them to believe that you share their ideas. They will not take you as a hypocrite if you are careful, for how can they accuse you of hypocrisy if you do not let them know exactly what you stand for, nor will they see you as lacking in values. Of course you have values. Values you share witty idm, while in their company. Authority, do not give dogs what is holy, and do not diro your pearls before swine, lest they trample them under foot and turn to attack you. Jesus Christ, Matthew 7 verse 6. Image, the black the herd shuns the sheedy black sheep, uncertain whether or not it belongs with them. So it straggles behind, or wanders away from the herd, where it is cornered by wolves and promptly devoured. Stay with the herd, there is safety in numbers. Keep your differences in your thoughts, and not in your fleece. Reversal. The only time it is worth standing out is when you already stand out, when you have achieved an unshakable position of power, and can display your difference from others as a sign of the distance between you. As President of the United States, Lyndon Johnson would sometimes hold meetings while he sat on the toilet. Since no one else either could or would claim such a privilege, Johnson was showing people that he did not have to observe the protocols and niceties of others. The Roman Emperor Caligula played the same game. He would wear a woman's negligee, or a bathrobe, to receive important visitors. He even went so far as to have his horse elected consul. But it backfired, for the people hated Caligula, and his gestures eventually brought his overthrow. The truth is that even those who attain the heights of power would be better off at least affecting the common touch, for at some point they may need popular support. Finally, there is always a place for the gadfly, the person who successfully defies custom and mocks what has grown lifeless in a culture. Oscar Wilde, for example, achieved considerable social power on this foundation. He made it clear that he disdained the usual ways of doing things, and when he gave public readings, his audiences not only expected him to insult them but welcomed it. We notice, however, that his eccentric role eventually destroyed him. Even had he come to a better end, remember that he possessed an unusual genius. Without his gift to amuse and delight, his barbs would simply have offended people. Law 39. Stir up waters to catch fish. Judgment. Anger and emotion are strategically counterproductive. You must always stay calm and objective. But if you can make your enemies angry while staying calm yourself, you gain a decided advantage. Put your enemies off balance, find the chink in their vanity through which you can rattle them, and you hold the strings. The Kyoto Shashidayadakura Suono Kami Shijimune was very fond of Chanoyu, the tea ceremony, and used to grind his own tea while sitting in the court as judge. And the reason was this. He once asked a friend of his who was his companion in Chanoyu, a tea merchant named Aiki, to tell him frankly what was the public opinion about him. Well, said Aiki, they say that you gel irritated with those who don't give their evidence very clearly and scold them. And so people are afraid to bring lawsuits before you, and if they do, the truth does not come out. Ah, I am glad you have told me that, replied Shijimune, for now that I consider it, I have fallen into the habit of speaking sharply to people in this way, and no doubt humble folk and those who are not ready in speech get flurried and are unable to put their case in the best light. I will see to it that this does not occur in the future. So after this he had a tea mill placed before him in court, and in front of it the paper-covered shoji were drawn to, and Shijimune sat behind them and ground the tea, and thus kept his mind calm while he heard the cases. And he could transgression of the law. In January of 1809, an agitated and anxious Napoleon hurried back to Paris from his Spanish wars. His spies and confidants had confirmed a rumor that his foreign minister, Talleyrand, had conspired against him with Fouché, the minister of police. Immediately on arriving in the capital, the Shocked emperor summoned his ministers to the palace. Following them into the meeting right after their arrival, he began pacing up and down and started rambling vaguely about plotters working against him, speculators bringing down the stock market, legislators delaying his policies, and his own ministers undermining him. As Napoleon talked, Talleyrand leaned on the mantelpiece, looking completely indifferent. Facing Talleyrand directly, Napoleon announced, "For these ministers, treason has begun when they permit themselves to doubt." At the word treason, the ruler expected his minister to be afraid. But Talleyrand only smiled, calm and bored. The sight of a subordinate apparently serene in the face of charges that could get him hanged pushed Napoleon to the edge. There were ministers, he said, who wanted him dead. And he took a step closer to Talleyrand, who stared back at him unfazed. Finally Napoleon exploded. "You are a coward," he screamed in Talleyrand's face, "a man of no fighting. Nothing is sacred to you. You would sell your own father. I have showered you with riches, and yet there is nothing you would not do to hurt me." The other ministers looked at each other in disbelief. They had never seen this fearless general, the conqueror of most of Europe, so unhinged. "You deserve to be broken like glass," Napoleon continued, stamping. "I have the power to do it, but I have too much contempt for you to bother. Why didn't I have you hang from die gates of the Tuileries? But there is still time for that." Yelling, almost out of breath, his face red, his eyes bulging, he went on, "You, by the way, are nothing but shit in a silk stocking. What about your wife? You never told me. That San Carlos was your wife's lover." "Indeed, sire, it did not occur to me that this information had any bearing on your Majesty's glory or my own," said Talleyrand calmly, completely unflustered. After a few more insults, Napoleon walked away. Talleyrand slowly crossed the room, moving with his characteristic limp. As an attendant helped him with his cloak, he turned to his fellow ministers, all afraid they would never see him again, and said, "What a pity, gentlemen, that so great a man should have such bad manners." Despite his anger, Napoleon did not arrest his foreign minister. He merely relieved him of his duties. Ajid banished him from die court, believing that for this man humiliation would be punishment enough. He did not realize that word had quickly spread of his tire-death, how the emperor had completely lost control of himself, and how Talleyrand had essentially humiliated him by maintaining his composure and dignity. A page had been turned. For the first time people had seen die great emperor lose his cool under fire. A feeling spread that he was on die way down. As Talleyrand later said, "This is the beginning of the end." Interpretation: this was indeed the beginning of the end. Waterloo was still 6 years ahead, but Napoleon was on a slow descent to defeat, crystallizing in 1812 with his disastrous invasion of Russia. Talleyrand was the first to see the signs of his decline, especially in the irrational war with Spain. Sometime in 1808, die minister decided that for the future peace of Europe, Napoleon had to go. And so he conspired with Fouché. It is possible that the conspiracy was never anything more than a ploy, a device to push Napoleon over the edge. For it is hard to believe that two of the most practical men in history would only go halfway in their plotting. They may have been only stirring the waters, trying to goad Napoleon into a misstep. And indeed, what they got was the tantrum Matt laid out his loss of control for all to see. In fact, Napoleon's soon famous blow-up that afternoon had a profoundly negative effect on his public image. This is the problem with the angry response. At first it may strike fear and terror, but only in some, and as the days pass and the storm clears, other responses emerge: embarrassment and uneasiness about the shouters, capacity for going out of control, and resentment of what has been said. Losing your temper, you always make unfair and exaggerated accusations. A few such tirades and people are counting the days until you are gone. In the face of a conspiracy against him, a conspiracy between his two most important ministers, Napoleon certainly had a right to feel angry and anxious. But by responding so angrily, and so publicly, he only demonstrated his frustration. To show your frustration is to show that you have lost your power to shape events. It is the helpless action of the child who resorts to a hysterical fit to get his way. The powerful never reveal this kind of weakness. There were a number of tilings Napoleon could have done. In this situation, he could have thought about the fact that two eminently sensible men had had reason to turn against him, and could have listened and learned from them. He could have tried to win them back to him. He could even have gotten rid of them, making their imprisonment or death an ominous display of his power. No tirades, no childish fits, no embarrassing after effects, just a quiet and definitive severing of ties. Remember, tantrums neither intimidate nor inspire loyalty. They only create doubts and uneasiness about your power. Exposing your weakness, these stormy eruptions often herald a fall. Easily see whether his composure was ruffled or not by looking at the tea, which would not fall evenly ground to the proper consistency if he got excited. And so justice was done impartially, and people went away from his court satisfied. Chanoyu. The Japanese tea ceremony. A. L. Sadler. If possible, no animosity should be felt for anyone. 2. Speak angrily to a person, to show your hatred by what you say or by the way you look, is an unnecessary proceeding, dangerous, foolish, ridiculous, and vulgar. Anger or hatred should never be shown otherwise than in what you do, and feelings will be all the more effective in action, in so far as you avoid the exhibition of them in any other way. It is only the cold-blooded animals whose bite is poisonous. Arthur Schopenhauer. 1788 to 1860. Observance of the law. By the late 1920s, Haile Selassie had nearly achieved his goal of assuming total control over Ethiopia, a country he felt needed strong and unified leadership. As regent to the Empress Zodatu, stepdaughter of the late queen, and heir to the throne, Selassie had spent several years weakening the power of Ethiopia's various warlords. Now only one real obstacle stood. Thank Monkey and the Wasp. A monkey, whilst munching a ripe pear, was pestered by the barefaced importunities of a wasp, who, nolens volens, would have a part. After threatening the monkey with his anger if he further hesitated to submit to his demand, he settled on the fruit, but was as soon knocked off by the monkey. The irritable wasp now had recourse to invective, and, after using the most insulting language, which the other calmly listened to, he so worked himself up into violent passion that, losing all consideration of the penalty, he flew to the face of the monkey, and stung him with such rage that he was unable to extricate his weapon, and was compelled to tear himself away, leaving it in the wound, thus entailing on himself a lingering death, accompanied by pains much greater than those he had inflicted. Fabelf.s. Jonathan Birch, 1783 to 1847. In his way, the Empress and her husband, Ras Gugsa. Selassie knew the royal couple hated him and wanted to get rid of him, so to cut short their plotting he made Gugsa the governor of the northern province of Begemeter, forcing him to leave the capital, where the empress lived. For several years Gugsa played the loyal administrator. But Selassie did not trust him. He knew that Gugsa and the empress were plotting revenge. As time passed and Gugsa made no move, the chances of a plot only increased. Selassie knew what he had to do: draw Gugsa out, get under his skin, and push him into action before he was ready. For several years, a northern tribe, the Azabugalas, had been in virtual rebellion against the throne, robbing and pillaging local villages and refusing to pay taxes. Selassie had done nothing to stop them, letting them grow stronger. Finally, in 1929, he ordered Ras Gugsa to lead an army against these disobedient tribesmen. Gugsa agreed, but inwardly he Sethid had no grudge against the Azabu Galas, and the demand that he fight them hurt his pride. He could not disobey die order, but as he worked to put together an army, he began to spread an ugly rumor that Selassie was in cahoots with the Pope and planned to convert the country to Roman Catholicism and make it a colony of Italy. Gugsa's army swelled, and some of the tribes from which its soldiers came secretly agreed to fight Selassie. In March of 1930 an enormous force of 35,000 men began to march, not on the Azabugalas but south, toward the capital of Addis Ababa. Made confident by his growing strength, Gugsa now openly led a holy war to depose Selassie and put the country back in the hands of true Christians. He did not see the trap that had been laid for him before. Selassie had ordered Gugsa to fight the Azabugalas. He had secured the support of the Ethiopian Church, and before the revolt got underway, he had bribed several of Gugsa's key allies not to show up for battle. As the rebel army marched south, airplanes flew overhead dropping leaflets announcing that the highest church officials had recognized Selassie as the true Christian leader of Ethiopia, and that Tai had excommunicated Gugsa for fomenting a civil war. These leaflets severely blunted the emotions behind the Holy Crusade. And as bat loomed and the support that Gugsa's allies had promised him failed to show up, soldiers began to flee or defect. When the bat came, the rebel army quickly collapsed. Refusing to surrender, Ras Gugsa was killed and died fighting. The empress, distraught over her husband's death, died a few days later. On April 30th, Selassie issued a formal proclamation announcing his new tide, Emperor of Ethiopia. Interpretation: Haile Selassie always saw several moves ahead. He knew that if he let Ras Gugsa decide die time in place of the revolt, the danger would be much greater than if he forced Gugsa to act on Selassie's terms. So he goaded him into rebellion by offending his manly pride, asking him to fight people he had no quarrel with on behalf of a man he hated. Thinking everything out ahead, Selassie made sure that Gugsa's rebellion would come to nothing, and he could use it to do away with his last two enemies. This is the essence of the law: when the waters are still, your opponents have the time and space to plot actions that they will initiate and control. So stir the waters, force the fish to the surface, get them to act before they are ready, steal the initiative. The best way to do this is to play on uncontrollable emotions: pride, vanity, love, hate. Once die water is stirred up, the little fish cannot help but rise to the bait. The angrier they become, the less control they have, and finally they are caught in the whirlpool you have made, and they drown. A sovereign should never launch an army out of anger. A leader should never start a war out of wrath. Sun Tzu, 4th century B.C. Keys to power. Angry people usually end up looking ridiculous, for their response seems out of proportion to what occasioned it. They have taken things too seriously, exaggerating the hurt or insult that has been done to them. They are so sensitive to slight that it becomes comical how much die you take. Personally, more comical still is their belief that their outbursts signify power. The truth is the opposite. Petulance is not power, it is a sign of helplessness. People may temporarily be cowed by your tantrums, but in the end they lose respect for you. They also realize they can easily undermine a person with so little self-control. The answer, however, is not to repress our angry or emotional responses. For repression drains us of energy and pushes us into strange behavior. Instead, we have to change our perspective. We have to realize that nothing in the social realm, and in the game of power, is personal. Everyone is caught up in a chain of events that long predates the present moment. Our anger often stems from problems in our childhood, from the problems of our parents, which stem from their own childhood, on and on. Our anger also has roots in the many interactions with others, the accumulated disappointments and heartaches that we have suffered. An individual will often appear as the instigator of our anger, but it is much more complicated, goes far beyond what that individual did to us. If a person explodes with anger at you, and it seems out of proportion to what you did to them, you must remind yourself that it is not exclusively directed at you. Do not be so vain. The cause is much larger, goes way back in time, involves dozens of prior hurts, and is actually not worth the bother to understand. Instead of seeing it as a personal grudge, look at the emotional outburst as a disguised power move, an attempt to control or punish you cloaked in the form of hurt feelings and anger. This shift of perspective will let you play the game of power with more clarity and energy, instead of overreacting and becoming ensnared in PEO. Ditch High Priest. King Yo, an officer of the second rank, had a brother called the High Priest Ryagaku, an extremely bad-tempered man. Next to his monastery grew a large nettle tree which occasioned the nickname people gave him, the Nettle Tree High Priest. That name is outrageous, said the High Priest, and cut down the tree. The stump still being left, people referred to him now as the Stump High Priest. More furious than ever, Ryagaku had the stump dug up and thrown away. But this left a big ditch. People now called him the Ditch High Priest. Essays in Idleness, Kenko. Japan. 14th century. Pai's emotions, you will turn their loss of control to your advantage. You keep your head while they are losing theirs. During an important bat in the War of the Three Kingdoms, in Dai 3rd century AD, advisors to Dai Commander Tsao discovered documents showing that certain of his generals had conspired with Dai enemy, and urged him to arrest and execute them. Instead, he ordered the documents burned and Dai matter forgotten. At this critical moment in the battle, to get upset or demand justice would have reverberated against him, an angry action would have called attention to Dai generals' disloyalty, which would have harmed Dai troops' morale. Justice would deal with the generals in time. Tsao kept his head and made the right decision. Compare this to Napoleon's response to Talleyrand. Instead of taking the conspiracy personally, the emperor should have played the game like Tsao, carefully weighing Dai consequences of any action he took. The more powerful response in the end would have been to ignore Talleyrand, or to bring the minister gradually back to his side and punish him later. Anger only cuts off our options, and Dai powerful cannot thrive witty out options. Once you train yourself not to take matters personally, and to control your emotional responses, you will have placed yourself in a position of tremendous power. Now you can play with Dai emotional responses of odier people. Stir Dai insecure into action by impugning their manhood, and by dangling Dai prospect of an easy victory before Tyre faces. Do as Houdini did when challenged by Dai. Less successful escape artist Clapini, reveal an apparent weakness. Houdini let Clapini steal the combination for a pair of cuffs, to lure your opponent into action. Then you can beat him with ease. Whitey the arrogant too you can appear weaker Tyan you are, taunting DM into a rash action. Sun Pin, commander of Dai armies of Qi and loyal disciple of Sun Tzu, once led his troops against the armies of Wei, which outnumbered him 2-1. Let us light 100,000 fires when our army enters Wei. Suggested Sun Pin, 50,000 on Dai next day, and only 30,000 on the third. On the tired day the Wei general exclaimed, I knew the men of Qi were cowards. And after only 3 days more than half of DM have deserted. So, leaving behind his slow-moving heavy infantry, the general decided to seize the moment and move swiftly on Dai Qi camp with a lightly armed force. Sun Pin's troops retreated, luring Wei's army into a narrow pass, where Tai ambushed and destroyed DM. Whitey Dai Wei general dead and his forces decimated, Sun Pin now easily defeated the rest of his army. In the face of a hot-headed enemy, finally, an excellent response is no response. Follow the Talleyrand tactic. Nodying is as infuriating as a man who keeps his cool while others are losing theirs. If it will work to your advantage to unset people, affect Dai aristocratic, bored pose, neither mocking nor triumphant but simply indifferent. This will light Tyre fuse. When they embarrass themselves with a temper tantrum, you will have gained several victories, one of these being that in the face of their childishness you have maintained your dignity and composure. Image, the pond of fish. The waters are clear and calm, and the fish are well below the surface. Stir the waters, and they emerge. Stir it some more and they get angry, rising to the surface, biting whatever comes near including a freshly baited hook. Authority, if your opponent is of a hot temper, try to irritate him. If he is arrogant, try to encourage his egotism. One who is skilled at making the enemy move does so by creating a situation according to which the enemy will act. He entices the enemy with something he is certain to take. He keeps the enemy on the move by holding out bait and then attacks him with picked troops. Sun Tzu, 4th century BC. Reversal. When playing with people's emotions you have to be careful. Study the enemy beforehand. Some fish are best left at the bottom of the pond. The leaders of the city of Tyre, capital of ancient Phoenicia, felt confident they could withstand Alexander the Great, who had conquered the Orient but had not attacked their city, which stood well protected on the water. They sent ambassadors to Alexander saying that although they would recognize him as emperor they would not allow him or his forces to enter Tyre. This of course enraged him, and he immediately mounted a siege. For 4 months the city withstood him, and finally he decided that the struggle was not worth it, and that he would come to terms with the Tyrians. But they, feeling that they had already baited Alexander and gotten away with it, and confident that they could withstand him, refused to negotiate. In fact, Dai killed his messengers. This pushed Alexander over Dai edge. Now it did not matter to him how long the siege lasted or how large an army it needed. He had Dai resources, and would do whatever it took. He remounted his assault so strenuously that he captured Tyre in days, burned it to the ground, and sold its people into slavery. You can bait the powerful and get MEM to commit and divide their forces as Sun Pin did, but test Dai waters first. Find die gap entire stream. If mir is no gap if die are. Impossibly strong you have noting to gain and every dieting to lose by provoking dm. Choose carefully whom you bait. And never stir up die sharks. Finally mir are times when a well-timed burst of anger can do you good, but your anger must be manufactured and under your control. Then you can determine exactly how and on whom it will fall. Never stir up reactions Matt will work against you in the long run. And use your tie underbolts. Rarely, to make DM die more intimidating and meaningful. Weedy or purposefully staged or not, if your outbursts come too often, they will lose we are power.